at the gym? Anything ever stand out to you? Any white women ever accuse you of staring at them or something like that?
No, but I did have an old white lady try to kidnap me one time.
Ooh, tell us all about it.
Well, I'm at the gym and shit, and she goes, "Oh, well, I just need help getting out to my car, getting blah, 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 blah." And I'm like, lady, I don't work here. But instead, she starts dragging me outside and shit. She's like, "I can't carry this by myself. Get inside the car, motherfucker." I'm like, "Hold up, bitch."
You think she was trying to...
For it. I'm like, "Nah, dog, you know."
Yeah.
You ever heard of Juneteenth, bitch?
Yeah.
Emancipation Proclamation, I'm free.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What did she want you to pick up for herself?
Yeah, she was a fat bitch. We expected.
Oh, was she fat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shucks. That
She
could
tried
have
to get me.
been great. How old?
Old enough?
Yeah. Old enough that you would be like, hey,
Old enough for a 401k?
Yeah.
Why'd you hesitate?
I'm stupid. I wanted to keep doing comedy.
You probably do the right thing, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I could have had a better life, man.
Sure.
Interesting. Shay, what's the craziest thing about your life that we would find interesting about you? You ever save anyone's life, accomplish anything, any big awards or anything like that?
Let's see. The craziest thing I did in my life, dude. When I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk home. But it turns out that this island, like, it floods like crazy and shit. So as the kid's walking, like, his face is, like, seeing his face out the water and stuff. So I basically had to carry the motherfucker home. He didn't drown.
Where was this at?
The Marshall Islands.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Navy.
And what did you do exactly in the Navy?
I was in the construction forces. I was a mechanic.
Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Wow. Look at you helping someone else not drown. Absolutely amazing.
I had to pass the swim test, dog.
Yep. Look at that. Okay, Shay, 3 or 4 years in Houston, your first time on, very fun, and here is, we don't have any mediums. I guess you're getting a big one. There you go, Shay Phillips. Boom. Shay Phillips.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, shit, I did that one quick, huh? Oops. Hey, look, it's the lovely Heidi. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. You went close there. Yeah. How many people like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow.
Are you sure?
They do.
Almost everyone's doing bad.
Yeah. They like it.
It is hot.
It is hot.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. For those of you watching on the internet, congratulations. This is the episode to be in the air conditioning for.
If it was cold, we'd be fucking killing.
Yeah. It would be a whole different episode.
It's crazy.
But, you know, it happens sometimes. Every once in a great, great while. Okay. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. You guys having fun out there still? Do we care about how hot it is in the room? Make some noise for Nate Ortiz, everyone. Nate Ortiz.
I've been on all the apps lately. You know, I've been on Tinder, Bumble, DoorDash. Just looking for love and McNuggets at this point, you know? I'll entertain a Salvadorian man if he's giving me Subway, you know? Just want to watch SmackDown, dude? I even paid $20 for that Tinder Premium to find out the 2 women I matched with look just like me. Same facial hair and everything. It got to the point I had to ask my buddies for advice. I'm like, hey man, how do I get better matches? How do I beat this algorithm? They're like, hey, you should start losing some weight, bro. You starting to look like a Puerto Rican mom from the back. So I said, wepa, dude. So I updated my Tinder profile. I said from the front, I look like if Hagrid started a Twitch channel. But from the back, dude, looks like I'm washing dishes while salsa dancing. Thank you.
Nate Ortiz. This is your first time on this show, right?
Yes. Yeah, for a very first time.
Awesome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years in Houston.
Wow, you're from Houston too, huh? Did you know Shay?
I'm sorry?
Did you know Shay?
I know Shay. We're actually the same weight.
Wow.
His personal trainer. All right, fuck you guys, dude. It's real.
Nate,
Okay.
what do you do for work?
I actually just got laid off Saturday.
Yeah?
I was working.
Countries in shambles.
Yeah. I've noticed that.
No, they found out that I actually wasn't white and I was fully Puerto Rican, and they let me go.
But where was this job?
I was selling Samsung phones. Not at like a.
No, that's mostly Puerto Rican job.
Our clientele is very Middle Eastern, very Nigerian. A lot of haggling. I'm
Those
not
old
good with it.
haggling Nigerians.
I don't even know how to spell the word, so I just gave them a good deal.
You do have the ass of a phone store manager. I'm surprised I let you go.
I did work at T-Mobile. That's actually the most Hispanic thing about me.
It's crazy.
Oh,
So why exactly did they let you go?
I was very late 3 times.
Why? Why were you late?
I did coke till 7 a.m.
Ah, there it is.
Yep.
That's why you're shaped like that.
Yeah.
The mixture of bad food and cocaine
Yeah.
has you shaped like
I
that.
say good decisions, but okay. Yeah.
Uh-huh. What's the most fun that you've ever had on cocaine until 7 a.m.?
My cocaine song is actually "You Can Call Me Al" by Paul Simon, and I like listening to it in tidy whities. But yeah.
You do,
that's awesome.
yeah, you do cocaine by yourself?
Oh, it's the best. I don't have to share with nobody. Yeah.
I've been there, brother.
I just lost my job, Tony. I can't.
Yeah, you get home, you go, oh, I still have some left from the party. Now it's time to keep going. Then you jack off in the mirror. Hey, that's a good time.
Till like 9 a.m.
Yeah. It's too much. It's a real negative experience.
Yeah.
But for a while, it's awesome. When you're in your underwear dancing to fucking Paul Simon.
Yeah, it's pretty great. But
That's a good time. Yeah, whatever.
you had a great special on YouTube.
Thank you, man.
It's incredible how much you look like an unhealthy version of one of my friends. Philip, can you come down here? I want to do a side-by-side of you and my friend Philip. Where's Philip at?
Tony, the cocaine, I actually lost like 60 pounds, dude. So this is the healthiest I've been in years.
We're going to do it. Well,
Fuck yeah.
incredible. How much are you still doing a lot of cocaine?
Oh, yeah, I was doing it a lot earlier.
Hell yeah.
You need a bump?
No, I'm good. Permanently good.
Do you have a bump?
Nope,
All right.
I don't do it. How do you afford it if you're out of a job?
I'm not really a comedian. I do the shows for the pay and the free drink tickets, so that's really it.
You got into fucking comedy for the pay?
No, I got it for the free drinks, dude.
Yeah. Well, you said pay, but whatever.
Yeah.
So
Hey.
even for free drinks, it doesn't make sense. So here's a healthy version of yourself. Stand side by
Fuck, you
side
know,
with
I look
me.
like this
Side
faggot,
by
dude.
side. Keep going up,
Sorry.
Philip. Keep going up.
Whoa,
Keep going up.
guys do look
Keep going up. No, stand side by side. Square up to a camera. Look at a camera
Whoa.
together. Look at the one on the right over there. Look at that guy. Yeah. See the faces? That's what you could look like if you just ate sushi and didn't do cocaine.
Hey, Phil, you've been losing a little weight.
I
Yeah, because when you were chubby, you really did look like that guy.
I lost 30 pounds, not like 130.
Yeah.
So you're saying you should do meth? That's the thing.
That's actually more expensive. But I tried. No.
So, incredible. Philip, do you have any advice for him on exactly how to get his life together?
Well, I lost like 30 pounds. You'd need to lose a little bit more than that. Eat healthy, drink a lot of water,
Yeah, you ever hear that?
do less coke. No.
Or more. More
I
coke.
know, Tony, I know you saw me hesitate.
Yeah.
Because when you said Philip, I was like, What? Is there another Philip up here?
No,
I
you're
don't
the.
look anything like this dude.
Yeah, you look exactly like him. You have the exact same face. Unfortunately, he's just so much fatter. Only I can see it. But yeah, you have the same face. If something terrible happened and you completely went Lieutenant Dan on yourself, this is what you would look like.
I feel like this sucks for both of you right now.
Yeah, it does. Philip has a new podcast on the Your Mom's House Network. What's that called?
The Not a Damn Chance podcast.
Not a Damn Chance podcast. There you go. There's a free plug. There goes Philip. And Nate Ortiz. Anything else crazy we should know about you? You seem like you have a lot of backstory to you.
My ex-girlfriend was non-binary.
Whoa.
What was his name?
We wore the same bra. Yeah, it was great.
Was it always non-binary, or did that happen when you were dating?
I didn't know until we were fucking.
And then what did you find out?
You used the wrong pronoun while you were fucking?
She kept calling me brother, like Hulk Hogan.
Oh, damn.
R.I.P.
I was like, wait, what? No. I had a lot of hard times with whatever, because I couldn't figure out words to say during an argument, so I just kept saying shit my dad said. So I was like, hey, calm down, slugger.
Yeah. Yeah,
You got that one, champ.
You can't call her a bitch. You gotta be like, hey, jerk.
Yeah.
The whole thing's so weird to me. Was she non-binary when you started dating her? Or did
No,
this...
she looked beautiful, dude. And then we got together and then cut all her hair off. Oh.
And what else changed other than the haircut?
Her pits got hairier.
And what else changed?
Her legs everything got hairier. That was...
Wow.
It was not a good experience.
And was she on medication at the time?
I don't know. Liberalism, I don't know. No, but I liked it because she was the only one to allow me to just face fuck all night, which was really great. But
what do you mean by that exactly? You mean do cocaine?
I put fupa on the chin, Tony. That was...
Oh, fuck me. All right. Well, you know what? You actually did good. So here's a joke. Oh, there you go. Just throwing joke books at people tonight. Just bouncing them right off there.
Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. Bye.
There he goes. There he goes. All right, another bucket full. We are back into the 80s. It's 80.2 degrees for those of you paying attention. Somehow it's getting warmer again, everybody. Who likes it hot in here? Okay.
Hey, by the way, Dean didn't do shit.
Huh?
Where the fuck is Dean?
Yeah, Dean
He
fucked up.
gave us 2 degrees less.
Yeah.
Fuck Dean. Bring Dean's bitch ass down here. Gonna shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey.
Whoa.
Hey.
Fuck yeah, mother shit. God damn. Getting real tired of getting called white trash. I think I'm like upper middle class trash. You know what I mean? Like, we got some money with the problems. Like, my sister invents her own parties and holidays. Like, she had a skin tone reveal party. If you don't know what that is, it's just she fucked 3 guys that year and didn't have health insurance, and they all came to the hospital. My dad held the baby up like Lion King style. It was like a skin tone. Like, and it was crazy because, like, I don't know. It sounds horrible I have to say it, but, like, how good is my sister's pussy? Because, like, as a white guy, you know how good the pussy would have to be for me to go with a black guy and a Mexican guy to the hospital to find out if it's my kid? And then you still stay around and raise the black kid as the white guy? Like, it was crazy. 2 days before, I was 12, and 2 days before, I knew that the baby was going to be black. Because, like, we were in the hospital, and the black guy's like, yo, I need to go get some milk. And left the hospital. Like, they have it here. All right, that's my time. Thank y'all.
Joe Filey. Good job, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You've been on this show before. Am I
Yes,
correct,
sir.
or have I just seen you hiding under my bed as a kid?
I mean, the bed, the bridge, but yeah, this is my third time on here.
Hell yeah! Welcome back, Joe.
Thank
This
you.
had to be your best set of them all. Am
For
I
sure,
correct?
for sure,
Yes, absolutely. You've been working hard.
Oh yeah, working, just, I don't know, not partying as much.
Hell yeah, absolutely. What kind of partying were you doing?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of Coke. Well, I mean, the bag said Coke on it, but it tasted funny. But there was a lot of Coke for a while there, and I don't know, a lot of shrooms, LSD, weed. It's 6th Street. Like, there's no rules here. I don't make the rules of 6th Street.
Absolutely incredible. And how long has it been since you had the operation to remove the backside horse part of your body?
About 2,000 years, Tony.
Incredible. Incredible. I still want to make wishes every time I see you, Joe.
Listen, they're saying there's nothing wrong with the water in East Palestine, so I'm gonna keep drinking the tap water in Ohio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, where else?
Well, Youngstown, Ohio.
Oh, nice.
You are from Youngstown,
Yeah,
Ohio?
I grew up on South Bon Air, then East Florida Ave in Youngstown.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah, exactly.
Even for Youngstown, you're weird looking, dude.
I'm the one white guy in the hood they didn't fuck with. I have a look, I know.
That is.
Hey, yeah. I didn't know it was white hood. I thought it was Amish.
No, it's not.
The same beard.
No.
It's not Amish at all in Youngstown, unfortunately. There's very few people that look like Joe Filey. I could see why the black people would get scared of you when you're walking
yeah,
out.
Scared the shit out of
I
him.
was,
Get the fucking. All right.
I was the needle in the haystack, I guess you would say. That was definitely.
Huh?
I said I was the needle in the haystack for sure in Youngstown. That was.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. What do you do for work, Joe Filey?
Right now, I work at a weed shop on 6th Street.
Okay. All right.
God damn. Can you imagine buying weed?
I must have a good face for selling weed. They love it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like the brow ridge, but they come in like, honey, this weed works. Fuck the THCA label. Like, we're getting the weed.
Right. No doubt about it. They're like, this weed will make your eyes move apart from one another. You have a girlfriend?
No, fuck no.
What's dating like? Being, looking, having a...
What, like, have you heard of the Dollhouse ATX? I know you're sponsored by the Yellow Rose,
and Red Rose.
but the Dollhouse ATX is way doper. It's like Pornhub, but you like rent the chick by the hour. You like they have a search bar. Each chick has like categories. They're probably getting shut. Look, Redman's nodding. He knows. He's been there.
Oh, Red Man knows. Well. Look who's been playing at the Dollhouse.
The craziest part was you followed it with the Sunset page. That's like I can grab my when I follow.
Busted. Order in the court. We hereby find the defendant completely guilty.
Yo, isn't your wife here?
You can see her at the Dollhouse tonight. No, actually, I heard about Joe White about
Okay, just...
Is it the place where you could like rent like a room?
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Not a room. Like
Oh yeah, it's like Liam Neeson style. They put sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up.
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh God! What? There was like this poor little Colombian chick, and there was like I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like.
Hold on, nice and slow. Poor little Colombian chick.
She didn't happen to have a 30-cent OnlyFans.
But I wanted a Charlie Sheen, so like I put some coke on my dick. I had her snort it and suck the rest. And like midway through the suck, she was like 200 more, and I just paid it to her because it was worth. That's not even a lie. Like I could.
Wow.
I wish it was. My parents are gonna see this. They're huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to see what
They're
you're up
also
to.
definitely siblings.
Yeah. So $200 and you basically got a blowjob at a strip club.
Yeah, kind of halfway.
This is a ringing endorsement for Dollhouse ATX. I mean, I almost feel bad for the Red Rose and Yellow Rose because this is quite the ad read.
Well, listen, they don't have no Heidi's at the Dollhouse. All right, if you're going to the Dollhouse
Yeah.
for a Heidi, they don't.
No doubt about it. They have running Heidi's.
Oh, it's like, yeah. No.
You can run, but you can't Heidi. The chicks there probably look like you.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a $50 menu for sure. There's like a 3 p.m. happy hour.
My God.
It's fourth meal.
So you make money at the weed shop and then you lug it over to the Dollhouse ATX.
Oh, that's like a once every 2 month thing. That's like a Red Lobster. You know what I mean? Like every 2 months you can go. You get some Cheddar Bay biscuit.
You really are from Youngstown. That confirms that everyone in Youngstown thinks Red Lobster is an every 2 month celebration. It really is. I was shocked when I grew up and got just a little bit of success and was like, oh, wow, this is not the best restaurant in the world. It's incredible. I was tricked for the first 18 or 19 years of my life.
I went there after my confirmation. It was a big deal. Red Lobster was huge.
The best. I mean, you could just count on it. Big shrimp cocktail.
Oh, the biscuits? Come on.
No doubt about it. So
you're getting coke on your dick with a sex slave at the place.
Sex slave, in Thailand, they felt like sex slaves, Shane.
Oh, you went to Thailand?
Yeah, I've been to Bangkok before. But
shit.
Whoa. I have this look, brother. Like, they know what. When I landed in Thailand, there's like 30 bitches there. Like, he's the one. That's.
You probably, if you learn Russian, you'll be fucking sick, dude. You look like a Dagestani wrestler.
I can't fight at all. I carry a gun. Fuck that. CCW class was like 8 hours, and you're just as tough as them. Like, that's.
we're going to read a couple Yelp reviews here for Dollhouse ATX. Here we
Geico commercials.
Here we go. We went in here thinking it was a sex shop. We were half right. They have a very small collection of lingerie and sex toys, but they have several women there in lingerie. So I think they might be in the business of selling something, all capital letters, else. If you want sex toys, go next door. It has a much larger selection.
Wait, who the fuck wrote that?
It says Matt M.
Nick.
Some piece of shit named Matt M. wrote that.
I was on the search for a giant dildo. There was a bunch of naked ladies who wanted to have sex with me.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate it.
There's a 4-star review from James.
Here we go.
It starts with, this is how you know it's good. It starts with, okay, here's the deal. You go in and there's a lobby. Costs $65 just to get into the main area. Is that true?
It's like 55 on Sunday nights and Monday nights.
Wow, look at that. On
discount.
Yeah.
Early bird special.
Working on a budget. If you want a private show, it costs another $65, and you pick your model. And if there's more than one working there, you've already spent $130 to get a non-nude dance. If you want nudity, it's $100. Is that true?
75 on Sunday.
There you go. So to get in from the lobby and get a full nude dance, it costs $165 total, any day but Sunday. If you have money to burn and like the idea of being in your own room one-on-one with a hot model dancing and grinding in your lap, it's cool. I personally prefer that to going to, say, Yellow Rose, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our great sponsors. This is fucked up. Look what you've done.
I'll mention you when I go there next.
No, it's okay. No, it's all right. Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt, and the one chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa! What did she put
I
in your...
didn't realize, like, the nightstand had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one, and I don't know, you look at, like, level 1 through 5, and it's like, I can take 5, but let's start with 1. And I didn't know there was, like, a level 6 through 10 in the second drawer down. And I made it to 8 without yelling, so that was...
Were you facing the other way or something? You just didn't see what was going on?
I like, you're face down in the bed, and, like, you're peeping over. Like, she's holding your... She doesn't want you to see what's in the drawer.
Right. And how much...
Wait, you're paid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have spoke up.
Yeah, when number 5 was in your aspect, let me talk to a manager right now. That's ridiculous.
She was the manager. That was the manager special.
Shit. Wow.
It was a $75 manager special on a Sunday, and I got pegged. All right.
Wow. This place is going to be packed on Sundays from now on. This is completely backfired. Backfired is also what happened that day for you. You have a big joke book from here yet?
I got a couple.
You have a couple
Yeah,
big
I have
joke
2,
books?
but I mean, they're pretty full.
Perfect. There you go. Fill them up.
Thank you, sir.
There goes Joe Filey,
Have a good
ladies and
night.
gentlemen. All right. let's do one more bucket pull. We've had a lot on today. We've been flying through these interviews, believe it or not. Make some noise for your final bucket pull. How about another hand for Heidi, everybody? Your final bucket pull of the night. Make some noise for Ramus, everyone. Or Ramba. Or Ramus. Okay.
Hello, hello. So last time I was here, I was thinking about bags and boxes. Yeah, and I actually worked for a moving company. I was telling Tony that, and one time I was moving this dude, and I thought he had Down syndrome. So I'm looking at him weird. He looking at me weird. I'm like, man, I don't know, So I'm trying to be all extra soft. And then he said, like, yo, I went to ASU, and I grew up in Phoenix. So I'm like, oh, where? Yeah. I did shrooms, and I smoked weed and drank and shit. And I'm like, wait a minute, they let people with Down syndrome do that shit? It's not normal. And then at the end of the job, he gave us like $60. So I knew we didn't have Downs because I was like, otherwise he would have gave us like Cheez-Its, maybe some jelly beans, like a single marshmallow. But you got to take it. You can't, it's going to stick to your fingers, but you got to take it. You can't say no, right? Yeah, that's my name, Rabbi. Thank you. Was that short of a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. 50 seconds from Ramus?
I'll take it. Rabbi, actually.
Rabbi.
Yeah, I think there was something.
Yep, there's a little space. You left a space between the line down and the S.
You might have called the wrong name.
No, I didn't. It's your handwriting sucks.
I'll take it. It's cool.
You see that? Can you confirm that looks like a Ramus?
No.
Separation between the...
It's 100% Ram.
B.
R-A-M-B.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, but you're saying...
Right, because it doesn't connect.
Yes.
I even did a capital B.
That's you. Yeah, that's you.
It's Ram.
B.
Yeah, but you spell it
B.
like lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ram.
That's fair. Yeah.
And the set was
Ram.
bad.
How long you been doing stand-up, Ramby?
I moved here in 2021, and I did about 10 open mics in Wisconsin before that. So about 4 years. But I have taken some months off because of life shit. My dad, my pop's passed, and some other stuff.
Damn it.
I'm just being honest. But I have stayed consistent with writing through that 4 years. So I've been doing it 4 years, basically. That was a roundabout away 4 years.
Yep, got it. How did Dad die?
Leukemia. He beat it once and then it came back.
Wow. He beat leukemia once? Leukemia is your mom's name?
Depends on who you ask, I guess.
All right. So
She's going to love that joke.
I love it.
To be honest.
So how do you make money?
I work at a call center internet company, but I can't say it. You know what I'm saying?
You like it?
It works for right now.
What are the hours like?
When do I get there or what are the hours? No, I'm joking. 10 to 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any trouble waking up in the morning?
Before this job, I didn't. I was an early riser, and now I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm asleep to about 9:30.
Yep.
Got it. I gave myself some leeway.
What do you do?
It's like a what do you call it? Self-care?
Sure. What do you do at nighttime for fun?
I go do mics, and then I also play.
Wow. Some random police
that
button
too.
from Red
I dodge
Dead.
cops. But I dodge cops on Red Dead Redemption 2. That's the kind of shit I do. You know what I mean? Grand Theft Auto.
Have you ever gotten arrested?
Never. Actually, you know what's funny? Is a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail.
Yeah.
And then when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest.
Wow.
Yeah. You never heard of Sammy the Bull?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I was in Arizona, and at the time, about like 22 years old. Now that I think about it, maybe I shouldn't say this.
No, go ahead.
Fuck it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fuck it.
Let it out.
Yeah, taxes will probably get me before this anyway. But no joke. But he was doing like an ecstasy ring, and my dude that I was living with was dealing ecstasy, and every now and then we make a few bucks on the weekend or whatever, And then all of a sudden we saw the dude that we were getting the pills from in the parking lot on the news, and I wasn't a very good drug dealer. That was the end of my drug dealing days, right there. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 23 people were in that ecstasy ring. You can go look it up. It's real shit.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you were in it, but you didn't.
No. Allegedly, no. Tony's not incriminating Ram today.
Oh,
Ramus, as you say.
yeah, Ramus. Ramus is going to be in real
Let's be
trouble.
clear, Ram B.
I love it. What's your love life like, Randy?
We talked about this last time. I don't know if you remember. I was back to the bags and boxes, and I sang the song about the girl not calling me back. You know, and So she still ain't called. I'm chilling, man. I'm really just trying to build my life up and not really worry about that side of my life because,
No kids?
My daughter's 21, living her life, doing her thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
She's
doing very
working.
good, actually. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, college and everything. Shit.
How much did you contribute to that child?
I raised her half. I lived in Wisconsin for 20 years, which was
wow,
a very much a sacrifice.
Yeah.
Yeah. After growing up in Phoenix, it was like, fuck this shit. Hey.
And
we're in Phoenix. Wait, we're in Phoenix.
No. How'd you end up in Wisconsin?
Because her mom was from Wisconsin, and so we moved there. And so I stayed there after we broke up to raise her.
White
I
mom.
literally 50%. Yeah, white mom.
White
of course.
mom. How did the white parents take to you moving to Wisconsin?
Pops, right? Pops,
Can you give an example of what that means? These people have no idea.
All right, the whole family hates me. Let's be real.
Right.
Yeah.
But how do you know? Give us an example.
Oh man, that's rough, man.
Give us.
They might see this.
They might.
Yeah.
So what's one good little story? You're not naming them out by name. Could be any family.
You ever have somebody look at you like this? Like for way too long, right?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
It was constantly that. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even at Thanksgiving, like you're supposed to have a good, hey, let's hang out. Hey.
They never said anything disrespectful or anything, though? Nothing in particular, just a look?
I almost fought some family members. Yeah. Wisconsin was an interesting time. I would say that. Yeah. Like I recently went back there and a bar owner looked at me across the bar for a while, like, I think I know this motherfucker. Like, I'm serious. And he just kept looking at me. And I'm like, why is he looking at me? And I forgot that I had tried to fight him about 10 years ago. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
Well, you live a life. I'm 47, so if you live a life where you kind of fought some people, you forget. And it's 2 a.m. And he accused me of something I didn't do. So I was extra charged. And he's behind the bar yelling at me, and I'm like, hey, I'll fuck you up type shit. And, well, I didn't. I'm proud of myself, actually. And I'm very much matured. I wouldn't fight nobody these days.
Incredible. You're 47 years old.
Yeah,
you successfully raised a 21-year-old daughter.
Yes, sir.
You've avoided getting arrested.
Yeah.
What
I'm a fucking miracle right now, right?
Yeah. What's your secret?
What's
your
secret? I was
secret?
born at 6 months, 2 pounds, right?
Wow.
So I've been a miracle over and over again. All them stats, I'm like LeBron, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 47 and I'm still going, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
I really feel that way. Like, I wake up every morning like, you're LeBron. Not Ronnie.
And then you go to a call center and take calls.
Yeah, I know, yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm not gonna go.
Someone's just yelling, get him,
Yeah.
I'm
Shane.
not gonna get him.
Let's go, Shane.
No, I appreciate. Yeah.
Hey, I wish I had a drink. They took my drink away. I had
They took your drink?
I had some vodka. I had to sit it down.
They take your drink?
Yeah, well, I couldn't bring it down the alley. You know what I mean? I couldn't do that.
Yeah,
You would
I
have
would
got
love
away
to
with
toast you,
that.
though. Yeah, we can do a flat fist up. Yep.
There you go. All right, Ramby.
I appreciate y'all.
You already have a big joke book?
No, I got a small one.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're getting
You're
the
kidding.
extra dark
Hell yeah.
edition
Thank you,
Kill
sir.
Tony
Thank
joke
you.
book. Congratulations to Ramby, not Ramus at all. It's Ramby. All right, it's been a hell of an episode, the hottest episode in the history of Kill Tony. We went from the 80s to the 70s, back to the 80s, and I'm pleased to report that we are back at 79.9 degrees right now. 50% humidity, a very rare treat. It does not work for comedy at all. But you guys are a bunch of superheroes, and we thank you. Congratulations to you. And for your herodom, you shall be rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews on the show, the reigning defending Hall of Famer, the Emperor of ExpressVPN, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody.
Austin, I'm so excited to announce to everybody I'm actually about to start auditioning for my first feature-length film. The guy Seems super nice. He actually sent the script to my father back in Memphis, which was weird as shit. It's like, how do you even get his fucking address? But I'm really excited. Ozzy Osbourne died, 30 years ago. I'm doing my first intervention tomorrow, and I've got a ton of anxiety because I just don't know. I don't know what to wear. And that's a true one. Okay, let's keep it moving. It's sad. If you don't want me to join a cult, quit wearing all those groovy clothes in your propaganda videos. And we get free juice? Sign me the fuck up! Free love, no taxes, VIP access to a spaceship heading to heaven, and I get to wear the most stylish fits. Presbyterian Church, sit your ass down! Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my cult keeps it. God damn it, I missed that part. Presbyterian Church, sit your ass down. Asking for that 10% tithe shit, my cult wants 100% of my assets, and they're going to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen the trailer for the new moderate to severe plaque psoriasis commercial? Okay, that's my time.
William Montgomery has done it again.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah, the intervention's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wore a fucking Notre Dame coach's polo to my sister's intervention. I just sat in a hotel in Pittsburgh like, gotta make some change. So what do you wear to that? You can't wear something cool.
You gotta go tux. You gotta go tux.
Tux is fucking
Tux
crazy.
is the move.
I know you're doing heroin. My name's Bond.
Yeah, maybe a coat and tie. I don't have a tux.
Coat and
but
tie
a
is
suit.
crazy.
Maybe a suit could work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you could go Notre Dame coach's polo. It worked. My sister stopped going heroin.
Well, too bad I fucking can't stand Notre Dame, dude. I'm a Florida Gators fan. I cannot stand after the whole Manti Te'o debacle y'all handle. I can't stand Notre Dame.
No. How was that a debacle, dude? He was innocent. Also, yeah, whatever. You guys are totally irrelevant these days, so whatever. You had a good run.
Maybe this year. Okay, but
you had a good
run.
William, this is incredible. This intervention.
It's not college ball.
This intervention you're doing, is this for a family member, a friend? What are they on?
Are they having a good time or a tired time?
I don't know. Think of a tired time.
They're sleepy.
Yes. Very
I had a sleepy intervention myself.
Yeah, very. Is that the one with the Notre Dame jersey, or was it another one?
Notre Dame coach's polo.
What was your sister just getting?
She was just getting a little sleepy.
She was on drugs and stuff.
Yeah,
like downers.
Yeah, heroin.
And then that makes you nod off, and I think that's the situation I'm dealing with.
It makes me Well, are they mean a lot now? Have they turned mean when they're not on it? Are they stealing stuff a little?
A little bit, yeah. I can't have them over in my apartment.
That's probably heroin, and then you go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But it's surprising how quickly they come back. You go, there's that person I liked.
Well,
you know, well, good luck.
I'm praying. Thank you.
What's your speech? What's your speech going to be?
Yeah, can you give us an example?
Stop doing heroin! Yeah, do that. You deserve it.
Yeah. You gotta stop doing that shit, man! We're worried about your motherfucking ass, dude! We need you eating Cheddar Bay biscuits again. He's not hungry anymore. He used to go to fucking that place with me all the time. But yeah, we're gonna get him eating Cheddar Bay biscuits again. We're gonna get it figured out.
Are you saying Cheddar Day?
Cheddar Bay biscuits?
Cheddar Bay.
Yeah, Cheddar Bay biscuits. But yeah, oh my gosh, Tony, this past weekend, just to look at old sets, I watched every single, and I've never done this. And Tony, I want to say my heart was melting a little bit because when I'm doing these jokes, I don't really ever see y'all's reactions too much, or people up here reaction, and it always made me smile to myself when I could see your ass laughing at some of my jokes. And Red Band, I do have to say, I don't feel horrible about talking about your slutty ass mom every single time. It was like probably in 100 sets of mine, I was talking shit about your mom. So I did have a very nice weekend just reminiscing over these times. I had never gone back and watched them.
Red Band, you brought those prop glasses just for this moment with William. You've been wearing,
These are real glasses.
but you put them on now.
Yeah, I always put them on at the end, so I don't forget them.
Wait, you never noticed that? He always puts his glasses on at the end.
No, he's never done that
Come
before.
on, man. It's a classic Kill Tony thing. When the glasses come on, you know it's wrapping up.
What do you think about Red Band's glasses, William?
I think they make him look a lot smarter. And I had been worried. He's been looking kind of stupid recently. And I think, thank God, with those glasses, they make you look a lot smarter. Red Band, I'm kidding. You look like a weird homeless kind of person. You look scary with those glasses. I take them off. Are those even prescription glasses, Red Band?
Yes, they are.
They are? How much do they cost?
$350.
That's embarrassing, dumbass. I was thinking you were going to say something like that.
So,
But
William,
no, and Rabbi, you actually do look better. I swear to God, you somehow used to look worse. I think, but yeah, I mean, you still look okay. You're getting worse, but
is this the intervention that you were planning?
yes, yeah, Red Band, we have to get you up out of your apartment, man. I mean, we have to get you. I know you've been holed up there a long time. We know you're fucking super depressed. You've been on VR way longer than normal.
My girl's a stripper at the dollhouse, man.
My girl's a stripper at the doghouse, man.
Tell us about this new plaque and psoriasis commercial. Not many of us have seen it.
It's just this nasty looking bitch walking around with all these fucking, like, it looks like she got real sunburned on different parts of her body. That's what plaque psoriasis is. It's like this nasty disease people get. I don't know if it's sexually transmitted. I don't know how people get it, but it's just this real sickening disease people get. No. So the commercial seems really good. It's just getting more. It's going to get people on these pills.
Have you? Let's go back to the intervention for a second. Have you planned a speech for this? Have you written a speech?
I was starting to write some earlier.
And
I'm going to have to really. I'm going to finish it up tomorrow.
Don't do it. Don't read like a
So I shouldn't read. Yeah. What do you think? Do I go from the heart? Or
Do a brand new minute for the.
I would go from the heart on the intervention. If you read it's
It
crazy.
better kill. It better kill.
Yeah, it's like everybody reads like it's a fucking best man speech. I sat in the room and everyone was like, "Oh, I'm a little nervous."
Yeah.
It's like this is about her.
Yeah, let her rip.
Okay.
let it flow.
Oh, thank you to the fucking horrible person that belched right there. We're talking about a friend of mine that's quite literally dying. And I hear this monster burp right there. That was you? This is a nice homosexual couple right here. But you burping on his dick, bitch!
Wow. It's amazing how you do that. It makes the whole place light up all crazy.
Tony, I am stinking tonight. This is weird. I swear I think they did the formulation of Old Spice deodorant differently, dude. I've been starting to stink at night now.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's never happened before. I've never stunk like this. This is soul out the frame. I'm up to 4 cups of it a day, and I did shit twice today, which is great because I did go a span of time of 3 days this past week without shitting.
Wow.
But I'm doing so much row. I'm at 720 miles on the row machine since January, so I just feel like my body's actually really using all the bananas, all the stuff I'm eating. It's going straight to my muscles, is what my guess is.
Right.
So that's why I'm not doo-dooing, because all the peanut butter crackers, fucking bananas and shit, going straight to my muscles. So
What else goes straight to your muscles? Give us some examples of things that go straight to your muscles.
you know I'm drinking a fucking protein shake with skim milk. But no, weirdly enough, a lot of jelly beans. I think a lot of these sports people are saying, go down on the sugar. No, jelly beans are good. The popcorn, the buttered popcorn jelly beans, I'm all up in those right now, Tony. And I'm going to bring some to the intervention tomorrow.
Ooh.
I feel like everybody loves
Get them hooked on something. Yeah.
hooked on
You
something else.
think that's good? Try this shit.
Yeah, try these jelly beans.
But I gotta tell you, a lot of heroin people, they're gonna go straight to candy as soon as they get done. He's going right to those jelly beans.
Yeah.
If it's heroin, whatever.
Is it heroin? Is that the main drug of the person getting the intervention?
Yeah, amongst cornucopia of other things.
Ooh,
Damn, he's doing other than heroin and
Other
plus.
stuff.
Oh yeah, it's time for an intervention.
Wow.
Better hurry that up. Yeah.
I've never heard you use the word cornucopia before, William. Are there any other new words in your vocabulary this week that you're excited about? Just a little spot.
Licensed.
Whoa. All right.
Wait.
Didn't even activate
This
the
is a
lights.
hard one, Tony.
You got sad horns on that one. Sometimes when you're not passionate about it, you get barely a drum, sad horns, and barely any lights.
Assessor.
You should do poly substance drug user.
Huh?
Polysubstance drug user. That's what your friend is.
Oh, a polysubstance
Yeah,
drug user.
you're
Polysubstance drug user.
There you go.
The words. This is a hard one, Tony. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm really screwing up on this one.
It's
I
okay.
can't.
You can say anything. Honestly, the ones that you don't really know that aren't that exciting are kind of funnier than the crazy ones. A new word this week from William Montgomery. We're almost there. And here we go. Could be anything in the world.
It's
Really.
I gotta tell you, it's impossible. I'm trying to think of one word. I can't think of one word. Wyoming. Words are tough.
Yeah. Domino.
Wow! Look at that. What's the one thing that you're hoping at the end of this intervention tomorrow? What's the one thing that you're hoping that the person that you're giving the intervention to will not say?
I ain't ever gonna stop using drugs.
That's William Montgomery. This has been the hottest episode of Kill Tony in history. We were able to get it down to 79.2 degrees. Guys, the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. How loud can you guys get for our guests tonight? Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker, everybody. You did it. Brought to you by ExpressVPN. Tires Season 2. Matt and Shane's Secret Pod on Spotify, everywhere else. Anything else you guys want to plug or anything? Matt?
I'll be in Atlantic City August 16th.
Hell yeah.
Atlantic City Ocean Casino Resort. Please come.
The Kill
August
Tony,
16th.
yeah, thank you, Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis. The band will be at Blue Note in New York City the Monday after Madison Square Garden, 818-818. You got it. This episode brought to you by ExpressVPN. One more time for the best damn band in the land and our guests Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Red Band.
Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's Secret Show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in the course of my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Amsterdam later this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Itzhak Ger Granboom of Amsterdam. And his story is just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start, first of all, by talking about the period of time in which he lived. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is a period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were encapsulated in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas, and there were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's move with this, and let's stay with these French invaders, and let us adopt some of those ideas. The Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the old regime. They were known as the Orangists, and there were those who were saying, no, let's adopt these new values. They're hugely important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews was so intense that actually there were fist fights and fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish Orangists attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually quelled in August of 1795 when the authorities of the Batavian Republic...
Welcome, how are you?
Those were the traditional leaders of the...
Hello. What's good? Hello? Pascal, can you hear me? Hello, how's your day going? Alright, that's cool. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to join.
The old style Kehillah, or Jewish community, in charge, and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish quarter to make sure that people behaved. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community, here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dating from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it at the top, Keter Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king or queen or president or anything like that. But here it is. Anyways, it shows you some of the very profound patriotism and conservatism that's often evident in the Jewish community. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution that came with the invasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix Libertate, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 of the membership of this group was not Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Libertate, was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, if you have a look at some of the other videos when I've talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French Revolution happened in 1789, and when they proclaimed this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government at the time said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, the Sephardim, they're close enough to regular French people, will emancipate them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine, all the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote, and also the right of residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening in the Batavian Republic. In 1796, in September, the Jews there were also emancipated. They got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Asser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this highly conservative Jewish community. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic, more oligarch structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called Kehillah, the community. The Kehillah leadership was typically made up of, obviously, men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that had stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people say they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen and so on. The traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal machination of the Jewish community. And so they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace, and they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title Felix Libertate, seceded from the single monolithic Jewish community of Amsterdam, and they established their own Kehillah, which they called Naya Kehillah, or New Kehillah, New Community, and they had their own shul called Adat Yeshua. We should understand that, today you have Jews and shul argue over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of herring at Kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate minyan and a new shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, no separations, almost feudal medieval kind of structure, and this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidenced later on, about 50 years later, when Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch in Frankfurt am Main would famously secede in something that was known as the Austritt, the separation, the secession of the more Orthodox-leaning Jews from the North. This actually preceded it by a good half century. At any rate, you have this new Kehillah, and they had their own shul called Adas Yeshua. They appointed a respected community judge, a Dayan, to be their new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Itzhak Ger Granbu. His years were 1738 to 1807. Now, we're going to return to him because he's the subject of our talk. But just understand, the membership of this Naya Kehillah was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799. Right, there's a taxation to keep the membership going. So it was much smaller than the large community, but it was certainly worth its weight in machlokas, in controversy between Jews. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive in this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attacked each other, the new community attacking the old community for their conservatism, and the old community attacking the new community for their uppityness and their separation and so on. And some of it reads like Purim Torah. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new Kehillah would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those a little later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny, actually, and hardly liberal compared to what would be happening later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or Yiddish or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, not so earth-shattering. The shul announcements are basically things like when is mincha, the next prayer, and like who had a baby and who got married and who is sitting shiva and who's sponsoring kiddush and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual that at the end of the services you make these announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kahila wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular thing they wanted to make in Dutch. Oh yeah, Shanda. Secondly, and amazingly again, the new Kahila insisted on singing Lecha Dodi together. Oh my gosh, can you believe that? It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed in on a Friday night always has this particular psalm, or it's not really a psalm, it's a hymn that was composed in 16th century Tzfat in Israel, beautiful Kabbalistic hymn, welcoming the Sabbath bride. That's almost always sung in unison. Although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then saying parts to ourselves. But at any rate, the Naya Kahila said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has become basically the norm in almost all synagogues today. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions called piyutim, extra things, long, kind of like Homeric length epic poems that are composed, maybe not Homeric, okay, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in the prayers that can make the services really drag out. And they said, you know what? These things are extra. They're added later. They're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all those piyutim. In most prayer books today, they will, they'll include them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional piyutim. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in Amsterdam. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that the Naya Kahila said that they would adopt the Sephardic minhag of eating kitnius on Pesach. There are certain foods which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, that Ashkenazim nevertheless have the custom of not eating. But the Naya Kahila said that since we are essentially starting fresh, we're starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazim didn't. That's a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering compared to some of the things that we would see in Germany. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until King Louis Napoleon entered and said, we're going to stop all of this. And he abolished those innovations, but he said that the leadership of the Naya Kahila has to be reintegrated, in some cases in leadership positions in the old Kahila. And in that context, they were able to ultimately affect a lot of policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic, though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger Randall. So Ger, of course, means convert. And besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descended from converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to his background. He comes from an amazing family of converts from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. His years, once again, are 1738 to 1807. This comes from a Mr. Ole Eshuis of Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of Rabbi Granboom, and it was posted in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's On the Main Line blog. He looks like a very cheerful individual. You can see kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the turn of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Zera Yitzchak. He wrote this book in 1789, and in the text there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands. It comes from the famous passage in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, of spiritual investment in prayer and so on, and on the pillar of acts of kindness. It's interesting that these three things were associated specifically with this rabbi. But so what's his story? The family history is recorded by Israel Granblum, who's one of the later descendants of, and at the end of his life, he published the family history as a kind of a memoir. The patriarch of the family was one Jakob Granblum, who was actually born in Sweden in the 1600s. He was orphaned as a young boy, and he was raised in a military family. It appears that his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a final command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland and Ukraine that occurred in the 1650s. So not impossible that Jakob Granblum may have actually been of Jewish descent. But at any rate, she gave him this command when he was a young boy, and later on in life, she would visit him in his dreams and say to him, "Why aren't you studying the Torah? Why are you not investing yourself in the Pentateuch?" So, I guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible, and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish practices. He rarely attended church, and he began to observe Saturdays as his day of rest. He slowly adopted the practice of keeping kosher and so on. And finally, at the age of 69, he decided he wanted to actually formally convert to Judaism. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was, in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden to convert to Judaism. We're talking about the early modern period, and there's a lot of restrictions on these things. And the only place where he could do it conceivably was in Amsterdam. So he moved to this famously liberal place to study Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children. Jacob, took the name Avraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak, or Isaac. So that makes him, like the biblical figure, Isaac, the son of Abraham. The son, Isaac, ended up becoming a tremendous scholar of Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi, and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge. And then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the Naya Kehillah. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately leading this entire Jewish community. What an amazing individual, really fascinating story. I ordered a whole bunch of books, looking forward to learning more about this, and I hope you'll be able to join me on this cruise. And if not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam, Netherlands with you on video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just a couple days ago, I came across a description of this amazing map, and I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. And I thought, wow, it looks so fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website, I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the atlas, and then a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing, actually. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Kreskes, but actually Kreskes was his given name, and Abraham was his father's name. And this was a typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews of this region were referred to with these kind of double name based on a patronymic. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish holding part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century when you get to nuclear physics and astrophysics and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout Europe at the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travelogues written by people like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptaki of Regensburg, and others who, record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in these fields. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were, maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time, and they're involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see that it's written in Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute and thank our sponsor, Kosher Riverboat Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. We're, God willing, going to the Netherlands in a few months, and then afterwards we're going down to the Rhone, the south of France. We've been to Venice. We've traveled the Danube. We've been along the Seine. We're going to Bordeaux next year. And, of course, the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. I will put a little link in the information box so you can go look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Dr. Fine did some absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it, it was just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is actually the geographic part of the map, which we'll return to. The first two leaves have kind of like introductory materials, which are more like astronomical and especially connected to the zodiac and things like that. Just absolutely fascinating. These are actually reproductions that give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they were original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but when you go to the bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I shouldn't use a geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also geographic. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era, because there are basically two ways of representing the world in a graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of the world, like this map Psalter, which comes from the century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to a kind of fanciful sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that. Very interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called Portolan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today, but by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan Atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan Atlas is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just, a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass rose, which, of course, is very familiar to us now, even those of us who only use GPS, which shows you which way is north. So that's what makes this book so amazingly different, is he went far beyond both these kind of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Portolan charts, which are much more, prosaic, and he provided something which is just like a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So here is a representation. You can see on the upper right that's actually zooming into, this is I've taken this screenshot from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. So this is the way it looks over there, and it's zoomed in on that one section. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was not like our modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think they probably lay it out on a big table and they probably walk around the table to read it from different positions, because sometimes the material is presented, sideways, upside down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the Portolan maps, but it also gives you a sense of like who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which seems to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political. Like you can see the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon, so it receives kind of like that extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some recent political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa Musa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with him so much gold from Africa that it actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving the viewer information about, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, there's a little bit of history there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous, wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements, like that big red swath on the right there is actually the Red Sea, which the map maker is careful to point out is not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic, but he says the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be the regular water color, but the down the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at the land of Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. There's not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north, from Hermon, down into the Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are kind of separated quite far from each other. And of course, speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron, although there are, of course, many, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, including Mount Sinai, things like that. Here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because you look at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit out east. So he's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there based on his limited information, like, for example, Gog and Magog, these principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the last battle of the world. You can see the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, lives in China, apparently. Who knew? And he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great, also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, is not represented at all, because this is about a century before the Americas would be discovered by Europeans. Just absolutely fantastic, packed with information, and had a huge impact on the whole history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things to my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish Golden Age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this Golden Age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there was some absolutely amazing achievement by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures, both world class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Like today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud, or writing Jewish books, or creating Jewish art, or something like that. But they won't, at the same time, generally be like president of the United States, or Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, named Samuel ibn Nagrela, who was also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They are also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, you did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people, because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, and hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farhi Bible, after a later owner of the manuscript, that shows tremendous application of his talents to the book. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a uniquely Arabic style of book illumination in which an entire page is covered with incredibly ornate decoration. Like here, for example, you can see a Quran which has typical kind of, lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the carpet page of the Farhi Bible, decorated with words from the text and these fascinating kind of geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of illustrative materials that, would be incredibly useful for people to try to understand what's going on. Like, for example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of implements used in temple service as described in the Bible. And on the right, you see, the menorah and various other appurtenances of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating, gorgeous material. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the Catalan Atlas with me. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises, because we do some absolutely fantastic things as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow cruisers. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to just say hello to you and to tell you how excited I am about the cruises we have planned for this year. In particular, I'm so excited about cruising in the Netherlands and cruising once again on the Rhone River in the south of France. These are places where there's so much rich Jewish history. On so many cruises, we have the opportunity to look at the depth of Jewish history in a particular place. But it's especially exciting when we're able to go to cities like Lyon and to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those historical precedents. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you up on the sun deck and in the lounge and, of course, at dinner and as we explore these really exciting places to visit. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in just a few months. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something recently in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands. This is an amazing story about a fight in synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, the Sabbath of Repentance in 1709. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi Synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam, you can see it is the grand building on the right. And, in this kind of fanciful image, I don't know how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so happy to see Napoleon coming into town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogue, these two massive edifices of the built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Makom, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. At any rate, the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazim and who are the region, and the first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam. We should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water, and the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, now forgive me, my Dutch is not that great, Hochdeutsch Joods, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland, that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto-Jews who actually started arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto-Jews? It's because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we've discussed in many different classes, in that they had, a strong Jewish identity because, they were baptized against their will. But at the other hand, they were forced to live in secret, hence the word crypto, like the hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Marranos. That is an inappropriate term. It really means swine or pigs, but it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship of the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education. They could do all kinds of things. And many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly re-adopt their Jewish identities. And they openly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being in the city. And then finally, you have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles, and Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazim, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim, the Hochdeutsch Joods, the High German Jews. Now you have the Polish Jews, or Ukrainian if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Moses Sluys. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars in the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years in particular. This video is based on research from this article that was published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch main synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish, a communal dialogue group of some time or another. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority primarily as second or third in command. And he put many, many decades of service into working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the Book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, a member of the Order of Orange, Nassau. In happier times at a wedding, I believe that's his daughter on the right. This is an undated photo, but he is in the top hat, third from the right, next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year 1938 with Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for him for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Holland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat means the Jewish Council, and the Nazi modus operandi was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Sluys, were forced to continue with the Judenrat. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Judenrat, because some of these Judenrat leaders in particular lorded over the Jews their extra powers that they received through their association with the Nazis. Others, however, I believe, like Sluys, and we see others like Adam Czerniako in Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect their community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far the Nazi aim of destroying all the Jews would eventually go, but that was their thinking as they moved through it. And we see this from many of the diaries that are kept by the Judenrat leaders of how they hoped to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable fate. The fate of the Amsterdam Judenrat was similar to the fates of so many other Judenräte across Europe. The members of the Judenrat were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war, as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And then on the last train to deport them, they included finally the Judenrat as well. And that's what happened on the 24th of September. They were sent to Westerbork, and Dr. Sluys was eventually murdered at Sobibor in 1943. But let's go now to the actual story that he records based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi synagogue. We should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general in Amsterdam. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis of the congregations and very powerful, what we would call today, presidents of their communities, the Parnassim. Quite often these got quite rancorous and involved a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as you move into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Sluys talks about is that in the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more lashon hara, evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues and all kinds of things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There is a level of stochastic violence in the air. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen, but it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as the another Amsterdam resident from about this time, Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. Meaning it's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable, but that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. Most Jews from Eastern Europe, or the Ashkenazic community. Oh, by the way, I should also mention that the Hochdeutsch and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you had these two Ashkenazi communities together. They're really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan.
a new cantor. His name was Yechiel Michal of Lublin. He was apparently a very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic, and we assume as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice, a cantor. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. I had to poke around quite a bit to figure out what exactly did he introduce. In the Dutch is he started using a zinger and a bass. So apparently what he would do, what he was actually leading the prayers, and this is totally not traditional in Orthodox synagogues, and this of course is an Orthodox synagogue, and this is well before you had Reform synagogues, like a good 200 years before you had Reform. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer or cantor that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass, and so a baritone, I guess. And so in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, I imagine kind of like a two guys standing behind him who would like make his singing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law, halacha. For example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say the name of God except in prayer. And the zinger and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there were two camps formed in the Ashkenazic synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry of Yechiel Michal of Lublin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a lot of catcalling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of that they recite a blessing on the person who is called up for that reading, called a Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited on Shabbat and also mention, his family and the rabbi and people he likes, and say that they should all have blessings confer upon them. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-Zinger Bas and the anti-Zinger Bas, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah in the Meshaberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechiel Michal and the Zinger and the Bas who sing so beautifully. And that would provoke the anger of the other camp, and vice versa. And it got way out of hand, so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Lib Charif, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaldems. And anyone who started trouble during the Mishmerach would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while. But then after Rabbi Lib Charif passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name is Rabbi Aryeh Leib ben David of Kalish. Very, very well-regarded scholarly individual. But he didn't last, unfortunately, very long, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is, this is the high holy days. And during this Sabbath, the idea is, though, the Jews who are familiar with this, of course, will realize that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person so you can go into Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened in the year 5470, or September 7th, 1709. A fight, a violent fist fight broke out in the synagogue over the use of the bas and the zinger. It was so awful that the rabbi, Aryeh Leib, had a heart attack. And, right away the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. It would not return. And they punished those who were rabble-rousers. But the rabbi nevertheless passed away, Rahman al-Islam, on November 9th. And the community went into that year significantly chastened. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, but it also, I think, causes me to reflect on my own behavior in synagogue. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research in preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, with the Netherlands, and with Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of hedonism. But when you look at it in its more complex particulars, especially when you look at the economics and the demographics and the religious tolerance, we see that it's really more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this place represents, right? It's found land, it's claimed land, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants from the raiders coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that would become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves meant that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. And that's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation through much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic niches. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in Americas, where the Jews are among those who are, going out to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas. And New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and they look for new ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of a single fiat of, someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea, let's all do this, let's all tolerate difference, and all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, that they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided upon. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is an especially important moment before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not our topic today. So unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, unlike the United States of America with, and these are both 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, things like that, there isn't like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. And let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of what to do with the Jews really came about. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for internal diversity as we see of course, with figures like Uriel da Costa and shown here, Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to have to focus on that a little bit, maybe in the next lecture. But for now, let's just set the scene for this 16th century debate that represents two poles of thought in Protestant Netherlands. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants in the Netherlands and how they want to relate to the Jews. I'm following the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Swetczynski, who wrote in one of the classic works, a composite history of the Jews in the Netherlands, that was recently reviewed and republished with new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Littlin Library in 2021. And with regards to material on Martin Bucer in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article by Hastings Els, which was really great. We're going to see that. Okay, so who are these two figures that we'd like to look at? I'd like to look at first an individual named Martin Bucer, who lived between 1491 and 1551. Very important Protestant Reformed thinker. Originally a Dominican monk, but after he met Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, in 1518, he said, that's it, I'm leaving the church. He disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, he was, like Luther, excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic, and there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissenting movements, but it is only with Martin Luther in the early part of the century that this Protestant movement begins to explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, ultimately a lot of war as well, as this revolt against the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself in various movements. Now, Martin Bucer is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means, like, bringing together different groups of religious values. But that means ecumenism without Jews, meaning like between Catholics and Protestants and things like that. He was especially active, not in the Netherlands, but in Strasbourg. But his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at him. He was one of the early communicators of, or shapers of, Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should relate to its Jewish population. This came about in the year 1538, when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgrave or Landgraf, he came from Hesse, Germany. He asked Martin Bucer, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in my region? And Martin Bucer formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important pole on these two extremes of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this was posed to Bucer was fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with his Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily offending this emerging Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, well, let's go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, an idea that was shaped by Augustine of Hippo in the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated, but in a subjugated state. And sometimes that's expressed in rather nasty forms, like in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, where Jews are required to wear a special badge. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the blood libel and host desecration charges, and after the Black Death of the 14th century, where Jews were burned alive, including in this image in Strasbourg, where Bucer himself was active. Go back to that kind of model. Or Philip's wondering, maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way, but was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically 7 requests. They went as follows. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. Right? The guilds were very jealous of their rights and demanded that only people who were within the guild could practice that profession. So the Jews realized they weren't really going to be able to challenge that. So they said, just let us do other things, any kind of stuff. We won't, become shoemakers if the shoemakers guild won't let us, and so on. Secondly, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. They should be, held to the same standards as everybody else, and they should be, permitted to go through this. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which was one of the major elements of the Jewish economy some centuries back, but it had already been fading by the time we get to the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state and the interest rate was regulated and so on, which is not such a bad proposal. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to mete out punishment for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those communal requirements. This is also something we see, in the way the Kehillah structure was functioning anyways. Fifth, the Jews will be happy to pay a tax to the Landgrave, meaning to Philip himself. Right? So that was definitely a nice proposal, a petition that he liked. Six, and this is one that we're not sure, this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory sermons. This is something that we do see right up until the 18th century, really, that in some communities, Jews are required to attend church once a week, and attendance is taken, and they have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity, and it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through with some frequency in many different communities. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, saying that Jews should not be allowed to, engage in any kind of polemic pushing back against Christianity. Okay, so anyways, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that Philip hoped that Bucer would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. They make sense. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestantism will deal with the Jews. If we look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on in his work, he published this book in 1523, Das Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sei, that Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Like, wow, that's a really interesting kind of title that seems to emphasize that Christians should, pay attention to Jews and their needs and so on, because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Seems like a good thing. However, this was written when Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a pretty severe change of heart, like a 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, Von den Juden und ihrer Lügen, about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical, originally very positively disposed towards the Jews, and then later, when they don't convert to his faith, he becomes really quite nasty. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel near 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions, right? So that doesn't sound like a good start for the Jews. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic, meaning Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic charge that goes way back even to Greek and Roman times, because Jews have certain club rules, if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food, or if you want to become a Jew, a male Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must hate everybody else as a result of these things. Third, Jews are condemned by God, right? Nasty. Fourth, Jews should be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. 5, recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and the church, ignored the previous 4 principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise on those bases. So not a very auspicious beginning to the Castle advice, and not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So basically, after these 5 principles, Bucer lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable for the Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that means. Secondly, they're only allowed to study the Bible. They are forbidden to study the Talmud, right? There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as nasty as they are understood to be, and so therefore you've got to forbid the Talmud. 3, no new synagogues. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Umar in Muslim lands that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with him. I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things. And finally, the same things we saw in Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the Castle advice begins with 5 really strong religious injunctions. By the way, you'll recall the petition started with the economics and later added the religion. The Castle advice says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have 3 additional rules. 1, Jews must be banned from finance, that's basically money lending, commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of the finance, meaning Jews can continue to lend money as long as it's completely supervised by the state in every detail. Second, Jews may not engage in any work unless it is, and this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Bucer or a quote from the secondary source, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful. Wow, what kind of jobs are subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful? Several examples are listed: ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, line burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and laundry. Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue, those occupations, and that's it. And third, Jews should pay a special tax for the privilege of living in these societies. So the whole thing was summed up by Bucer saying, listen, if we were to do this right, we would expel the Jews from Protestant lands, like they had been expelled over the course of the last couple of hundred years from many different parts of Catholic Europe. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, then these are the conditions we want. Pretty harsh kind of medieval strict ruling that takes everything that's worst about the pre-Protestant era and brings it forward into the future. Now, it happens that Philip said, wow, that's just way too harsh, and he rejected the Castle advice. As we would say in Hebrew, Baruch Hashem, thank God. He said, that's just way too much. And remember, there's an economic motive here. I mean, the Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the local lords, so we should take advantage of them. Now, he still maintained a very close relationship with Bucer, primarily because Philip was also a very strongly anti-Catholic ruler, And by the way, the anti-Catholic sentiment at this time was absolutely nasty. If you look at this remarkable woodcut Reddit and was deeply pleased with it, it shows on the right a Pope, I believe it's Paul III, and he's issuing some kind of bill, and two German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass wind at the Pope, saying, "This is essentially what we think of your decrees." This is like pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out at that time. But there's an interesting kind of codicil that we should mention here. I mean, the Jews kind of dodged a bullet because Philip would not approve this castle advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote, because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christine of Saxony. It was apparently a very, very unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, he ceased to be faithful to her. After a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, "Listen, we're doing this new thing, right? Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in bigamous relationships, but are Protestants allowed to do so?" And by the way, when I read my Bible like a good Protestant, I go back and I actually look at the text itself. I see that Abraham had multiple wives and Jacob had multiple wives, so why not Philip? And he had in mind in particular Margareta von der Sale, who was an associate of his current wife. And he basically coerced both Luther and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 more kids with Margareta von der Sale as well. When the scandal of this broke in the population, reflected poorly on all of them, but nevertheless, this is kind of like the compromises that Luther had to make to try and have his connection to royalty as well. But the overall message here, this is the one extreme pole where the vision of the Jewish place in the Netherlands is decidedly negative, that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond, chimney sweeping and, digging latrines and things like that. And thankfully, that was rejected as being not economically viable. Now, on the other side of the coin, also happening in the same century, there is remarkable work by Dirk Volker Kroonhert, fascinating individual, a really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus van der Conscientenvrijheid. I hope I said that right, which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience in 1582. Very unusual work. Well, but what's his background? First of all, he's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was, at 17 years old, he married a woman who was aged 29, 12 years his senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and ended their support of him. So he ended up becoming initially a copper engraver. He had some artistic talents, and he ended up becoming an all-around kind of intellectual. He translated Latin classics into Dutch. He wrote plays and poetry. He got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. And one of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as being a unique early beacon of tolerance, this Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And it was a fictitious synod. Synod is normally like a gathering of experts to discuss some important topic. And it was modeled on and kind of like reflective of a church synod that had happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which he recorded the minutes of in this book, and it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi in Spain to depict the debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before the king of the Khazarians. That's the book, the Kuzari. So Kroonhert also used a similar kind of device in the sense that there's a synod and all these characters speaking in like a play format, a dialogue format about their respective views. And the hero of it is one particular individual who happens to be Jewish. Gamliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 through 39. Interesting discussion there of his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity. You can have a look there if you're curious about the context. And basically, Gamliel, who is probably modeled, at least in Acts, not so much in Kornhart, but in Acts, on Rabbi Gamliel, the great Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, who was actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamliel would have taken, but nevertheless, there's some political license here, or poetic license, that the scripture is perfect. And of course, Kornhart's Gamliel means the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect, but people can misinterpret it. People can make mistakes reading it, and we are unable to discern whose reading is ultimately correct. Given this uncertainty as to who is reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other's differences. That's the basic thesis of this amazing work, really. And they go through all kinds of issues. You know, Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points, and Gamaliel goes on to say, you know, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons, and wouldn't it be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to follow their conscience. Of course, the entire book is about religious conscience. He advocated a total freedom of conscience. He advocated for, you know, no boundaries between religions to allow people to convert at will. And by the way, it was still illegal to convert to Judaism at this time, although it did happen from time to time with a certain amount of scandal. And he also advocated the removal of all censorship, that everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind of idea they wanted. This was, you know, really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that, you know, it's 200 years before we get to even the discussion of something like the First Amendment in American politics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of a gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews in their midst. And in many ways, he's something of an intellectual hero and patron of the Jews for that reason. We should put this all into the context, and we should understand the 16th century is a period of tremendous change. It is a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates Northern Europe. There's, you know, armed military conflict as a result of the church reacting to this change and counter-reformation and so on. There's a lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including, for our purposes, those Portuguese new Christians who represent a really unsettling new element in the Netherlands. There's a tremendous amount of economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that as a great maritime economy of commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. And so the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out, how do we find ourselves between two poles of medieval exclusionism and an almost postmodern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for, I think, a few more at this point in time. But if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and maybe some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching.
She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, too, she was learning to go out to collect things. If you get fish, you can do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely long struggle with this problem, but she saved everyone years marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle. Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Gaiju people. He was kidnapped, then we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a pig, like an ox would be. And so his two arms are in it, and his head is in it, when he's trapped in his slave. But every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by their family.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruises to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century, and it has so many fascinating little bits of wow. You know, I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. You know, most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning, you know, there's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Juden castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well that basically repeats the key data that's mentioned in Latin there, probably for one of the participants in the deal. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Émile Houverlot. His years are 1846 to 1929. And I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Notes et documents sur les Juifs de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published in the very prestigious journal Revue des Études Juives, essentially the Review of Jewish Studies, in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Okay, very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, you see it's got this interesting, and this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with payos, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat. That was mandated after 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, and you can see it's also written down there in the bottom in Hebrew, Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, and then Yoel, and then a strange word, Gulcha, which he translates as Jacob, and then the abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, he renders as son of the saint, or son of the Holy One. The Hebrew word would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which would be a very typical way for Jews to sign their names. A man, the son of his father, is a typical way to sign a name. what is this title, kadosh or holy? It's not that common, but when you figure out the dates and you say that this document is from 1378 to 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. Maybe that's a place name. Maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a kadosh? Why would he be a martyr, someone who died al kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic attack in the context of the Black Death. Could be. We don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that Emil Uverlo found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish graveyard. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about 1.5 feet down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And here you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, but in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of human graves, human remains, and this remarkable stone. Now let's look at this in greater detail. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's written in very fine block Hebrew print, Assyrian print. Thankfully, you can read most of it, but Emil Overlil provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with this strange word, mifutachat, which means engraved. Okay. Even echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echad, or one, is misspelled because the word even, stone, is an irregular feminine, meaning in Hebrew it appears to be a masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in a hey, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read even achat with a taf. So that's interesting. Why would there be a fairly obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community, high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in Hebrew, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it, or people will let it slide. I don't know. It's interesting. But let's go on with the text. It reads, Vehi mitzvah larosh marat Rivka bat Reb Moshe. And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, rendered in the feminine, stands at the head of Marat Rivka. Marat is an honorific title. We would translate this into English as something like Madam or Mrs., perhaps. But it's strange because typically, if you're going to use Marat, you would also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married, because she's not mentioned in her deceased husband is not mentioned either. And this is amplified by what's going to come a little later. At any rate, she is the daughter of Reb Moshe. Her father's name was Moshe. Sheniftera b'shem. And she died with a name. Now, if you look at the stone, and Overlil writes about this, it seems to be written Bishav with a Veit at the end of the word rather than a final mem. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time and the difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very end of the line. The letters are very similar except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense than the shav. The shav would mean something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word b'shem, which would mean with a name, meaning she died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Marat, meaning, Mrs. or Madam, and honorific. Interesting, we don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from the people who put this together. And then it says the year Shnat Chameshat Alpayim V'Shisha Asar Leprat, which is the year in 5016 in the Hebrew counting from the beginning of creation, right, the Anno Mundi, but in the Christian calendar, it will be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died in, so that's why it's one of the two, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights on the above, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like to calculate a numerical value or something like that. But Overload does not help us out with what this might mean here. And it says, V'nocha b'gan Eden, and her rest is in the Garden of Eden. A fascinating reference, opens up so many questions, but what is really, I think, most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It predates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. So they come from different backgrounds, and John does not his pride by any means against the life of the inclusion. What he has is an emotional deprivation, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with his own people. The two boys meet, and they become good friends, playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called coming under. Under is more than a friend. A friend is like love in the language. And there's several different types of friendship. But under is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever, protect each other, and help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones to each one of them had the knuckle bone on the deer. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see from the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands, and we've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've never been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling modern Jewish community. I'm very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 made it into Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And then after that, many of them living as Christians for already, a generation by this time, they begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt, to varying degrees, their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Usque, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, a really remarkable book, the Portuguese Inquisition was like even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being a kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal. That is, Jews who had been forcibly converted, they're living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to readopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Doña Gracia Mendes Nassi. Here she is, most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great Il Bronzino. This painting is called La Donna in Rosso con Bambino, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lanes in the Papal States, which is just a mind-boggling story, but not for us now. At any rate, the Nassi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. The Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began to return after 1648. Now, under Austrian rule, which begins from 1713 and on, conditions begin to slowly improve for the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation for the Jews of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country when there are about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time, and this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why Antwerp? Well, I think the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west at this time. As you can see from this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans, begins around this time, 1881 till 1917, when the country will collapse and then there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America, 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers go to South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in the diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There's a lot of finance involved, a lot of detailed work with gem cutting, and there was a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, about 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe, many of them here in Antwerp. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1939, when about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features for the Jews of Antwerp. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion. Many of them realized that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazism, more so than citizens in many of the other countries and surrounding regions. So a large-scale flight of the Jews of Antwerp began. They went primarily to France, and this combined, however, with a German
economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow-walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology simply could not be overcome. And so the Jewish badge, it was instituted, and there was violence and discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, the some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places where they had successfully avoided the deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few would remain in the end. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as their home as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, there were about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless a significant amount of Jews who were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish school, which is a remarkably high figure. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today, a very vibrant community, and about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools there. Really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll hope to share some of this with you on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching.
Everything that she could make it worse, that she was outraged and on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas ROTHSCHILD, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed. I don't know. Nothing is so dumb. So he does have this episode that made me feel offish, but I don't think it was deeply meaningful. I think it was important. But I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Temujin. Brother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely ticked off and hell.
But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity during World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Zusskind, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam, and he saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because, one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was, confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these Judenräte is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and then the Nazis would say, who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenräte, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We definitely have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Adrian Czerniaku in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary, before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those Judenrat leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Susskind of Amsterdam. Susskind was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism that Nazis had inspired, he and his wife, and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany, and they were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Hollandsche Schouwburg, the theater of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was a transit camp. Susskind relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Enriquez Pimentel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teacher's college. The teacher's college was run by a man named Johann van Krust. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. The small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht's Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Susskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous overseers, but he had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Theresienstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Susskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance of the Red Army. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him, and a bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam over one of the many canals as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolutely inspirational. Thank you very much for watching.
I know that people can say, well, Jonah's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapper woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jonah Gaddafi, which meant foreigner. It was kind of like a parallel to visitor and a foreigner. And so Jonah's clan took the name from him, called Jonah. So there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of the pie that we are put out there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of this love story is that if that child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his, and to fill it in as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And not long after the war,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled that next week, God willing, we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Penso de la Vega, Jose de la Vega. his years are 1650 to 1692, and he's one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the, let me try and say this, Verwantschapslanden, the kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had, fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what would later become Brazil, right? Hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean. Huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be very significantly connected with the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European International Exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1536. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews, and in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be, well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this must have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to José de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Penso Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism, right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middelburg, and there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and had given out about 80,000 guildings, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only of letters that were later published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that will be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated into English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and there's all kinds of like anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. Rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that, man, this is what it's all about. And here they are. I'll give them to you. First, the first rule in speculation is never advise any economic idea as more of like a how to maintain, friendships with your brother-in-law, things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up and down, and you don't want to give people bad advice and then get blamed for it later. Second rule: accept both your profits and regrets. Meaning, don't simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first two rules, profit in the share market is goblin treasure. Now, I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncles. The next is coal. One moment, diamonds. The next, pebbles. Meaning the profits that you earn, they can blow up tremendously, and they can also, be removed almost immediately. The so-called bubbles, right? Very, very important rule. The fourth rule: he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. It's really fascinating. He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on the European Stock Exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and of my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife. Which finding a wife in the Korean terms means you give the child to the family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. So he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife.
These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America.
But they figured out who he was. But supposedly...
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. We're docked in Amsterdam now on day one of our cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. We're going to explore a lot of fantastic places and learn something about the fascinating history of Jews in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising with Kosher River Cruises, I think about, how did the land itself affect the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority. Since the year 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, to build these windmills and water drills to be able to expend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook the more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like the Jews to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching.
And so she came and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So, yesterday was just such an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is such a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century and really is a testament to the magnitude and, as we shall see, the generosity of the Portuguese immigrants to Amsterdam, what they affected for the larger Jewish community and really for Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese Jewish community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Mamad boardroom. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially to distribute charitable funds to the community. And we shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews had just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that we have to bring to bear when we look at this symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely that the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier. And with their experienced persecution under the Inquisition, they would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing, and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted the symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. Very much so like the phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian myth for themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologus. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to them, what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages through various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican in the Middle Ages when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated, and so we have lots of representations in Christian art. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting its children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children to keep them alive, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So, back to our question, why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity, and that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other pelicans, but for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. I'm really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Kosher River Cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
To take care of her and her children, because her children or the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all deserted him, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue,
which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camp.
There are not many pictures from this because, of course, it was not allowed to take pictures during transportations. But this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows that roads to Mechelen.
You know, we walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The two guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography. You're from here, and it was like in 5 languages. You know, it was in Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. It was every language trying to match up where we came from. And you know, we're having a live Jewish moment. One of the beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, and I made a couple of short videos about a few of them, the highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. Let me tell you about it. So if you walk down a street called Herenstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset, right, synagogue, and then it has the year Tahallel, using the Hebrew word you will praise, that works out to the year 1704. And that's, okay, interesting, it's charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, and it describes the story. And you can see that under the Star of David and kind of the Lion of Judah, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704, occupied, that is by the Nazis, in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. And those 3 lines you'll frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the Synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there, where I had some great experiences tasting herring and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg and nearby Veere.
Viera would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in the story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out of Schiphol Airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core. And then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Herenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhuis, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. And so that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Herenstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and then there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikveh is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of the fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected, and in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that grows right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically, by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher Riverboat Cruises in his remarkable home in Viera, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Vos as well. Now, by the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews, and so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book, and amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing is what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middelburg, and now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises does. We invited Ad Vos and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. And so I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middelburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 50 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middelburg. There are more synagogues restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middelburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts 1 or 2 Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middelburg, from the city council of Middelburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middelburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue, and we are, until the day of today, we are very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, you know, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
She was a little boy, 4 years, and she said always when we walked to the butcher, look behind you, because tomorrow it can be happen again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, of a Jewish family, and I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start to make the candles burn, on Friday night, my Jewish candle was also burning. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in Middelburg. I never met Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally, I heard from the surgeon in the hospital working at Vos, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middelburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made round challah, and the man from her, he makes the blessing about the challah. And we walked back and he said, we should be celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing. So it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building, but we didn't know what to do with it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middelburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam and in Antwerp by rabbis and chazons. And the whole year I had cassette decks, and I learned Alenus Mishabeach. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back. And I thought, when Hashem decides that we build a shul in Middelburg, I go to pray every day there. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam. You know Adon Olam? I think 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I start, and then I go working. And we started with the Friday evening. One Friday evening, the women make coffee and little apple and everything. And people come, and more people come, and so we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says. We have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning and the people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had to learn Lecha Dodi to sing. And I said to the people, we sit like this, I can sing Lecha Dodi, shall we? And I learned them Lecha Dodi singing. And then they want to more, and I learn more. And so we started with only Lecha Dodi on Friday night to the whole service now on Shabbos and on the festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Here's a Pidyon event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we had on the Sabbath morning 15 or 20 Jewish people in the synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, new people from Rotterdam who start looking work. An Orthodox family who worked in Rotterdam, but they want to live in Middelburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Sabbath morning we have Lincoln. We never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really a miracle.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot. And, they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was crying on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middelburg walking. Today, I saw people looking. There was a guy with a kippah and the seats, and he was in the discussion, and I was with my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle from Hashem for me, but I think also for here to see that there are still Jewish people, there are still Jewish life, and that we are still there. And
it was so amazing to go visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Luke Smith and Odd Voss. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
And this man makes the children build. When we meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middelburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middelburg on a ship. We meet tomorrow you in the synagogue and to see you all, and when you have some questions, you can talk and do the night. Thank
It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is a symbol of that, and it can be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him.
The fast of the 10th of Tevet, which this year falls on December 25th, is one of the most unusual fasts really in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates many very sad things that happened in Jewish history, perhaps the most significant of which, however, that marked the beginning of the fall of Jerusalem. That is the first fall of Jerusalem resulting in the Babylonian captivity. For the next few minutes, what I'd like to do is just think a little bit about what that exile and the subsequent exile really meant within the context of Jewish history, and then I'd like to bring it forward to the 20th century to just reflect for a few minutes on how that affects the Jewish world today. Judaism regards Jerusalem as the navel of the world. This is actually a phrase that occurs in rabbinic literature. And this is something that they have in common in particular with Christian culture. Here's an amazing map. This is the famous cloverleaf map of Heinrich Binting. And he represents here the world in a very fanciful kind of way, like a cloverleaf, at the center of which, of course, is Jerusalem. Look a little more closely at it. You can see that England is kind of stuck off the edge here, and then you've got even America, the Neue Welt, right, the New World, with some sea monsters threatening boats and things like that. And over here, some looks like a merman, perhaps, or maybe it's a mermaid, hard to tell from this position. And then, of course, right at the center, representing the axis of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in many ways reflecting the fact that at the edge of the Eastern Mediterranean, Israel really was, and Jerusalem in particular, was the city through which one had to pass if one was traveling by land between those three continents. Looking at it in closer detail, you can see that the three crosses standing outside of Jerusalem clearly indicates Binting's Christian orientation to this, but in Jewish culture, the sentiment is the same. Jerusalem is the navel of the world. It is at this time, though, on the fast of the 10th of Tevet, that we mark the first attack on the walled city by Nebuchadnezzar, shown here in this 17th century depiction. But it marks a turning point in Jewish history because it refers to a point when Jews were forcibly expelled from their land. And it's marked with a verse in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, chapter 25, that reads, "And in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his whole army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around." Through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast day that is marked on the 10th of Tevet, marking this particular historic event. There are a few archaeological reminders of it, such as this ancient arrowhead discovered in the region, but they definitely left a tremendous scar on the Jewish psyche. The massive exodus of Jews from Jerusalem, shown here in James Tissot's famous rendition, took them all the way out to the region of Mesopotamia. You can see in this map traveling north and then curving around the region of Syria, following the Euphrates River down south into the heartland of Babylonia, where ultimately they would establish communities, and ultimately the Talmud would be written in Babylonia. But at the time, it was an incredibly difficult exile and very painful for the Jews. It's very well expressed in this remarkable piece of art by Eduard Bergman, who's a German Jewish artist from the 19th century. And you can see in the outside of the frame is a quotation from Psalm 137, "By the rivers of Babylon, their ways we sat down, and we wept when we remembered Zion." And you can see in the image towards the left-hand side, there's some mysterious-looking kind of ziggurat-like architecture, the foreign, strange architecture of Babylon by the Euphrates River. And the pater familias here is comforting. Looks like his youngest daughter there, while he is chained, and he is holding his lyre because, of course, the forces of Nebuchadnezzar forced the Jews to sing songs of Zion. And this really is a very beautiful expression of the sadness which Jews marked on the 10th of Tevet, and of course on Tisha B'Av, which was an even greater destruction. Fortunately, the Jews were able to return to Israel shortly thereafter. Under King Cyrus, there was a general liberty proclaimed to all of the territories that the Persians conquered, and they dedicated levels of religious freedom that harkened back to the pre-exile era. This particular item, which looks like a corn on the cob, but it's just a way of promulgating official documents. You can see it's incised with a cuneiform stick onto the actual blade. this proclaimed the ability of many of the peoples in the Persian Empire to return to their ancestral worship. In the case of the Jews, this was extremely welcomed because they were able to return to Jerusalem, shown here in the Persian region of Judea, and they were able to reestablish the temple for several hundred years. In the first century of the Common Era, however, the temple was destroyed yet again. This construction from that of Nebuchadnezzar, a schematic map of the city of Jerusalem. You can see by the topographic lines how the city is built on the top of a hill. There are hills all around this region, right in the middle of the Judean mountain range. And the rebels were holed up inside the city, somewhere around 20,000 rebels, who were unfortunately engaged in very heavy infighting and fought with each other so bitterly that they even destroyed each other's siege foodstuffs, the stores that they had set aside to protect themselves against a long siege, which of course was absolutely suicidal. In some cases, the rebels were actually literally suicidal, such as in the fortress of Masada to the south of Jerusalem, which held out for several years until the Romans finally broke through its defenses, and 960 men, women, and children who were living at that mountaintop decided to commit suicide rather than turn themselves over to Roman captivity. But looking at the city here, you can see that 4 Roman legions under the son of Emperor Vespasian, one Titus, came from the north. They had some skirmishes with some rebels outside of the northern gates, but then they decided to swing around and breach the outer wall at its eastern point, and then they swarmed into the new city proper. They then attacked the inner wall because there were several walls that protected the old city. By the way, the Temple Mount is the structure that's on the center right there, the sort of rectangular center. And after a week of fighting, they actually breached it and got into the old city per se. They were not, however, able to attack the Temple Mount because the rebels had holed up there and were able to defend themselves against the Roman attack at the Antonia Fortress, which is shown at the northwest corner of the temple. So what Titus decided to do was he built this massive siege wall that surrounded the entire city, taking advantage of the local topography, and essentially starved the rebels for the next 2 weeks. Then in late July, he renewed his attack at the same spot, the northwest corner of the temple, and he was able to swarm in, and ultimately the temple itself was set ablaze on the 9th day of the month of Av, which was in the late summer, and is to this day commemorated as a fast day for Jews. They sit on the floor and read the Book of Lamentations in public, and it's an incredibly sad day for Jews for the last 2 millennia. After destroying the last holdout of the rebels on the mountaintop of Masada in the forbidding Judean desert, the Romans imposed tremendous sanctions on the Jewish population, shipping away tens of thousands of captives to be slaves in Rome, imposing new and onerous taxes, and many other symbolic humiliations. The Romans also chose to propagandize their victory as much as possible by, for example, creating a whole series of these coins, the Judea Capta coins, which means Judea has been taken captive. It's kind of a strange thing to say because Judea was already under Roman control from the year 63 before the Common Era. That is, for over a century it had been Roman territory. It was really putting down a rebellion more than it was capturing any territory, but nevertheless the resilience of the rebels and the fact that they held off the Romans for so long meant that they wanted to take good advantage of their victory, and there were also internal political reasons why it made sense to do so in Rome as well. On the left you see the Emperor Vespasian, on the right you see a Roman soldier standing and looking down at a forlorn Jewish woman, and in between them is the balsam pine, which was one of the most popular exports of Judea at the time. They also built a ceremonial arch in Rome itself. That was the site of a major parade celebrating the victory and ultimately executing some prisoners of war. Many Jews for hundreds of years refused to walk under this arch because there is a representation on the inside of the stealing of the spoils from the temple. This is what it looks like today. scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it might have looked like to Romans because they preferred to paint their statues. And so this is, you see the Romans all wearing the wreath of victory over their heads, and on the signs on the left says Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, perhaps a Sefer Torah, or maybe even the tablets of the law. The second one in the middle says Candelabrum Judaeorum, the Jewish menorah, and on the right the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, would probably be Shulchan, the ritual table there with the staves. And this is how it was commemorated in Rome. Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as their center, even when it was in destruction over 2,000 years. Now, Jews historically were not great map makers. We don't have a lot of Jewish maps, but this other Christian map, which is located in Jordan, it was actually discovered under the floor of a 6th century church there, and it was meant to guide pilgrims to the land of Israel. And what's interesting about this map, which is called the Madaba map, it's quite highly damaged, as you can see, and that's as a result of the construction that went on over the centuries, but also because of the iconoclastic efforts of some of the Muslim conquerors who tried to remove any images of human beings. The map is kind of interesting because it's oriented not towards the north, like our contemporary maps today, but towards the east. That is, the top of the map is east, as if you were standing at the bottom at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward. And in fact, one of the words for east in Hebrew is kedem, which means forward as well. And you can see here Jerusalem is identified as in the center, just like we saw in the Bunting map earlier. And look at it in greater detail. This is actually a fairly accurate representation of what we believe Jerusalem must have looked like in the 6th century. In fact, there are certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research in the 20th century. So it's a fascinating early map, a mosaic of Jerusalem. But on the 10th of Teves, it's not only a time for reflection on the sadness of the destruction of Jerusalem and on its exile, but it's also a moment to look forward to the ultimate redemption. And that's especially so, I think, in this year, which is an unusual year because the 10th of Tevet actually falls on Friday. Typically, fast days that fall on Fridays are not fully observed or pushed off to other days because it's not considered appropriate to go into the Sabbath, which begins Friday night, and requires fasting right up until the Sabbath begins. And I think it's especially important, therefore, to note that just like the Sabbath represents a redemption from the tribulations of the week, so too the times that we're experiencing with Israel in the 20th and 21st century give a hint to an ultimate redemption as well. Let's have a quick look at some 20th century developments in Israel. So this is a map of the partition plan that was designed by the United Nations, actually League of Nations, in 1947. And it was an attempt to deal with the ongoing stresses between the Arab population and the Jewish population in the region. And the decision was to divide up the area into 7 distinct, barely connected units. You can see here the orange units, kind of yellow color, were to be set aside for Arabs. That basically more or less conformed to the demographic distribution of Arabs. And then the sort of greenish aqua color was supposed to be a Jewish state, the first Jewish state to be established in the region since the Roman Empire took it over in the 1st century. I mean, it's an amazing achievement, really mind-boggling in many ways. So that's another 3 sections. Jerusalem, shown here if we zoom in, was such a difficult problem to solve then and now that the United Nations suggested it should just be designated an international zone. As the history developed, the Jews in the region accepted this plan,
The Arabs in the surrounding countries did not, and you had the first of several Arab-Jewish wars, which ultimately resulted in a slight hardening of the boundaries for Israel. Surprisingly so, because they were surrounded by Arab countries all around. And this is what the armistice lines looked like between 1949 until another major war in 1967. You can see that the blue area is now held by the Jewish state of Israel. Gaza is held by Egypt, and the West Bank is held by Jordan. When you zoom into Jerusalem itself, you can see that it is actually divided because the front lines fell in such a way that most of the city, the newer part of the city, was behind the Israeli lines. That's in the kind of green, sort of a yellow color, and the old city with the Temple Mount and the more heavily Arabic population fell in the Jordanian side of the boundary. So Jerusalem was actually divided with the Jewish quarter and the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, with the massive victory of 1967, which was really one of the most stunning victories of the 20th century, when Israel, anticipating a major attack from Egypt and Syria in particular, launched a preemptive strike, and within 6 days had not only consolidated their territory, but it also expanded it significantly with the mountain range of the Golan in the north. The entire Sinai Peninsula all became part of Israeli territory. Now, the consequences of these territorial acquisitions were quite significant. Ultimately, the Sinai Peninsula would be returned to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately simply abandoned in the early 2000s, and the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy developed in the 1990s. Jerusalem remained a very difficult problem to solve in the context of the local politics, but what is extremely significant for our point of view is the fact that with this war, Jerusalem is once again united under Israeli control. On the left here you see the very iconic photograph of the time when Jewish soldiers approached the Western Wall, the remains of the temple, for the first time since it had been sealed off by the Jordanian forces. In many ways, this moment represented a culmination of Jewish aspirations for Jerusalem that went back 2,000 years at least to the Roman expulsion. The photograph on the right is the reconstruction of that image with the same soldiers now looking just a little bit more mature. This has been a very brief presentation, but I want to remind you that tomorrow morning there will be a couple other talks by Rabbi Shachter and by Rabbi Yaakov Trump on the concept of redemption, tying to this history that we described here tonight and many other things. I hope you'll find those talks very useful, and I want to wish you an easy fast and a speedy redemption. Thank you very much for listening.
I also lost my mother, but you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. You said you had Bershta. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, she just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along. And we did not have a relationship. So I think something about that rings true.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out,
and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. And there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. I'd like to take you through 8 very quick glimpses into the Maccabean revolt that might be a little different from what you heard when you were a child. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between 2 large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The 2 empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire, it's because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200, which was fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were 2 major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists first with Jason, and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raise the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the revolt, were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length.
Some people say, well, that's not government methods. I just want to see. They look at me. I asked him about this. I said, what? He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They're practical about it. They think they're
It may be surprising, but our best history of the Maccabean Revolt, which was a glorious national uprising and represents a high point in many ways of the Jewish struggle for religious and political independence, that this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. How do we know about the events of the Maccabean Revolt? Well, we have three really important sources and a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look at the three most important. The first is the Talmud. The Talmud seems to be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why doesn't the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like there is, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah gets just a few pages, really, in Tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to light the menorah. That's one of the biggest aspects that's discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's somewhat disappointing. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the rebels in the First Roman Jewish War of the years 66 to 73. And then, when he was about to be captured in a very dramatic episode, he turned coat and he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for, at first, Titus, the general who was responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He moved to Rome. He wrote an extremely important history of the Roman Jewish War, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death in the late first century. Extremely important work that tells us all kinds of things. However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties with working with Josephus. He's writing only in Greek, which was the language of educated people in the Roman world of the first century. So he's writing kind of as a captive celebrity. At the same time, he's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has this surname Flavius that is added to his name, Josephus. So we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him, but for now, let's just rely on the fact that he's a somewhat problematic source, although it's very hard to get away from Josephus whenever you want to study anything in the ancient Jewish world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this book, the first book of the Maccabees. This is an amazing account, which only existed in Greek. The probable Hebrew original has been lost. It was probably written by someone who had first-hand knowledge of the actual Maccabean battles, and it gives us an incredibly detailed blow-by-blow version of the events from the perspective of someone who was probably involved in the wars themselves from the Jewish side. Now, this has made it into the Bible of many Christians, in particular the Catholic Bible, but it was not made into the Hebrew Bible. Now, this book, you think, would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that have emerged from the first and second book of Maccabees that, made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in every base medrash. So even though it was included in the Bibles as formed by Christian groups, the Jewish Bibles do not include the Book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia or someplace like that. Nevertheless, the Book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and it's going to give us a lot of historical depth and a rich understanding of what was happening during this tumultuous time.
They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Betty Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his
The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on Jews who supported them. There's a tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword, and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Eleazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant, in its death throes, fell upon Eleazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art because, of course, the Christians are reading the book of the Maccabees. Jews are not. But the book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers, and so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art describing this particular event. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant as some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently artists could not believe that an elephant really exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes a horse look something like a sort of a happy Doberman picture of some size or something like that. Amazing. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like tiger, a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating stuff. Okay, sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer, but basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees and the Yehuda's leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually have to retreat.
But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Sea Lake River, where we talk about the Market Cliff, so it's a place of pure waters. And that's how the Mongolians define.
At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar or something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. The Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition, it's handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of handling rice, presumably because of the defilement, but the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Chanukah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle.
Presidential candidate ran on the slogan, "Raised to the dust." This resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse.
The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things that I've had to omit for this very brief presentation is the fact that Yehuda HaMaccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission.
However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this interesting picture here, which I just could not resist putting here. This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabee, who managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence, and on the other hand, there is General Allenby, who, in the context of World War I, walked into Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under what would be a United Nations, or at that time League of Nations mandate. And the verses that are attached to this are so fascinating. Under Hanukkah, there is the phrase, in Hebrew it reads, "Who is like you unto thee among all the mighty, O Eternal?" And that phrase, Michamochem, etc., is the acronym of Maccabee. But on the other side, under Allenby, it says, "And there will come for Zion a Redeemer," right? Uva Letzion Goel. I don't know if the Jews in the Yishuv in about 25, 30 years would feel quite as warmly about Allenby and the British in particular, because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the White Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interests. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lycia says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, he said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters, who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimos, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards.
You have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment in the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the ball.
Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far. But let's just take a side route here. As I mentioned earlier on, the book of the Maccabees didn't make it into the Jewish tradition. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees. So they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we moved through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you with some medieval imprints, were fascinated with it. And especially when you get to the era of the breakup of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is renewed Christian interest in Judah Maccabee because for Christians he represents, correctly I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of worship. And you see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Yehuda Maccabee in particular. You see none other than Handel himself even composing music, an opera to go with Yehuda Maccabee's story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-act verse tragedy dedicated to it. That's absolutely fascinating because he is seen as a figure responding to religious freedom. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national revival, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the stateless peoples of the world, then many begin to see him as someone standing up for the rights of national determination of the Jews and, of course, of other peoples as well. Here, have a look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title of this book is interesting, Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Kleinvolk kämpft Glaube und Heimat. A small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and homeland, which I think is a pretty good précis of what Yehuda Maccabee stood for, but we can see written in 1943 under Nazi occupation what this means to the oppressed people of the Europe.
All the early Turkic groups came back and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, have been very good in earlier times. A number of Turkic leaders.
Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although as we will see, somewhat later than you might think they would have. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence first. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was a depressing time for me. All my friends were totally psyched about Christmas and about Santa Claus and about presents, and I was just bummed out every time. This comes right out of a cartoon called Charlie Brown. A lumber truck driving through town must have knocked off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it must have been about 4 or 5 feet tall, and I dragged it all the way home. And so my mother had mercy on me, and so she let me set it up. And the next morning I came out, and all the needles had fallen off. It dried out, and I was like, oh, man, I just couldn't. I felt terrible about it. So I have like ambiguous feelings about Hanukkah that happens to fall at the same time of year as Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for me was because all the other kids got these massive presents on the 25th of December. And I got, gelt, which means
means basically money, right? And I wouldn't even get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was like these chocolate coins, which are like erzatz money. And so I got to tell you, Hanukkah Geld, I've always been sort of bothered by it. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. It is a relatively new innovation in Jewish practice, probably not older than 300 years or so, and that is, by the way, new in terms of Jewish history. There is no explicit reference to giving gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of the presents you're giving your children every single night of 8 nights, which might have made me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen in the 1960s and 70s. So there's no reference to it. Where does it come from? You do find in some of the halakhic literature, commentaries on the Shulchan Aruch, like in Magen Avram, for example, that suggest in the 18th century that charity is associated with Hanukkah, that there is a custom of young people going door to door to collect charities for a cause. Other sources reference a custom of children giving, not getting, giving charity to their teachers as a gift at this time of year. There are some interesting kind of suppositions of how that connects back to Hanukkah. One of the reasons perhaps is because the Hashmonaim were the first Jewish kings to print coins that we have historically, and there are a lot of them. I actually own one myself. But otherwise, I have to say there is really no explicit reference to Hanukkah Geld in the halakhic literature until the 19th century. In the 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America, so then you have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep-rooted tradition of gift-giving on Christmas, there is a small tradition that you'll see in some countries, but again, it's not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing, and so therefore you have Christmas presents, and therefore you have Hanukkah Geld that comes, kind of waddling along. You have Hanukkah Geld that comes sort of limping along after the larger finale. There you go. Sorry to be the Grinch that ruined Hanukkah Geld.
Dried dairy products, auto, it's called, with a dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest.
Okay, I can't get into too much more trouble since I already ruined Hanukkah Geld. Let me also mention that there is no known connection to gambling. This is one of the fanciful kind of like, let's have a custom that we do and we'll make up a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah Geld is that you need it for gambling. Also not such a thing that's big in the Jewish tradition. But the gambling is because the Jews, says the legend, would pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walked by so that they would think the kids were just playing, when in reality they were actually studying and this was a cover. That's where we get the idea, as the theory goes, of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish top that is labeled with these 4 Hebrew letters, which read, Nes Gadol Haya Sham. There was a great miracle there. Beautifully in Israel, they are not printed that way. They say Nes Gadol Haya Tov, that there was a great miracle that occurred here. The letter Shin, He, Gimel, and Nun. It is, unfortunately, if you're a big fan of the dreidel and gambling with the dreidel, this is not from a Jewish source. It actually comes from a medieval game that goes back to the 1500s. the German letters are actually identical. That the letters on a German tuple is nicht, halb, ganz, und stell ein, which means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on the H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. And if it lands on the S, you have to put one more coin in. Does that sound familiar? Probably. But I don't want you to think that this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. All these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, for example. If you'll note in the liturgy regarding Hanukkah, there's a reference to Bayamin Ha'em Bazman Hazeh. In those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particular way of life against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I'm going to wish you a lichtig and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much.
They have this river and they have all these channels and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tumcan city.
In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Galileo, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon not only for the First Roman-Jewish War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. But he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to in many cases. At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops, and in the space of the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yodfat, which is where Josephus was housed, and he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who are active, particularly in the Galilee region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attack the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. At first, Vespasian and his forces breach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to breach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attack the Antonia Fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They were softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the Zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. They did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the Book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple was burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, but we'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
Nobody ever came from, and the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably in Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, caravan. They don't even know what's going on. It was the direction. There was a surprise element.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled, and there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days, and so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes at Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But, when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria, but they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200, which was fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were down his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bath houses and just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. Like, sure, you can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You know, you have your God, I have my God, or you, more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Judaism looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Chonia, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict, with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops, simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the
the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountains. And from there, they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and, more significantly, on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Eleazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant, in its death throes, fell upon Eleazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and it's got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse, and the artist, obviously, in this example, could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and striking it from above. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a sort of a happy Doberman pinscher of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the 1st century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah.
gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's the sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. A baraita or baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and it's an oral tradition, it's handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting, on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Chanukah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. Yehuda HaMaccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing the Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, he said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimos, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. Because we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence in the world. All these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Eliezer, for example. If you'll note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient regarding Hanukkah, when it says, Bayamim ha'hem, Bazman hazeh, in those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago. And on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabee and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism and Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, the whole tidal wave of sameness, of people that we have today. So with that thought, I'm going to wish you a lichtig and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much.
The French campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the week of Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, as I mentioned before, the Nile King.
One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November, 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence or two nights of violence. And the term cristal, of course, means a crystal or really broken glass in this context, the night of broken glass. This refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. First off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes and certainly a wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues. Nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the new concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s, and this represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context of the atrocities of Kristallnacht and sent a chilling message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany and things were actually going to get much worse before they would get better. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide pogrom. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making and that there were plans laid in place simply waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the Munich beer hall putsch that we discussed earlier, and so this happened to fall very nicely into Goebbels' lap as a major propaganda victory. But the night's pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old, Herschel Grinspan, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinspan had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had been abused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left the country a few years earlier, and this actually applied to quite a few Jews who were of Polish origin who are now living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, was not willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinspan, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Welczek, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinspan made his way to the embassy and finding himself unable to contact Welczek himself, he instead shot Ernst von Rath, shown here, a minor consular official. So Grinspan murdered von Rath specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Rath, but nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they had treated his parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous fervor because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as the Kristallnacht. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive looting throughout the population. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to, kind of push them to the side to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continued to exist. They're known in English as the Stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular group. Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where rape and murder were the norm. Again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time where many Jews fled, and the final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Grinchmann's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that they pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. Incidentally, there is a strange epilogue to the entire story of Grinchmann. He was caught and arrested, and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the recently murdered von Rath had nothing to do with the Nazi maltreatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's quarrel, that he was engaged in a relationship with von Rath, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Grinchmann in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual, so therefore the show trial ultimately was dropped. Grinchmann, however, disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here's an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. And you see an absolutely horrific thing. The float itself has the title Der Judenfresser, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew eater. And you can see it's some kind of attempt at humor, that there's this kind of monstrous thing, and here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from a 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a hellmouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see the figure, the bearded figure, just second from the right is in fact a Jew wearing a Judenhut, one of the distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well, various sinners who are forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's in fact the German depiction here, where Jews are going to walk into their Judenfresser, the Jew eater, the hellmouth, and in fact, that is ironically exactly what was going to happen to Jews in just a few months with the onset of World War II. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November it was until Goebbels calls a halt. Clearly very well orchestrated kind of activity. There was a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas into various countries either. And so it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic context, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as, attacks in the street. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were to be persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset, but there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what actions they take. This played very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class when we get to the actual beginning of World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews, and it was a harbinger of much worse things to come. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The 0 is up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 66 and extended, by most scholars' count, to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger. I mean, in all of those battles that I described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against a wall, tremendous barriers,
the Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and, in fact, millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Baron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant, brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We are going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the Testimonium Flavionum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working with archival documents, now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud's view on some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's my son. Okay, and one of an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archive. which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod. And we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the first century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, they would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later in the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River, and they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantius and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with his division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple grounds. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let us not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the machafisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this machzis shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this machzis shekel, this fiscus judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? While the 3 would-be kings are in Rome, there are 2 other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting. He captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for our Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay. So now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or of Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. No, I thought that was funny, but I just made it up now. So, okay. So it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they had encountered. We worshiped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem. Today's politics, it's a principled, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues really had power, but this was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, a mutilation of the human form, all kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things
things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception, though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated, about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's always a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne, and so he said, that's it, it's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want it planted in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, this is, the Jews, what's the point of this? The Jews are just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I am a dean at an amazing college, Touro College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. But we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the 2 major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the First, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the First. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum. It's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously in the Tractate Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that, of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished and so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. He was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippas the king is given an aliyah within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather. And Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be though, because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achinu ata, achinu ata." Right? Like, it's a very beautiful passage, for which the Jews are all criticized, because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not azoi frum. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Bodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippa. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is in fact where he put himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. So there's in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippus on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippus, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. And many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Giscala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century, and he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a meshuganer, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would dress like, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes. They would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, "Who did this? How is that possible?" And then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly devolving in the north in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with the local procurator, a particularly harsh individual named Gessius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship. Not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back. And Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, wow, I can't believe it. Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, what are you doing here? He says, you sent me an invitation. And Bar Kamsa says, you can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out. Kamsa is so embarrassed. Says, look, don't kick me out while all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children. He says, I don't care. He says, listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me. Bar Kamsa says, I don't care. You've got to go. He says, I'll pay for the whole wedding. I would have taken him up at that point. That was, But at that point, he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying, at this point, you should be mavater, you should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing, what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a pointed statement of saying, you know what, this government we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue, because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north, thinking that, correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and that Galileo was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective. Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens? Destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to send. We're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son, Titus, to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley in the most important area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, at the Battle of Yotapata, or Yodfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problems, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yodfat, they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. And in order to convince Vespasian that he can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yodfat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers. And they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because it's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And Vespasian puts them in chains, But again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, "Why do you call me emperor?" And he says, "Because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor." And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died, if I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who as he takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tisha B'Av. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them, which is really an incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, Simon ben Gioria, John ben Giscala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years. And it's rather an amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yodfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who is a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in this city. He did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have they're carting away Chatzotzrot, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, a general. And on the right, you see Judea Capta, Judea is captured. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back in quite a bit more submissive state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seemed to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important, so we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is like a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across, it's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is to be written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians. And they fight back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority. They are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain the Roman Empire. There are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense of it. It's more like a so to speak, police actions, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea. How did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coin made out of silver, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argued that the Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right you see a lulav, and this was kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys. But the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And this tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters, as I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babatha archives. And I got to just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. It apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. They were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babatha, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now, you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? Probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babatha took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts. And she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. Just on the surface, on what I've told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still poring over the Babatha archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hatov V'Ameti was composed in memory of the Fruge Beitar. The Jews were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have himself appear dead and be smuggled out of the city. They were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead, and they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into details. But essentially, Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin, and in that place they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running feeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing and grafting and things like that. Holidays is the second, usually the Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet, after you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikvah and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavne, later who had moved to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up this series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
You're from Nigeria. I was born and raised in Nigeria. They came here and used to tell me Black Americans that I'm doing it right.
The Haggadah is one of the most popular Jewish books ever printed, and its circulation among the Jewish people, particularly because it is a relatively small document associated with the beloved holiday of Passover and intended for home use, has resulted in such a large panoply of commentaries and additions to the Haggadah, translations to the Haggadah, illustrations of the Haggadah, and so on. It is really an amazing document, but I have to tell you that one of the most bizarre Haggadahs that I have ever had the privilege of examining is one that was published in the 1920s in the Soviet Union. And this was a Haggadah that was an anti-Haggadah. It was actually designed to undermine many of the basic values of the Haggadah and to try to persuade its readers to adopt a more pro-Soviet, communist way of looking at life. This is obviously intended to try and sway the masses of religious Jewry who found themselves in the 1920s suddenly under the embrace of this openly anti-theistic state that wanted to try and, really trying to do away with all the trappings of traditional religion. And they turned to the Yevsektia, or the Jewish section of the Communist Party, to achieve that. And one of the bizarre experiments was the so-called Red Haggadah. Several actually were published very recently, put it online so you can actually see some images from it. We're going to look at what's illustrated by Mordechai Altshuler and get a sense of what's the picture of the cover page, the searching of the home for 11. But look at the physiognomy of the patriarchal figure there. Looks rather mean and intimidating, not appealing at all, whereas the young boy who's wearing a traditional communist-style hat and tzitzis are dangling out from below his shirt, it nevertheless looks with great trepidation at this ritual. And I think that's really what's going to happen in this particular. I've got old ways, which are seen as dark and as superstitious and as even misanthropic, and the new ways, which is represented by communism, of course, as being far more appealing to the younger generation. Look at this illustration that shows the Korban Pesach, the sacrificial lamb, where there's some kind of volcanic eruption happening here, and the Jews are fleeing. Notice also the physiognomies are quite negative, and they have these dead sheep that are lying on altars there, which appears to be kind of like a message like the old way is changing, and the traditionalist Jews are all running away because there is a new eruption. There is a new movement in the world, and that movement is in fact communism. This illustration, which is from Bedikas Chametz, again, like on the title page, this is the passage that refers to the collection of chametz, the collection of leaven in the house, which refers to, in traditional thought, the Yetzer Hara, the desire to do evil, and also refers to personal arrogance and pride. And the holiday of Passover is designed to be a time when people examine themselves very carefully and get rid of all of these dross elements that help them purify them for the holiday and then later for Shavuot 29 days later. Look at the, if you're familiar with the Hebrew letters, look at the actual way the Bedikas Chametz is spelled there, and you can see that it's spelled very incorrectly. It's spelled in phonetic Yiddish alphabet, because this is early on in the period where the Soviet Union is trying to move Jews away from Hebrew as much as possible. Hebrew, of course, is the language of the Bible, the language of the liturgy, the language of religion, and Yiddish would be the popular vernacular language. But Yiddish is heavily inflected by Hebrew words. A large portion of the vocabulary is Hebrew, and a typical literate Yiddish reader would see lots of Hebrew words interspersed in a Yiddish sentence, but they would be spelled with Hebrew spelling. Here, they are spelling them with Yiddish spelling, which is completely wrong. Like, for example, the chametz with a chaf instead of a chet. Also, and I'm sorry to sound a little pedantic here for those of you who might not have that much familiarity with the Hebrew, you'll notice the last letter, which is on the left, of course, because Hebrew is written from right to left. On the left, that is a final form of the letter tzadi. By the end of the 1920s, the final forms would all be illegal in the Soviet Union, literally, because they were considered unproletarian, that they were too complicated. How is it that you have 5 letters that are written differently in the middle or the beginning of the word than they are at the end of the word? So if you were to write something, publish something, for example, with the final forms, you could be sent to Siberia. That's just how bizarre it got. At any rate, look at the illustration here, which is supported by the text in Yiddish, that talks about the destruction of the chametz as the destruction of all of the ruling classes by the new 1917 Soviet revolution. And you see like capitalists there and religious figures, Jewish and non-Jewish, and they're all being exploded like the volcano we saw earlier, as a reference to how the new period, the new Moses, which of course would have been the communist movement, bringing the Jews out of the Egypt of their enslavement to the ruling classes. Sometimes this takes on even more violent tendencies. You see it in this illustration of Korech, which is the passage when in the Haggadah you have to eat a sandwich made of matzah and maror, and this is a Soviet soldier there, and you can see his bayonet flying, and he is eating a sandwich that has the names of some class enemies in them. So it's actually quite brutal, but every single metaphor that would possibly be invoked to try and describe the transition of the old world to the new is illustrated in this amazingly bizarre Haggadah. Here's another one that says Yachat, which is the passage when in the Haggadah when the leader of the Seder takes the matzah and then breaks it in half. And you see on the left side, there's the actual traditional performance of the mitzvah. The, again, frightening-looking patriarchal rabbi. One part near the pillow there so he can later hide it for the afikomen, and the other part is used for the meal. But on the right, laughing at him, are 2 Soviet workers who look like they're suspended up high in the air, like in those skyscrapers representing the building of modernity and so on. And it looks like they're taking a capitalist
and they're about to break him in half. The figure on the left there is holding onto the capitalist in his right hand, and he's about to break capitalism in half. So any metaphor possible would be invoked in this strange Haggadah. Anyways, that's just a quick look at this incredibly bizarre Haggadah, and I think that the anti-Passover message that is consistently delivered throughout this Haggadah should be enough of Haggadah really is the true message of Passover, the message of freedom, the message of freedom through responsibility to God's will. You know, that's what it's all about. Anyways, I hope you have a Chag Kasher v'Sameach, an excellent Passover, and I look forward to speaking with you in later videos.
When I was in the military, there was a kid that was trying to walk over. Well, it turns out that this island got floods like crazy and shit. So if the kid's walking, like his face is like sticking his face out the water and stuff. So they said a kid. He's had drowned.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about an absolutely amazing document, the famous Sarajevo Haggadah, which is an absolutely incredible work of medieval Jewish art, one of the earliest illuminated manuscripts that we have in the Jewish tradition, but it also has an absolutely amazing and rather spooky story that's associated with its discovery, and also this unusual ability that it seems to have to protect its protectors. Let's have a quick look at the document itself. It came to light first in 1894 when an impoverished Jewish child in the town of Sarajevo, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, you may recall it, perhaps that is the place where Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914. This child came to school with this quarto volume, about 6 by 8, like the size of a largest paperback book. And because his father had recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was hoping to sell this document because the child knew it was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah is a little bit of a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in the modern era, the contemporary period, but it really comes from Spain, most likely from the region of Aragon, where it may have been a wedding present. It may have been something associated with two very wealthy Jewish families who had the Haggadah commissioned, and as is common in medieval illuminated manuscripts, the actual faces of the people in the artwork may correspond to actual members of the family. But at any rate, once this document became known to the scholarly world, of course, it was avidly studied because it is a rather amazing example of Jewish art in a period when there was comparatively little figurative representative art that still exists. You'll recall the Bird's Head Haggadah, which had showed great hesitation to represent human features. The Sarajevo Haggadah has no such compunction, and people are regularly depicted. Here you can have a look at some of the amazing scenes in this little volume. Here's a scene that shows Moses and Aaron before King Pharaoh, who looks a little bit like a medieval Christian monarch. And the staff of Aaron, of course, is able to swallow up the staff of all the magicians of Pharaoh, as is depicted in the book of Exodus. Here is another picture that shows a large vegetable, massive vegetable, perhaps justifying the outsized Passover prices. And this appears to be maror. I'm guessing that looks like sort of like an artichoke, maybe a romaine leaf. But at any rate, it's a really big one. And here's a great picture showing the prophetess Miriam with the women dancing after the Jews are rescued from the Sea of Reeds, and the Pharaoh's soldiers are all drowned in the water. But here's an image that is especially fascinating, and that art historians have had a great amount of difficulty figuring out exactly what's going on here. It appears to be a Seder meal. Note that all the participants are female, so it appears that the men and women must have eaten the Seder. Maybe she's making Kiddush there because she's holding up the wine cup and everyone else is waiting at the elbow.
And that's all fascinating in itself. But look at the woman at the lower left, who has clearly African features, and in this particular representation, clearly not of the same background as the Caucasian women in the picture. It looks like either a goblet or perhaps a piece of matzah there, and she's looking to the leader of the table. She's not a servant or anything like that, even though she appears not to be related to the women. So exactly who is this dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder? Is she a member of the household? That's what it appears. Is she a guest? What is going on? So I want to let you know in advance. I don't have an answer to that question yet, but I want to leave you with a question for now. At any rate, what happened to this Haggadah? Most likely it left with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula with the Alhambra decree of 1492 when the Jews were expelled. We know that it made its way to Italy because we have a brief Italian statement by a censor from the year 1609 that indicates that the book is acceptable for circulation or for use. It doesn't have to be, burned or anything like that. God forbid that was many of the medieval works, Hebrew works were exposed to at this time. And then it somehow makes its way to Sarajevo, which is, of course, on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Now, what's fascinating about this is that when the Nazis came into the region, they were, of course, aware of this great treasure, the Sarajevo Haggadah, and they specifically sought to confiscate it and then send it to their proposed museum for Jewish culture, which was not a museum where you would go and feel good about all the great things that Jews have done culturally. It was a museum to commemorate the Nazi heroic, quote-unquote, success in eradicating this culture. And they were collecting all kinds of artworks from all around Europe to try and populate this museum. And of course, they wanted the Sarajevo Haggadah. There was a Muslim man named Dervish Korkut, who was the curator at the time, and he was aghast with the idea that the Nazis would actually take this document. He had apparently earlier on in his life seen the Nazis burn a Sefer Torah and was horrified, and he felt that this was a terrible tragedy, and so he actually smuggled the Haggadah out of the museum under his shirt. He was actually inquired, the commandant asked him for this particular document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official, and he managed to get away with this. He brought it to an imam out of town who hid it most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and it managed to survive the war there until it was eventually reunited with the collection in Sarajevo, where it is a world-class treasure. Now, there's another element to this story. Besides the heroic thing that Mr. Korkut did by saving this Jewish treasure, he also saved a young Jewish partisan named Mira Papo. He and his wife, Servet, actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posed as a Jewish girl. They gave her some very basic, managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully nominated the Korkut family to be members of the righteous of the nations. And in fact, he was so recognized posthumously by Yad Vashem and a certificate. So that's kind of an amazing story, how he's not only the Sarajevo Haggadah, he also saved in there. What ended up happening is, those of you who remember, the term ethnic cleansing was really coined at that time, where Muslims and Serbs fought a bitter and brutal war, and Muslims were under attack in Serbian region, and the descendants of the Korkut family, their daughter, had to flee the region, and she eventually made her way into Macedonia. They were impoverished. They were literally, refugees with nothing to their name. All they had was a suitcase with the few belongings that they were able to gather up and take with them when they fled their apartment in the fighting that was going on. His daughter took with her was this certificate from Yad Vashem naming her parents as the righteous of the nations community. And they went to the Jewish Community Center and they presented this folded up document to give some kind of indication as to what their background was. One of the righteous of the nations visiting them, and they immediately contacted Israel. And the prime minister, who was at the time Benjamin Netanyahu, as he is right now, as I'm giving this brief lecture, met them at the airport and welcomed them to Israel, where they were given refuge. It's an amazing story how, what goes around comes around, that this heroic Muslim was able to save this treasured Jewish document, and then later the Jews were able to save his own daughter. Let us go back to this question of who is the dark-skinned woman at the Seder table. So I will leave it to the great art historians to try and opine what possibly this could mean. But I'd like to suggest, and this is just discuss your Passover Seder yourself, that woman is like the other, the guest at the table. At the beginning of the Seder, we like to say, whoever is hungry, please come and eat. It's part of the Haggadah itself. Who knows why that woman is in that picture? But just as she was in the family of the people who commissioned the Sarajevo Haggadah, masquerading as a Muslim servant inside the Korkut home, and just like the Sarajevo Haggadah shelf in a mosque somewhere in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the presence of this mysterious dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others in our own life. That's just stepping outside of my boundaries a little bit as a historian, but something I like to think about. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover Seder.
Shave his head. Give him a crew cut. Tell him to start acting right.
Pull another name. Let's go. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Joe Filey. Joe Filey. Whoa.
Hello, everyone. One of the most fascinating documents is certainly the so-called Bird of Haggadah. It is the earliest extant illuminated Hebrew manuscript, meaning a copy of a religious text that pictures attached to it. And it was produced in the Ashkenazi region, probably in the town of Mainz in the year 1300, more or less. The technological advancement in manuscript depth application of color and old leaf made it still a very expensive purchase, but something that would be within the reach of a wealthy family of the time. And the Haggadah being a home-based document would be something that would be treasured, not just to be shared in the synagogue, for example, would be less expensive. So this has been especially fascinating document for one reason in particular, and that is, what is the Bird's Hymn? And it really isn't that the sequence that are important in this particular Haggadah have their faces, by and large, with Bird's text. That's kind of a weird mystery that will remain for about 700 years until a great scholar, Michael Epstein, fantastic art historian who did some amazing things, discovered this through the relation of his 10-year-old son and how his son meets him after his resurrection. So I'm going to share with you some of the Dr. Epstein's basically, if you look at the manuscript itself, you'll see that there are characters all over it that have distinguishing characteristics. Not only the bird name, but also the so-called Jewish but there's a footnote that has well. Have a look at this picture here where you see Moses on the left, partially who is receiving the Torah from God and 2 fingers, a physical representation of God, which is unusual. Then again, the bird's heads are also unusual. Here's another picture, apparently of Moses now giving these tablets to the Jews. Another picture, I really like this one. So the
Jews are gathering up the falling mom or man that's coming from heaven. Again, this is a grip and multi-mode. So, looking at the Jews through the split sea of reeds, and he's pointing to the staff, and they're all following in lockstep. Very beautiful, colorful representation, and they all have strange birds and so what is going on? Many different theories have been floated as to why this is. One of the most bizarre theories is that perhaps it was a Christian artist involved in producing images, or perhaps it was a Jewish artist, but indications that it wasn't a Jewish artist, but they are sort of absorbing the anti-Semitic quotes of the era, and there's some value to that particular approach, but I think Dr. Epstein really hit on something when he says, no, we're misreading the thing is birds actually with means they're actually that mythical combination of lion and bird that has been part of the Western artistic canon all the way from and unlike simple birds, the griffins are a positive representation. They are a majestic creature. And so as a result, the representation of people here as birds as griffins also that relates to the Jewish hat. The Jewish hat more in itself, although later in the century it was used clearly as an anti-Semitic device to control the Jewish population, and it was a reflection of a early 13th century law that the church passed the Jews had to wear distinguishing clothing. Usually that distinguishing clothing, however, was like a patch of color on the breast or on the back that was yellow or red, but the orange may have been something that Jews identified with in a positive way. It would not be so strange to imagine Jews wearing hats as a sign of tribal. So you can see a lot about this. By the way, it's very important to imagine many of you already figured this out by now. There is a tremendous hesitation, particularly in the evil part,
sheets in the bigger rooms to divide them up. What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
The Maharami Rothenberg took a very strong stance against the representation of characters, and you see it also in the movement known as nationalized word in the 13th century, but this degree in which the original bands were improperly. Take a look at this example here. This looks like some kind of matzah bakery, and there's three figures here. On the left is a fully formed adult male. You can see now the image of the griffin is much clearer with the beard, and it looks like he's in some kind of supervisory role, with the other two characters looking towards him. The character in the middle is undoubtedly a woman who is wearing smooth, it's covering the most likely married. And on the right is clearly a minor child, which is bareheaded, and he is working with a little bit of inscription. It's probably a device used to poke holes to make sure that you can see the view on the left might be Moses, clearly added later by another scribe. And on the right you see, looks like someone purchasing dough there matzah, and the alarmed expression on his face is, what? $30 a pound? That's ridiculous. But that's pretty good to go to make sense of the rest of the picture. But here's one of the anomalies that really solves the puzzle tremendously. And this is something that Dr. Epps describes with the discovery of his 10-year-old son, Misha. Because Misha, when he was looking at all of these pictures, he came to a conclusion that many scholars attempted to do, and that is that all the birds in it represent Jews, and all the faceless or obscured characters, as you see here, for example, a few of them represent non-Jews. So the figure on the far left is an Egyptian soldier. Some of the manuscript has unfortunately been damaged over time. It appears that a later owner of these paintings wanted to add some facial features, perhaps because they were disturbed with the kind of unsettling idea of a facial feature, so an eye is added there. And then next to him, where I found is obviously Pharaoh. And here they are, in this context, they're like pursuing the Jews out of Egypt. So they're clearly non-Jewish characters. But immediately behind them look like two other soldiers who are accompanying Pharaoh. They have weapons, they have sticks and they have whip and so on, but they have the birds next to it. This always implied that the rule that the birds had represented Jews meant that that was really incorrect, because here are some Egyptians who are carrying a stick and a whip. But what Misha pointed out to his father was, no, clearly those are two Jews, Dathan and Avila, Dathan and Avila, two of the wicked Jews of the story of the Exodus, who joined with the Egyptians being the hard taskmasters just to get into the main area. Biblical text refers to them as having, these weapons that they use to sort the Jews through the way. So what Dr. Epps points out is that Misha was reading with a kind of meta-narrative that only comes from the study of Midrash as a child would in a regular Jewish. So for the creators of the version of Haggadah, it was a general rule that all the Jewish leaders are represented as birds, whether or not they were affiliated with Egyptians here, and all of the non-Jewish angelic figures are represented.
Going to say yellow girls, where there's too many drunk assholes making the place noisy. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's it for a very quick look at this amazing document. I hope you enjoyed the video.
Shout outs to Kill Tony. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to you at the Dollhouse ATX?
Oh, I don't like anything in my butt, and one chick was too hot to say no, so I just let her play a little bit.
Whoa, what did she put
I
here?
didn't realize, like, the nightstand had 2 drawers, so she opened the first one.
Last night I had the privilege of speaking with students from Project Maxon, which is a fascinating institution, very meaningful project that specifically looks to provide an intellectual space for people who are struggling with their Jewish identity, which is basically every single Jew I know, myself included. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students who wish to find some kind of intellectual space where they can ask the kind of questions they may feel uncomfortable asking in their own communities, yet within a very supportive and Judeo-centric viewpoint. I feel really great about being invited, and I thought the talk was well received, so I'm going to provide you this short video version of that discussion. The point of the talk was to look at the concept of Jewish identity in connection with the upcoming holiday of Purim, and specifically the figure of Queen Esther, who I think is an absolutely fascinating figure in the biblical canon, who has a tremendous amount to say about how we articulate our Jewish identities even today, thousands of years after the events described. So over the course of this brief lecture, I'm going to kind of dance across several periods of history. We're going to look at the setting of Esther itself, and then look at some of the identity-challenging elements associated with that 6th century setting. And then we're going to jump ahead to inquisitorial Spain. I'd like to look at the impact specifically of the Spanish Inquisition on Jewish identity and how that required submersion of Jewish identity in the face of overwhelming threat.
And then I'd like to look at Amsterdam in the 17th century, and one especially tragic story involving the attempt to reintegrate into the Jewish community after having been artificially separated as a result of the Inquisition. Then we're going to jump way back in time again to ancient Alexandria to look at the Targum Shivim, the Septuagint, and the unusual thing it has to say about Esther. And then finally, I'll wrap it up with some thoughts about Jewish identity. This is a little bit different than most of my lectures because it is going to focus on a literary figure in a historical context. But I hope you find it meaningful, and I hope it contributes to your appreciation of the reading of Megillas Esther, which will occur, God willing, on Twitter. The chronological setting for the Scroll of Esther is, of course, in Persia after the destruction of the First Temple. Here's a representation of that horrific event in the early 6th century before the Common Era, which is clearly anachronistic. The kind of weaponry and armor and things like that is certainly not what they would have used, but it captures some of the chaos and upheaval associated with Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple, and most significantly, the tremendous pace of exile that occurred as a result of that destruction. Captured here in James Tissot's classic work, The Flight of the Prisoners. The destruction of the First Temple in the early 6th century also resulted in this massive population transfer in which Nebuchadnezzar exiled, in particular, the nobility from Jerusalem and surrounding Judea, significant portion of the leadership of the population off to distant Babylon. Let's have a look at where that is. Here is a map that shows the route that those exiles took from Jerusalem. They would not have gone straight because, of course, that would have required a crossing a very formidable desert, but they took the traditional route up through what would be today Lebanon and Syria, and then followed the Euphrates River, here noted by the Hebrew term Prat, which is next to the Hideka or Tigris River, down to their new home in Babylonia. Now, we should bear in mind, not only is this a phenomenal demographic upheaval and political upheaval, economic upheaval, for our purposes, it's especially important for us to reflect on the assault this represented to the concept of Jewish identity. Let us recall that the temple, which had been constructed in the era of David and Solomon in particular, the process was initiated under David, but really only completed under Solomon, a millennium. The Jews regarded the temple as their primary pivot point in terms of their relationship with God. Everything meaningful in terms of their individual relationship with God was processed through that little bit of real estate in Jerusalem. If one wanted to achieve atonement, if one wanted forgiveness, if one wanted to express thanks, if one wanted to, describe petitions, any kind of relationship to God is really focused on that temple, with that physical location of a relationship with God, and then the exile to a foreign land. Many Jews must have felt like it's all over. What happens now? Does God even work in the exile? Now, I know that sounds silly for us. 2,000 years later, those of us who are theists, of course, we approach the concept of God as being obviously universal, and there's no reason why God should have any less power in Babylonia than God does in Israel. But it must have been a very real concern for the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era. Especially for less well-educated Jews, would it have been effective for Judaism to work in Babylonia, or would perhaps Babylonian forces have more power? Who knows? A little bit of this is captured in Psalm 137, the famous By the Rivers of Babylon, which is beautifully expressed here by Edward Benjamin in this painting, the Trauenden Juden in Exile, the tearful Jews in exile. You can see actually in the top left and right of the frame, there's the first verse of that psalm that refers to the Jews approaching the rivers of Babylonia, which would have been, of course, the Euphrates and the other side of the Tigris. And there they sat down, And they wept when they remembered Zion. And their captors tormented them, saying, "Sing us a song of God here in our land." And they asked the question, how can we sing a song in a strange land? Will it work? Will any kind of entreaty work? You see it's beautifully expressed here with the father who's literally in chains and holding on to a lyre while his family surrounds him, utterly crushed by this phenomenon. So this is the setting, intellectually, spiritually, of the book of Esther. This setting in which people are concerned, does God even have power in Babylonia? What will happen to the Jews and their presumed unique destiny once they have been exiled to Babylonia? And this helps us understand a little bit of the ambiguity of Esther as a literary figure. Forced to hide her Jewish identity, to enter into a forced marriage with King Ahasuerus, she had a dramatic choice before her. She could have simply, abandoned all hope and said, well, all that Jewish stuff that happened prior, it's all over now. The temple is destroyed. We have no, way to communicate with God in this strange land. I should simply acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally, has given me wealth and power and, a tremendous advantage in society, and simply say, I'm going to assimilate into the Babylonian realm. But nevertheless, she held fast to her Jewish identity in her core being, even though it had to be suppressed by external circumstances. This beautiful painting by Edwin Long really captures that ambiguity, I think, in her facial expression as someone who has a submerged Jewish identity. She is effectively a type of crypto-Jew, a Jew who lives in hiding from her true Jewish identity, portraying only an external, non-Jewish identity to the outside world. The term crypto-Jew is most classically associated with the Jews of the Spanish Inquisitorial period, which is in the 15th century. It is a more appropriate term than the word marrano, which means literally pig, and was used by detractors of these Jews. But the idea of the crypto-Jew is a Jew who was forced to pretend not to be Jewish while retaining some Jewish identity within. And there's a whole spectrum of what these crypto-Jews were like. Some were like enthusiastic Jews who resented heavily the imposition of this external facade of Christianity, and there were others who adopted it willingly and eventually assimilated into Spanish Christianity. And then, of course, there's a range in the middle. But let's understand a little bit of the process of how these people came to be crypto-Jews, and then we'll look a little further at how they emerged from that status. The story of the Spanish Inquisition really begins 100 years prior to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. In 1391, there was a wave of attacks on Jewish communities across the Iberian Peninsula, and Jews could only avoid physical harm by adopting Christianity and by allowing themselves to be baptized against their will. This presented an unusual challenge to the Spanish population because, on the one hand, these Jews were no longer bound by these anti-Semitic restrictions that were imposed on them by society. Suddenly, with their newfound Christian status, they were allowed to pursue different occupations, travel without hindrance, engage in higher education, even within the church. All kinds of avenues were suddenly opened up to them. However, because they had accepted baptism against their will, that it was forced upon them through duress, they wanted to remain within the Jewish community. And so they had this unusual kind of very much like Esther, they had this advantage of being considered technically Christians, because within the church thought at the time, once a person was baptized, that was it. There was no such thing as a do-over that a person who was baptized was in fact a Christian and remained so for the rest of their lives. They were kind of trapped in that external Christian identity, which had lots of benefits for them economically and socially, but internally they still retained that desire to remain within the Jewish community. And in fact, for the next 75 odd years, they were very much involved with the Jewish community, still, keeping kosher, still living in Jewish neighborhoods, marrying other Jews or marrying other technically baptized Jews, who were also, by the way, called conversos, or new Christians, meaning they were distinct from old Christians who were not baptized during those attacks of 1391. And this presented a problem for the church, which was expressed in the figure of Thomas de Torquemada, who was the most notorious figure behind the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition, as the name implies, inquired of those new Christians to determine if they were still practicing Judaic faith practices. And so it was technically not directed at those Jews who avoided the forced baptisms of 1391. It was specifically directed at those Jews who were unfortunately placed into that advantageous position that meant that they were now Christians who were nevertheless behaving like Jews, observing the Sabbath on Saturday, for example, and keeping strictly kosher, educating their children in Jewish ways, and so on. So the Inquisition was specifically directed at this very significant population of new Christians and their descendants. The methods of the Inquisition are well known. They frequently resorted to torture and forced confessions, in which people, under incredible pain, would give up the names of all kinds of friends, relatives, associates, claiming they were also secret Judaizers, whether this was truthful or not. And this created a kind of a rolling, perfect storm of more confessions, more torture, produced more confessions, and the Inquisition spread further and further in Spanish society, really disrupting it as a whole. In order to give you a sense of the terror that the Spanish Inquisition, various torture devices that were developed for Jews during this period. This is something, it was inserted in one of several possible orifices of a person that was about to be tortured. It was opened up like this, creating terrible harm, rupturing internal organs and membranes, and possibly resulting in death. But this is used to elicit these forced conversions. Once a person was suspected of being a Judaizer, they would often be put on trial, such as this remarkable painting by Francisco Goya that shows several of these suspected Judaizers wearing the humiliating tunics called sampanitos and the conical hats that later, incidentally, had an influence on the development of the witch's cap or the dunce cap. And they would be, if found guilty, there would be a whole range of punishments, ranging from the most extreme, the auto da fe, the burning at the stake, to much more lenient punishments such as confiscation of property, which would often be distributed incidentally to people who betrayed them, which created yet another incentive to accelerate the cycle of denunciations and torture and false confessions. And they would often be required to do things like wear the San Benito for the rest of their lives. The San Benito would sometimes be hung up in the church with the family name as an enduring shame to the descendants. It was absolutely horrific time. As the Spanish Inquisition gained steam and threatened to completely overwhelm the normal functioning of Spanish society without necessarily slowing down the process of these false tribunals of suspected Judaizers, Torquemada approached the problem from a different direction. Suggested to the king and queen that perhaps the reason why the Inquisition closed is because those Jews who were not baptized are still exempt from punishment. And the baptized Jews, the conversos or new Christians or crypto Jews, are still seeking to associate with their Jewish communities. And therefore, Torquemada suggested that by expelling all of the Jews from Spain, an incredibly dramatic move, especially given the strength of the Jewish community in the peninsula, perhaps that would bring an end to the attempt to make Spain Judenrein on a real level. This remarkable depiction by Emilio Sala Frances really captures much of the mood. Here is the elderly Jewish statesman, Don Yitzchak Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who was famous for his rabbinic commentaries, also for his political and financial acumen. He was actually a very high officer in the Spanish state taxation system. And he personally begged Ferdinand and Isabella, the King and Queen of Spain, to hold back on this threatened expulsion. No avail. You see also in this painting the varied reactions of the courtiers to this, some expressing horror, some expressing a kind of distant fascination with it, the tremendous range of emotions in this painting. And here is Torquemada wildly gesticulating, his left hand pointing at the decree of Alhambra, the decree that would be signed to expel the Jews from Spain. And through all of this, the king and queen sit impassively, zombie-like, unmoved by the plight of the Jews, and ultimately they would decide to expel them in 1492. This created the great Spanish diaspora as they spread out throughout the Mediterranean basin, settling in the coast of North Africa, in the Italian peninsula, in the eastern Constantinople in particular. Some made it to the Americas, particularly to Portuguese Brazil, and then some that we'll talk about in just a second eventually made it up to Northern Europe, especially the city of Amsterdam, which was particularly known for its liberal, welcoming attitude to the descendants of these expelled Jews. The most obvious route of escape for many Jews, however, was to simply move west in the peninsula to the country of Portugal, which occupies the western coast. There had been a history of Portugal sheltering Jews, such as Yitzchak Abravanel's own grandfather, who fled there in 1391. But the new kings of Portugal were not pleased with this overwhelming migrant mass. And in 1497, 5 years after the expulsion, rather than expelling them directly, the king decided he wanted to take advantage of the Jewish population, which was a highly literate, numerate, and fairly wealthy population. And rather than expelling them, he decided to simply forcibly convert all of them, similar to what happened in 1391 in Spain. What this meant was that now you had a large population of crypto Jews, many of whom were formerly from Spain, now living in Portugal, who had about 20 years grace where they could still maintain their Jewish identity, at least privately, but then beginning in 1530, a terrible series of persecutions began with the Portuguese Inquisition, which was in many ways even more ferocious than the Spanish Inquisition. And so for generations in Portugal, because this is something that followed a family from parents to children to grandchildren and so on, the Portuguese Jews hid their identity deeper and deeper, further suppressing it, and fearful of even revealing to their children that they were of Jewish ancestry, because they were worried that their children might actually, accidentally mention that to someone in the street, another playmate perhaps, and this could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. Absolutely terrible time that lasted for several hundred years. So in this context, I want to look at one specific Portuguese crypto Jew, a very tragic and well-known figure known as Julio da Costa, also spelled Acosta. His circumstances are especially poignant. He was born in 1580, and he was initially, like many Portuguese Jewish children, unaware of his origins, and his parents only revealed this to him when he was a young adult. His mother was especially staunch in her attachment to her Jewish identity, so his father appeared to be a very devout Catholic. Now, he had received a very strong education, including in theology, but when he learned from his mother, as they were leaving Portugal for Amsterdam, that he was in fact Jewish, he was actually overjoyed. He was always motivated by the stories of the Jews that he had read in the Hebrew scriptures, which were available to Portuguese Christians. But recall that he had no access to any authentic Judaism for his entire youth. He had no access to rabbis, no access to books. The only Hebrew books which were allowed in Portugal at the time were medical texts that were used by doctors. Otherwise, he had no connection with the rest of the Jewish world other than what he could glean through mediated Christian sources. Nevertheless, he embraced his Jewish identity with both hands and had himself circumcised and became a very enthusiastic student of Judaism and the Jewish people. This ultimately led to his downfall, however, because one of the things that troubled him was his perceived disconnect between the ideal Jews that he imagined upon reading biblical texts and the actual Jews that he came in contact with, actual human beings in a real community with the occasional failings, the occasional inappropriate behavior, and so on. And he became kind of like a gadfly to the community, regularly proclaiming his displeasure with Jews who failed to yield to the straight and narrow of Judaism. He was like kind of too religious all of a sudden. You can imagine him accusing people of speaking Lashon Hara, inappropriate speech, or not observing the Sabbath properly, or God forbid not behaving in business dealings properly. And he was actually excommunicated by the local community 3 times. Incredible. He spent some time living in Hamburg, but he found that he could not deal with being away from the larger community, especially his mother. And even though he had a tremendous resentment for the fact that Jews were not living up to his idea of Judaism, as Rabbi Wine likes to mention out, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, because Jews are human beings who often make these mistakes. Judaism is a body of ideas. He nevertheless begged to be allowed to come back into Judaism. Let us understand, don't forget, but the Jewish community from this time, actually for another 150 odd years, is a kind of a tenuous situation where they're specifically, and the Jews are worried about, it's like airing your dirty laundry out in the street, and they were trying to exercise some kind of social control, jeopardizing the political, social, and economic standing of the Jews. It was not at all uncommon for Jews to be expelled high-handed way. Were trying to exercise this control to keep Costa in check. And his criticizing the Jewish community and so on. This is not a simple matter. After his third excommunication, he begged to be returned to the community, and they agreed to readmit him, but his level of repentance had to be specifically sealed with a much more powerful public demonstration of contrition. This required him to speak before the entire community gathered in the synagogue. He beats his chest and reads out loud. It's tied to a pillar in the synagogue and symbolically flogged. This is not as unusual as it sounds. In the 16th, 17th century, flogging in the synagogue to maintain social norms was considered not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily common, but it was not at all unheard of. The floggings were not, like physical punishments. They were flogging him with probably some tiny little scrap that just stung a little bit, certainly did not open up and have a ritual humiliation. And then following that, he was required to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and the entire congregation stepped over his body as they walked to try and force him to cease his antisocial behavior. Tragically, Oyok da Costa got up from this humiliation, he walked home, and he compiled a 12-page suicide note, which was later published under the Latin title, Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life, in which he tells the story of his life and of his struggles with Judaism and the Jewish community, ultimately his struggles with Jewish identity that resulted in his suicide. This is a very powerful and tragic story of the opposite of a crypto Jew. Here is a Jew who tries to identify himself by affiliate, but is unable to abandon an idealistic and unrealistic conception of what actual human communities are like. And this led to a tremendous break in his own personality and this terrible act of self-murder. Da Costa's suicide represents a tremendous human tragedy. He presented so much potential by his inability to ultimately end it in taking his own life. Now, obviously, he had much greater impact and so on. But perhaps the greatest impact he had was with someone he never met. I mean, Acosta and Baruch Spinoza, the philosopher, who had, although they never met in person, there definitely is a relationship between them. And this remark notes blonde, and probably blonde, and dressed in colorful clothing, holding on to flowers with a much more healthy kind of life-centered approach, sitting on the lap of the brooding and disturbed Acosta, dressed completely in black, with a razor-like stare and a ball-like hand. Spinoza's personal experience was not nearly as tragic as Da Costa's, but also represents one of those expressions of Jewish identity that brings us back to our main thesis, which is on the idea of Esther as a culture. To that end, let us now go back in time once again. I'd like to take you to Alexandria, Egypt, which is located in the western part of the Nile Delta. It's actually a very ancient Jewish community, considered a very learned community, a lot of medical expertise coming from the Jews of Alexandria and so on. And in this context, the most significant element is a remarkable document produced in the 3rd century before the Common Era, which was a Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures. This is known in Hebrew as the Targum Shivim, the translation of the 70, or in Latin and English, the Septuagint. The Septuagint is a fascinating work. According to the legends surrounding its creation, the king Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, put them all in separate rooms with a copy of the Hebrew Scriptures, and ordered them all to translate it into Greek. Once they had completed the process, they all stepped out, and miraculously, all of their translations were identical. The Talmud goes into specific discussions of why they all decided to divert from the main text in a few phrases here and there, but this was a miracle of the Septuagint that all 70 rabbis came up with the same translation after working on this. Rabbi Yitzchak Littner, very important Rosh Yeshiva, head of the Rabbinical Seminary in New York, He commented, "Do you think that's a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis and don't put them in 70 individual rooms. Put them in one big room. See if they can come up with one translation. If they do, that would be a miracle." At any rate, what is relevant for our question here is what the rabbis of the Septuagint decided to do with the book of Esther. Surprisingly, they looked at the book of Esther and they looked at the some of the obvious questions that the text raises. Like, for example, why is there no reference to God in the entire text? That is, why is there no explicit reference to God in the text? There are many commentators that find God hidden in the text, in particular grammatical features and so on, but there's no explicit reference to God in the text. Where is her Jewish identity? She seems to be kind of like a pawn moved around by stand-up for herself and for the Jewish community, which she does heroically and becomes the heroine of the relationship to God. So to try and address this lacuna, this missing hole in the text, they actually added 100 verses, adds in all kinds of pieces which we would expect to read in a book of the Bible. The book of Esther is actually one of the most confusing books in the Bible for many reasons. I've only mentioned two of them now. And so the rabbis of the Septuagint try to sort of fix it for Greek readers to make it more understandable within the arc of Jewish theology, and specifically to explain a little bit more of what was going on in Esther's identity. And in the Septuagint version, we have a much more pious Esther. We have an Esther who reaches out to God even in the ambiguity of an environment which is not Israel, it's exile. She nevertheless reaches out to God to save the entire Jew. So let us bring it home by looking at this remarkable piece of art. This is actually a wall painting from an ancient synagogue not too far from Shushan that was discovered in the 19th century. It had been buried in sand for many centuries, but when it was uncovered, there were these remarkable wall paintings that were well preserved and give us a sense of what the Jewish community must have been like at that time. This painting, of course, depicts events in the book of Esther. You can see on the left the famous scene of Mordecai riding a horse, Haman eating it, Haman obviously needs a pair of pants, and over here on the far right, you see Esther sitting beside Ahasuerus in her finery. But what I find especially fascinating, and I tell you I don't have an answer for the question I'm going to pose, is these four figures right in the very middle of the presentation. Two figures on opposite ends, so it's kind of a spectrum, have fully formed features, and the two middle figures have a completely absent and an obscured face. Now, sometimes faces are removed from ancient works of art because of various iconoclastic movements. So particularly in Islam, there's a strong iconoclastic movement that actually, removes facial representations in the Madhaba map, for example. But that doesn't seem to be the case here at all. It seems like the partial features and the absent features are entirely intentional. What is going on here? So I don't know enough about Europos or art history to actually say. But I like to think that these four figures represent some kind of spectrum of Jewish identity, between fully obvious to fully expression of Jewish identity, which are often threatened by external circumstances, like the Portuguese Inquisition, even the kind of oppressive person's Jew, which is central to not only the goals of Project Makam, as embedded in the text I've described. Okay, I hope you found this sort of exploration of identity.
Two ungays so far in 2.5 minutes. This is another episode of Kill Tech Ari Maddie tells us some crazy tales.
Hello, everyone. I'm really grateful to Rabbi Trump and the staff at Young Israel Go and Sealers for asking me to deliver a very short Dvar Torah, part of the 10 short Divrei Torah on the 10 plagues. So I got the third plague, lice. Let's have a quick look at it. Here's an awful early modern depiction of a lice. There were two species of lice that plagued the ancient world. They were in the Middle East. The Pediculus hominis is the scientific name, and there were dark and light versions. The dark ones were also called head lice, and the light ones were apparently things that could infect clothing. How did people deal with it back then? Pretty much the same as we do today. There are like lots of pesticide-based remedies, such as this picture here from the 15th century, at least from the medieval period. We know a little bit about how people dealt with it. This woodcut depicts a medieval woman using a mixture of oil and mercury to delouse her child. Yikes, that's pretty scary, but you know, a lot of the materials they use today seem pretty scary too. And the technology we see used in this golden Haggadah from Spain around the same period, a little bit earlier, we see that women are using lice combs that look pretty much like lice combs do today. The other type of lice, the one that infects clothing, so a lot of interesting halachos in the Gemara about how to deal with those lice on Shabbos and things like that. But one of the preferred methods of trying to kill them was to fumigate them with a kind of closet-based incense burner. This is an example of an ancient incense burner that would have had coals placed in the bottom, and you would put incense on the top, and then you would put it in your closet to fumigate the clothes and hopefully kill the lice that are living there and give it a pleasant aroma. Here's a beautiful representation of the third plague by James Tissot, who was especially adept at giving a kind of romantic view of the biblical period. The passage that is most striking is here in the books of Shemos, where God tells Moses to tell Aaron to strike the dust. So Aaron hits the dust, and lice comes up out of it. And then, because this is the third plague, and there's a back and forth where every plague that Moses is able to engineer, somehow the Egyptian Khaltunim also engineer. They look at what just happened and they say, that's not, we can't do it. Look at the last verse here. Vayoma Khaltumino Paro Etzba Elohim. They said, it is the finger of God. But Pharaoh nevertheless kept his heart hard. So the question is, the Nile turning red with blood, the frogs no there, that's not the finger of God, but lice, that's the finger of God. So there's a famous passage in the Talmud that addresses this, where the Rabbi Eliezer said lice is an example of the finger of God, shows you that their power was limited. They could only create things that were bigger than a barley grain. Right? They could, manipulate the universe, but there was a downsized limit. They could not do anything with things that were smaller than a barley grain. Rav Papa disagrees. Says, "Are you kidding? They couldn't even create a camel. They can't do any of these things." But in reality, what they do is they're able to control the demons, who can then corral various things in space to make them look like an alligator
or blood or frogs and so on. We just couldn't get the demons to move something this small. Now, the way that I approach this that I think is perhaps useful to us, and this gets dangerously close for a historian to be speaking about something in Torah like this. There's a fantastic passage in the medieval halakhic work, the Sefer Achimot, that has long been associated with Aharon of Barcelona, although there's some questions about this anonymous book, which was actually written as the world's greatest bar mitzvah present ever. And in the Sefer Achimot, there's an interesting discussion of what are demons all about in Jewish thought anyways. And he argues there, and it's in the context of a discussion of mixing linen and wool and eating milk and meat together, like what's so wrong with those things? And he has a discussion that sounds a little bit like pre-scientific thought. He says, don't think about it so much in terms of demons, but think of it in terms of powers. The natural universe is endowed by God all kinds of unique properties, and certain things just are not meant to mix. Like, what do they say, ammonia and bleach and things like that, right? Just don't mix these things, because there are certain powers associated with them, which we would call scientific properties. You put those together and you get a dangerous result. Now, in the mind of the Midrash, in the mind of the ancient world, they could call these demons, but really they're referring to scientific properties. And in that context, I like to approach the time that we've all lived through in the context of the lice, in that something so tiny, something so small as a coronavirus has brought this entire world to a standstill with unimaginable tragedy happening in so many families. And for us to think that, we, as the masters of our science and the masters of our universe, have somehow been able to control all of the factors in our lives, and all of a sudden this tiny little thing, much, much smaller than a louse, is suddenly able to overturn everything. And hopefully we should get past this situation very soon. Passover, of course, is a dark anniversary, because it was really last year's Passover when we were so horribly suffering here in the New York area from COVID-19. Now, thank God, things are beginning to get a little easier, and we see the end in sight, although we still have to remain vigilant. But I think it's a tremendous blow to human arrogance to think that we are totally in control of the world. In reality, even the smallest, tiniest of things can be the etzba elokim, the finger of God. I don't have an answer as to why the finger of God points in the way it does, but I'm a historian, not a rabbi. I hope you enjoyed the show to our Torah, and I wish you a chag kasher the same. Thanks very much for watching.
And then I'm looking into some kind of audio video thing. I'm really good with that. Filmmaking background and stuff. All right, short post. Well, there you go. Daniel, welcome. Congratulations. You got on the show. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Daniel Shepard, everybody. There he goes. Appreciate it. Oh, here's a little joke with Daniel. There you go. Nice catch.
Thank you, Rabbi, for that very kind introduction. I appreciate it very much, and it's a great privilege to speak to this august audience. I'm glad that we were able to make it happen. The plan for today is I'm going to speak for about half an hour, and the goal is to give a very broad overview of Egyptian Jewish life after the Exodus. Because one of the, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover, of course, and we think about the huge emptying of the Jewish population that is described so movingly in the beginning of the book of Exodus. But what happens afterwards? The reality is that there's a significant Jewish population, a huge civilization that goes on for the next 3,000 odd years in Egypt. And ironically, we live in a time in the mid-20th century and onward in which the exodus from Egypt has really come full circle and is more complete now, in a sad way, than it ever has been over the last 3 millennia. So I'm going to just give a very quick, broad strokes look at the scope of Jewish life in Egypt, and then at the end of about half an hour, we'll have a chance to schmooze a little bit, as we say here in New York. We'll have time for some conversation and some questions. I hope you find this material engaging, and I find it fascinating. Let's go straight to the
the starting point, however, and that would be the Exodus itself. I don't want to overlook this moment that we're going to be spending so much time on at the Passover Seder, God willing, in just a couple of weeks. Here's a satellite map of Egypt that gives you some sense of where the Exodus would have taken place. You can see it. The Nile River Delta, of course, is much deeper green because that's the arable land flowing from the Nile northward into the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, we have precious little archaeological or papyrological evidence of the Exodus as described in Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures. There are a lot of reasons for this. There are certainly some cultural barriers. The pharaohs were loath to describe any negative information, and they have a long iconoclastic tradition of destroying any kind of memory of humiliating defeats. Furthermore, the archaeological background of the events described in Exodus are not well suited to the actual geography and geology of the region in which the various structures were built. The mud brick construction of the Nile Delta is especially prone to erosion, as actually is ironically corroborated by the Midrashic text, which talk about the loose soil of the region. And the papyri that we have from the era is incredibly scant, and we're talking about something that occurred 3,000 years ago, and as a result, it's hard to have any kind of fragile plant-based records of it. But nevertheless, we have a few things that are so precious and give us some indication of what it must have been like. Have a look, for example, here at the just a very brief fragment that describes some of the brick-making techniques that would have been used right around the time of the Exodus, preserved in your very own British Museum. We have tomb paintings like this remarkable painting of the Vizier Lechmire, which is right about the same time of the Exodus, a little bit earlier, that shows Semitic and Nubian slaves engaged in many of the activities associated with brick making. And especially fascinating are these discoveries right about in the region of where Ramses would have been located. Pitom and Ramses, of course, are the great store cities that the Jews are associated with building in the book of Exodus. This is some publication from 2017 showing the remnants of a mortar pit described there. Who can forget the dramatic scene in Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments where Charlton Heston, the great American film hero, is pounding away in the mortar pits. I have to say that for myself, that was like a life-changing movie that I saw when I was about 80 years old, and I've never looked back from there. And here is also in that same region some children's footprints found in those same mortar regions, which is just amazing to imagine what it must have been like. We don't know, obviously, who these footprints belong to, Jewish, non-Jewish, slave, or non-slave, but nevertheless, it's kind of a spur to the imagination that I enjoy tremendously. When we try to estimate the actual route that the Jews took from Egypt on their way to the Promised Land, there is quite a bit of question about the specifics of it. This is the route as proposed by the scholar K.A. Kitchen, who is one that I find this is probably the most reasonable of the many options afforded and seems to comply with much of the biblical record. Of course, that's his area of specialization, but as you can see, the Jews leave the marshy eastern delta and probably don't cross the broad part of the Red Sea or enter into the Mediterranean, but rather proceed through the wetlands into the Sinai Peninsula, possibly dropping as far south as the region that the Arabs call Jebel Musa, or Mount Sinai. Of course, we're not sure that is the specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but nevertheless, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through the peninsula and into Jordan, and then crossing into the Promised Land, just north of the Dead Sea. That's most likely the route that is described by the Jews in the book of Exodus. So they've all left Egypt, but one of the amazing things about Egyptian history is, of course, they basically return almost immediately, and they have some significant settlements in a few distinct locations.
This does pose some fascinating halachic dilemmas that I will leave to the rabbis to discuss. But nevertheless, there is a strong, indeed world-class Jewish civilization in Egypt for the next 3,000 years, right until our own time. Now, look at this map, which will take us up to the 2nd century of the Common Era. This is the period after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when you have a fairly well-developed Jewish diaspora throughout the Mediterranean basin. Looking at Israel specifically, you can see the shading here with the gap in the region of Judea is especially prominent because this would be right after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when the Hadrianic persecutions were at their peak and so many Jews were removed from that region and fled to the north, or were taken off in slave ships to the Italian peninsula and elsewhere. So this is the heartland of those Jews in the land of Israel itself. You also have a major Jewish civilization in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This is where the great Talmudic academies of Syria and Cappadocia would be built up and so on. And then you've got significant Jewish populations, particularly in the Greek peninsula and especially in the Italian peninsula, which will be the heartland or the font of later Ashkenazi culture. Smaller populations in the northern Mediterranean, in Spain, North Africa as well. And the biggest population is what's happening in Egypt. There are several Jewish centers all up and down the Nile, which dominates the demographics in the region. And so let's have a look at a couple of those population centers which show particular interest on a historical level. We know that Jews are in this region already in the biblical period. There's long and frequent descriptions of the relationship between the United Kingdom and Egypt. I know that for this audience, I have to clarify, when we say United Kingdom, we are not talking about your United Kingdom, but the United Kingdom of the southern region of Judah and the northern region of Israel. King Solomon, of course, famously marries the Egyptian princess. There are several references to Egypt throughout several of the passages in the book of Isaiah and Gedalia ben Achikam in the book of Jeremiah. But most significantly, we have this fascinating population that is set up in the upper Nile in a place called Elephantine. Let's have a look at that here. This is an especially fascinating site. You can see it's in the upper Nile, which is in the lower part of the map, because the Nile flows from the south to the north. So this is the upper part of the Nile, and there are cataracts there. There are constrictions of the river banks that cause rapid flow, and it becomes very difficult for trade to progress along the river. This requires river-going vessels to stop and sometimes to portage. Not even sure if that is a word in the Queen's English. It's a Canadian word from French, meaning to portage, to carry, literally, where you'd have to take your boats out of the water and then physically move them over the obstruction. So this is a place where bandits would typically gather to loot the property of the merchants that are moving upriver or downriver, as the case may be. So we have a military colony set up here already in the first millennium before the Common Era. This is, again, amazing. Before you have significant diaspora populations from the invasions from Babylonia, you have a strong Jewish military community down here in the south. Their primary purpose would have been to protect the trade there. And they're engaged in heavy Jewish activity, although it is not necessarily what you would expect. Apparently, they built a temple there. This is one of several temples that were built outside of Jerusalem in contravention to traditional mainstream rabbinic law. There were two of them that were set up in Egypt. Another one, of course, the Samaritan temple in what would be today Nablus, and another one possibly in Jordan. There is some doubt as to whether it was a temple or perhaps a palace, but nevertheless,
despite the ruling that came already from the period of David to not establish any kind of private sanctuaries outside of the temple in Jerusalem itself, and an attempt to try and centralize worship in the capital city, there are nevertheless these antinomian structures built up all around, because this is the way Jews worship their God, and it appears that they simply ignored much of what was going on in Jerusalem. We see it in a lot of other areas as well. There's some very strange pieces of evidence from the various papyri and ostraca, which are like broken pieces of clay that have writing on it, that describe marital relationships between apparently Jews and possibly slaves who have not been freed, which is also definitely not in conformity with rabbinic law, as it would have been expressed in the Mishnah and onward. Nevertheless, there's definitely ethnic Jews living here, even though they may not necessarily be as, let's say, mainstream Orthodox, to use a modern term, as we might think they would be. To the north, in the western part of the Delta, there's a really amazing Jewish community that lasts right up until the 2nd century in particular, and has significant periods of flourishing thereafter as well, and that is the famous community of Alexandria. Now, Alexandria, being close to the major trade routes on the Mediterranean, was involved not only in simply commerce of goods, but also commerce of ideas. The Alexandrian community was especially known for its very well-developed medical facilities. Some of the earliest Jewish doctors were trained in Alexandria. Talmud has several references to them. They engage in some bizarre experimentation, like autopsies and things like that you won't see elsewhere in the world, anywhere. And you see it here in the ancient world among the Jews of Alexandria. They're also famous for having translated the greatest repository of Jewish wisdom, the Torah, into Greek, making it accessible to the rest of the ancient world. I'm sure you've heard the famous story that's recorded in the letter of Aristeas that says that King Ptolemy gathered together 70 rabbis. He put them in 70 different rooms, and he charged them each to translate the Torah independently. And when they came out, they compared their results of their work, and amazingly, they had all translated the Torah identically, including passages where there was some obfuscation or change, which is discussed in the Talmudic standard. So just to mention, one of my favorite jokes about this particular period is Rabbi Yitzchak Putner, who was a very famous Rosh Hashiva here in America. He said, "You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you take 70 rabbis and you put them in one room and ask them to come up with one translation, that would be a miracle." Right? That's just, hope you don't mind it. On Zoom, it's hard to tell a joke, but I couldn't help it. But anyway, they translated not only the first 5 books of Moses, but later on you have translations of the other books as well into Greek, hugely influential, particularly in the Christian world, because as Christianity would move further away from Judaism in the 2nd and 3rd centuries and have less facility with Semitic languages like Hebrew and Aramaic, they would rely very heavily on the Greek Septuagint, which had significant repercussions intellectually. You also have another figure, for example, who was not well integrated into the rabbinic tradition, but again, because of his Greek connection, very well integrated into Christian tradition, a philosopher commentator named Philo, who prepared a fascinating kind of allegorical translation commentary that had significant impact on Christian leaders, but because of his somewhat ambiguous connection with the rabbinic tradition, he simply wasn't widely accepted, and we just don't see his work making nearly as big an impression on Judaism as it did on Christianity. The Jews in Alexandria were especially strong and were organized. They occupied 2 of the 5 neighborhoods in the 1st century, and their
conflict with local population resulted in what might have been the very first pogrom, kind of a popular local uprising against the strong, in this case, Jewish minority. The Jews, however, would fight back, and in fact, there would be several more local riots of Jews in Alexandria, particularly in connection with geopolitical events that affected the Jewish people. There was a major uprising in 66, for example, when the first Roman-Jewish war broke out, the one that ended in great disaster with the destruction of the temple, and there would be later conflicts with the Titos Revolution, the Titos Rebellion in the 2nd century and onward. So we have two really significant populations in Egypt. There are a few more smaller ones that are dotting the Nile north and south, but Alexandria in particular is usually fascinating. Of course, the central city of Egypt is Cairo, and it maintained a very significant Jewish population throughout the entire medieval period. And we have an unusual resource for the history of the Jews of Cairo, and that is the remarkable Giza, housed in this building just outside Fustat, which was also known as Old Cairo, the home of Maimonides, among others. And one of the amazing things about this synagogue, here's a view of the interior that has been renovated in the early modern period, is that the Jews of Fustat, for reasons which are not clear, they had a remarkably strict attitude with regards something called shemos. Just in case you may not be familiar with this term, Jewish practice in accordance with the Ten Commandments that says one should not take the name of God in vain, Jewish practice is not to throw away any document which has the name of God written on it. Hence the word shemos, which means names, referring to one of the seven actually, names of God that attribute to sanctity. So there are different interpretations of exactly how this is applied in practice, but what it generally means for Jewish communities is that when prayer books wear out or Torah scrolls become no longer usable, then they are gathered up in a holding area called a geniza, which means literally storehouse or treasure house. And then at a certain point in time, when it's sufficiently full, they're taken to a Jewish cemetery and they're given a proper burial. So two unusual things happened in the geniza of the Ben Ezra synagogue in Cairo, in Old Cairo. One is that the community had an unusual standard for hundreds of years of not only putting holy documents into the geniza, but any document written in Hebrew characters, which included marriage contracts, bills of sale, honey, could you pick up some pita on the way home notes, children's doodles, anything that had Hebrew letters, apparently, and put into the geniza. And secondly, the geniza was not emptied for several hundred years. And so when it was discovered in this attic of the Ben Ezra synagogue in the late 19th century, it provided an absolutely overwhelming look into what one of the great scholars of the period, Dr. Goitein, called a Mediterranean society, an explosion of documentation that dwarfs just about anything we have for the same period, let's say about 800 to 1300 of the Mediterranean basin at all. Here's a photograph of one of the great scholars of the period, Solomon Schechter, working in Cambridge with the hundreds of thousands, estimated 300,000 fragments of fragile paper from the geniza. Here he is in his Cambridge study where he did much of the work. And the kind of things found in there, some incredible treasures, like, for example, Maimonides' own autograph corrections of his manuscripts. This is actually the handwriting of the great Maimonides himself, who was active in Cairo, and in fact, he and his children were the leaders of the Cairo Jewish community for over a century. We also have, as I mentioned, children's doodles. We have like lessons from children as they're learning the Aleph Beit, and they're just like children today, drawing little pictures in the sides and things like that. Absolutely phenomenal work
There's so much to say about the Geniza. But what I find especially fascinating about the Geniza is that the work is ongoing. They're not anywhere near finished figuring out what these little fragments are. Now, there's a site called Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, in which you can sign up for free, and they are crowdsourcing the deciphering of the documents in the Geniza. As you can see from this sample page, if you know any Hebrew at all, then all you do is, they show you a document and say, what language is this in? And if you can tell that it's Hebrew, you say Hebrew, and if you don't know, you say, oh, show me another document. And then they'll ask you, is it right side up? Is it upside down? Is it a palimpsest with two scripts, one over the other, and so on? And to whatever extent you can provide your volunteer time and expertise, you can help push forward Geniza research. Absolutely fascinating stuff, and it tells us so much about what's going on in Egypt and the entire Eastern Mediterranean world for several hundred years. So, just like Maimonides, I mentioned earlier, really brought the community to a brand new level of stature in the 11th and early 12th century. He was, of course, born in Cordoba in Spain, and as a result of then Muslim persecution, he and his family left, and they made their way along the coast of North Africa to come finally to Cairo. Spain would actually provide another big jolt to the Cairo population after not Muslim persecution this time, but Christian persecution in the context of the Great Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews in the 15th century. You have a range of great scholars in Egypt at this time. The Radvaz is a particularly significant one. Rabbi Luria, who would later make his fame not in his native Egypt, but rather in Tzfat in northern Israel, would be the greatest of the Kabbalists, following in his teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's footsteps. And these are the great heights of Egyptian and Jewish culture that are happening in the Middle Ages. The society goes through phenomenal change under the Ottomans, and especially in the 19th century, there's some significant economic change going on that attracts a lot of Jewish migration. There's about 25,000, again, primarily in these two big centers of Cairo and Alexandria, and you have about 60,000, a threefold increase just about 20 years later. However, this is all destined to come to a crashing halt in the 20th century, primarily because of the confluence of the Zionist movement, which is having, of course, tremendous successes at the same time. Jews are moving to Israel in significant numbers from the 1880s onward, and immediately after the Holocaust, there is incredible pressure on the British to relinquish the mandate and to allow the Jews to create a homeland in Israel and to open up the floodgates of the Holocaust survivors who wish to emigrate to this region. The Arab world, which is it's too much of a story for us, especially with 4 or 5 minutes left in the presentation, but of course there's tremendous hostility to the establishment of the state of Israel. Egypt will fight several wars with Israel. The one shown here is the troop movements of the War of Independence in 1948-49. There will be another major conflict in the Sinai in 1956. The Six-Day War of 1967, and then once again in 1973. So Egypt is having more and more hostility with Israel, and this has very negative consequences for the Jews in Egypt. Egypt passes increasingly anti-Semitic legislation, such as the so-called Companies Law of 1947, which required all Egyptian businesses to have at least 75% employment of Egyptian citizens. Egypt is, of course, a secularizing nation at this time. Although the vast majority of people there are Muslim, Egypt is going through its own nation building as well. And this affected Jews very badly because 80% of Jews living in Egypt were Egyptian born, but were in fact stateless. They were not given citizenship along with Egyptian Muslims. And so this was a very negative element for their civilization there.
There are increasing levels of physical attacks, even bombings, also seizures of Jewish property in the 1940s and 50s, and especially after a disastrous failure of an intelligence exercise that was undertaken in Egypt by Israel. Several local Jews were hung, and more were sent to jail. And there's a mass wave of Egyptian expulsions of Jews in the 1950s and 1960s. There is a positive upturn, a major one, to Egyptian-Israeli relations and also Arab-Israeli relations with the signing of the Camp David peace accord between Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the president of the United States, and Menachem Begin on the right. Ironically, two hawkish individuals who saw the advantage of putting aside their hostility for the sake of peace. Israel gave up a major amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, which had been conquered in the 1967 war, in exchange for a peace which has basically held solid until the present day. It is not a warm peace. There is small moments of hostility, but it is certainly not erupted into a full-fledged war since then. However, the exodus of Jews from Egypt, encouraged by anti-Semitic activity in the country, proceeded apace. And according to the United States Department of State, in 2019, there were less than 10 Jews living in Egypt at that time. So this is bringing me to the point that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that although we are going to be marking the exodus of the Jews from Egypt in the biblical period in a couple of weeks as we celebrate Passover, in reality, the total exodus of Jews from Egypt occurred in the last century, within our own lifetimes, as a result of the geopolitical events of the 20th century. That brings me to a conclusion. I hope you found this survey useful, and I'm happy to stick around for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
You're going to be making a lot more money after this, I'm sure. There are a lot of people watching online right now. Any other last pitches for your OnlyFans that you would like to give to the people out there? Many, many men. Trying to help you. So just barely making her rent.
Thank you for joining me today. This is a difficult topic to speak on, and it's a difficult time. This is, of course, the 17th of Tammuz. It is a fast day, and it begins a period of reflection for about 3 weeks, leading up to the commemoration of the destruction of the temple on Tisha B'Av. Most years at this time of year, I've spoken about something really massive and difficult, particularly tragic in Jewish history. Today, what I'd like to do is look at much smaller incidents, things that were much more systemic and pervasive. The slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, if you will. The smaller indignities that Jews had to face as a result of their exile from the land of Israel in the first century. So let's have a quick look at what is the 17th of Tammuz. Okay, so the 17th of the month of Tammuz, we're in right now, just after the solstice, is, as I mentioned earlier, a fast day, and it commemorates, according to the Mishnah, 5 distinct events that occurred on this day in history. First, there was the breaking of the tablets of the law, when Moses discovered the Jews rejoicing around the golden calf. That's remarkably presented in this 15th century Deltachron. You can see the Jews at the bottom there dancing in medieval costume. Moses and Aaron. Moses has horns, which is a very common medieval depiction of Moses. Mistranslation of the phrase Karen, or the horns of light that shone from his forehead, and laying at his feet, he's standing right next to it, looks like Aaron, are the tablets of the law. So that's one of the most important theological events that is associated with it. Later on in history, King Manasseh, who is not one of the better kings in Jewish history, returned the land of Israel in polytheistic worship, and even placed an idol in the sanctuary on this day. The daily offering seat, we jump ahead 7 centuries to the tumultuous 1st century, Talmud, or the daily offering stopped being offered at this time as a result of disputes with the Romans. We actually spoke about that last year on this time. And then there's a mysterious reference there to a general named Apostenos who burned a Torah scroll. There's a lot of dispute among the commentators and scholars as to what this could have referred to, a Greek name, so it could have been from the Hellenic period, when the 4th century before the Common Era onward until the 2nd century. But others suggested, like Gedalia Alon, one of the great scholars of this period, argued that may have been a Titos rebellion. But at any rate, the specific historical context of it is lost. May have been in the early 2nd century when that rebellion occurred. But the most important event, the one that I think most people associate with the same of the process of the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. It is on this day, according to the rabbinic sources, that the exterior walls of Jerusalem were first breached, and this led to a series of Jerusalem, complete conquest of Jerusalem, the displacement of the temple authorities and the destruction of the temple itself, which is very memorably captured here in this 19th century. So in this context, since we are at the beginning of this period of reflection, a call to repentance, to remember the tragedies of this era, I thought that rather than speak about something very large and earth-shattering and incredibly tragic as we have many times in previous years, I thought we would look at smaller insights to the Jewish society that were directly resulting from the exilic status of their being after the destruction of the temple. We certainly have no dearth of mortal threats. I mean, we could speak about many other horrible things that happened to the Jews, the Crusades, and the massacres against the Romans and so on, or the ongoing threat of blood libels, as you see here in this presenting the Jews luring children to their deaths in the horrific lie known as the blood libel. And in fact, there would be this very day. For example, this extremely offensive piece of art from a talented and gifted Giovanni Gasparo actually came out in 2020. This is an entirely modern piece of art that commemorates a very ancient type of ritual. So we could go into those things, but what I would like to do rather is to look at smaller aspects of the exile and think about what that may have done for the Jews. Intellectually disabled. What it means for our own times as we enter into. This gate here actually comes from Buchenwald, one of the notorious Nazi death camps. The gate itself and its slogan was actually designed by one of the prisoners on the command of the Nazis who later died in Buchenwald. And it incorporates itself a motif in this motto, Jeden das Seine. Jeden das Seine basically deserves, literally, to each that which is his own. But it means you get what you deserve. And this is a horrible concentration camp, meaning if you walk in these gates, you're just getting what you deserve. And this is a theme that we see running throughout the period in which the Jews lived in exile over the last 2,000 years. I'm going to focus in my remarks primarily on the High Middle Ages through the early modern period, and that's when the bulk of Jews lived in Western Europe, which is predominantly under Catholic rule. The Jewish exile in Western Europe during these centuries, let's say from the year 1100 until the early modern era, were in many ways much of the most terrible elements of small-scale persecution, punctuated by large-scale persecution as well. So to give you an idea of this Jeden das Seine concept, it really seems to be quite dominant in certain strands of Catholic thought, that the Jews, since they had rejected Jesus as the Savior, therefore they and all their future generations somehow deserve punishment as a result. And the small inconveniences of life that were placed upon the Jews and the small insults they had to bear were all a reflection of this, a Jeden das Seine approach, that, you get what you deserve. If you or your ancestors, more properly speaking, had originally adopted Christianity, then all would be fine and you would not be suffering this. However, you bear this cross, if you're pardon the metaphor, for centuries as a result. We see this explicitly stated in the Gospels, in the book of Matthew, when at the moment of Jesus' condemnation, Pilate asked the Jews what he wants him to do with Jesus, and the Jews say, "His blood be upon us and upon our children." Now, this particular passage, most biblical commentators today argue that he was referring specifically to the generation that immediately followed the crucifixion, because that's when the temple itself was destroyed, and it was kind of like, that was when the Gospel of Matthew was composed, and it was kind of like a backwards prophecy that was written in the time of the destruction, so slightly thereafter, and illustrated the consequences of that theological act. But many Catholic thinkers for centuries thereafter have taken, not just Catholic, I should say, many have taken it thereafter to mean that all Jews forever, all generations, are somehow wrapped up in that one decision. However you want to read the Gospels in themselves. There was a widespread practice. We're not exactly sure how far back it goes, possibly to as early as the 8th century, of De Judaeis Lapidantis, which means to stone the Jews, or of the Jews who will be stoned. And what this refers to is a widespread practice across Western Europe that during Holy Week, the week which culminates in Easter, children are to throw stones at Jews in the street. It's kind of like a playful type of thing, not at all inconsequential. No one wants to have stones thrown at them, and it can be actually quite dangerous. And their homes are to be stoned as well. So you may watch out for yourself when you're walking down the street, but you can have all night people just gathering around your homes and throwing rocks at them. And this would occur year after year during a particular week when it was literally dangerous to go walking outside, particularly if one were identified as a Jew, which is especially noteworthy because from the 13th century onward, Jews were forcibly required to display their Jewish identity in the form of the Jewish badge. You actually see it here. The Jews are on the left, and they're all wearing a badge which is shaped in the form of the two tablets of the law. Later on in the 18th and 19th century, there are actually reports that there was a custom of children running up to the doors of Jews during the Holy Week, when the actual stoning of Jews was already suppressed. But the children would take stones and knock on the doors and then run away in kind of a prank type of environment, which is also a minor harassment. But to go a little bit further into the insult of the identification of the Jews, this is something that comes about as a result of the 12th Lateran Council, which met in 1215. And the problem that many of these would-be regulators had is it's not always possible to identify Jews in the street, particularly if their clothing is identical to that of non-Jews. In the Muslim world, there is something very similar to this, where Jews were required, for example, to wear certain colors, like yellow turbans, for example, and were forbidden to wear other colors like green. But you see that much less in the Muslim world, much more so in the Catholic world. You see a significant implication of or application of the fourth Latin Council of the badge. This is obviously a photograph of the Nazi era, but we have many depictions of Jews throughout the medieval period that are wearing Jewish badges. The most common was not the Star of David. That's actually a much more modern symbol, but the Jews were forced to wear the ruel, which was either a round patch or an O-shaped patch like this, usually fashioned out of yellow cloth, and it was supposed to be an imitation of Judas's receipt of 30 gold pieces for the betrayal of Jesus. So it was like a marker in itself, besides simply a designator of Jewish status. We also see it in the previous image. In England, the two tablets of the law is very common. And there's also one, I apologize for the low resolution of this image. I couldn't find a higher resolution one. It's in this particular depiction, which, by the way, is related to the blood libel charge of Simon and Trent, that shows him left a Christian accomplice, and you can see he's got around his belt a money bag as a result of this. He is now helping to murder, and there are 4 Jews who are in attendance. And the badge, which you can't see very clearly here, but you actually have the image of the pig inside. It's also part of the internal insights of the Jewish badge. They would be associated with an animal that was considered. And of course, one of the most ubiquitous signs of the Jewish marking was the Judenhut, or the Jewish hat, which was a conical type hat. Sometimes the color was mandated as well. Yellow was very common in Italy, and red as well. And this was a piece of headgear that Jews were forced to wear. They could not, for example, leave the ghetto walls without having this on. And there were times when they were, of course, allowed to leave the ghetto walls. They typically had to come back at night times when they basically shut. But the hat had to be worn at all times outside. In many of these cases, the badges could be bribed away. Local officials were happy to turn aside rather than enforce the regulation, and it could be, some scholars suggest, that it's more of a prevention of medieval art than use of medieval reality. But nevertheless, we do have lots of examples of not being a member of the dominant community, of always being in exile. Another example is the notion that the Jews are intrinsically untrustworthy, and the Morta Judaica, or the Jewish oath, was a specific type of oath that was composed for Jews to use when they were forced to testify in court. So Jews did have some rights that they could pursue in the court of law if they felt that they had been wronged in business or had been damaged in some way. They certainly could take it up with the local magistrate, but in order to be believed, they had to go to extreme lengths. For for the oaths to be accepted. And it's well documented and quite varied. In this particular example, in the 17th century, the Jew was required to remove his hat, bare his chest, and stand on a pigskin. Again, somehow anathema to do something with it. You can see that the artist here is clearly unfamiliar with Hebrew letters, although he wanted to try and depict it, so he believed in court by taking the more Judaic. So in other words, they were considered to be intrinsically untrustworthy. They could not put testimony regarding their situation. Another insult that would say to them constantly, you are not like us, you are not one of us, you are not equal to us, you are separate, and you resent your presence. One other kind of intellectual insult that I find amazing that it would really persisted for centuries upon centuries was this phenomenon that resulted from a papal bull called GUINNESS, which was originally authored by Pope Nicholas III in the 15th century. And what Nicholas essentially argued is that the persistence of Jewish, obviously something that the church had to take in hand, and since forced baptism was technically forbidden, the church had to take on the responsibility for forced sermons. There are a couple different ways in which this was articulated, but it lasted typically inside their own synagogues, and attendance was taken, and the community was punished if they did not have the requisite number. And therefore, a Jew who had converted to Christianity, and this was more of love your neighbor kind of sermon. And in many cases, it was stipulated every Sunday to show up at church to hear these four sermons. And it's just one of the indignities that went on literally for hundreds and hundreds of years. I'm just wondering, as I'm telling you this, since I deal with the sources all the time in my research, I'm familiar with this, but you're forced to specifically pick yourself up and go and listen to a lecture in a topic, against your will, convincing you that you really should not be doing what you're doing, as a matter of kind of like public welfare. And this would happen week after week, year after year, generation after generation. It's truly phenomenal that this kind of thing could go on. But I think the reason why we've forgotten it is because these smaller insults are dwarfed by the much larger kind of tragedies that I'd also like to pause for a moment and reflect that, most of the history tends to be much more positive, looking at creative elements of the Jews and what they produced, and things like this, social developments. But on the day like Shiva Tammuz, the 17th of Tammuz, is more appropriate to delve into these things. Under Pope Paul II in the 15th century, an annual race of the Jews was initiated in Rome. Along this street, the Corso, at certain points in history, it actually was diverted to specifically go past the Pope's palace, but it was not eliminated for a couple hundred years. And in fact, it was only eliminated very briefly and then even reinstituted and then eliminated again. But again, for more than a century, the annual race of the Jews took place on the Corso. And this was basically a humiliating race in which Jews were forced to run, typically, but not always, either dressed in a loincloth or even stuck naked down this stretch of road to the laughter and enjoyment of the the spectators, including the Pope, who would historically stand on a balcony and watch them as they passed. From year to year, there were certain dark innovations added to this particular ritual, including the notion that Jews would not have to race on foot, but they would actually have to bear a rider, meaning Jews would have to race on hands and knees, naked, in the streets for the amusement of the other dwellers and citizens of the city. A kind of event was designed around the humiliation of the Jews. It's mind-boggling. Again, I don't know what to say about these kinds of things. They're absolutely horrific. So, taking all of this in total, I just wanted to spend half an hour with you and reflect on some of these smaller level tragedies that affect the Jews. You know, it was very rare when anyone actually lose their lives as a result of one of these kinds of and could leave them, psychologically traumatized as a result. And it is perhaps fitting to sort of warm up our preparation for the 3 weeks by meditating on these smaller types of insults, because we will, of course, be commemorating 3 weeks unless the Messiah arrives before then. The destruction of the temple and the onset of this horrible exile last. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your patience. Let us hope that we can all reflect appropriately on what this means for Jews and Jewish history, but also, I think, what this means for the society we live in today. Because there are so many, we have a period of self-examination over, racial disparities, perhaps reflecting on the historic experience that Jews have had, gain some insight into what this really means at a human level, and translate that into acts of kindness and charity and respect for the dignity of all people.
For real, they man, they don't know my dad OG, man. He speaks Italian too, so he can talk to them. No way. Yes. Wow. And it's true that Nigerians and Somalians don't get along. I mean, I fuck with them, but, when they start thinking that halal, I'm out of there. Whoa, bro. Whoa. What that mean?
Welcome to this lecture that I've titled Sectarian Infighting and the Fall of Jerusalem. This is a lecture for Tisha B'Av, which is the 9th day of the month of Av that we are currently in the Jewish calendar. And this is the anniversary of the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, both under the Romans, which we're going to be looking at in more detail today, and also, ironically, under the Babylonians. It also happens to be a day of tremendous misfortune for Jews historically. The Warsaw Ghetto went through its deportations beginning on Tisha B'Av, the Spanish Inquisition, and especially the Inquisition is associated with Tisha B'Av. And there's so many events in Jewish history that culminate on this particular kind of like national bad luck day for Jews. There's a whole series of quasi-mourning rituals that are observed to mark this dark event, including, for Ashkenazi Jews, weddings are not held for the previous 3 weeks, simply done 9 days. Jews don't eat meat, and they don't drink wine, and they allow their beards to grow in deeper, and all kinds of things like that. So it's definitely a very sad day. Particularly at the epicenter of that sadness, the destruction of the temple itself, and to explore one aspect which is especially highlighted by the rabbis in the Talmud, that of Jewish infighting or sectarian fighting. We will, of course, be looking at other groups besides the standard Pharisaic community. We'll look at the Idumeans, we'll look at the early Christians. I hope to mention the Adiabenians as well. But for the time being, what I'd like to do over the next hour or so is to go through the many different groups that were all competing for control of Jerusalem and the temple in particular, and I hope that we will be able to understand a little bit more of what the rabbis meant when they said that it was baseless hatred that destroyed the temple. So first of all, let's have a look at our sources. Although I've looked at this topic many years in the past, and Tisha B'Av unfortunately happens to be one of the high seasons for my lectures, I went to a different source that I hadn't read in detail before this year to refresh my memory. Emil Schurer, who was a German Protestant theologian, and I was really quite amazed at how good his work was in the 19th century. Even though it's, you would think that something published over 100 years ago would be dated and would suffer from a lot of these disabilities of new historiographic approaches. His narrative proved to be very fresh and quite cogent. It was so much so that I read it in English translation, but his history was actually republished at the end of the 20th century with a new edition since then. So I'm going to rely heavily on Emil Schurer's account, and we're going to return to him at the end. We're also looking at modern research. Of course, Steve Mason is perhaps the greatest authority on the destruction of the temple. I've often looked at his major work, The History of the Jewish War, which is a massive tome that must weigh about 10 pounds and goes through everything in great detail with a lot of creative new material. But looking at classical sources, we're going to rely, of course, on the Talmud, which is a difficult book to turn to for historical data, primarily because the multiple authors, it is a book that is composed of literally thousands of statements by different people. It's not really intended as a historical source. It does have historical data, but it is primarily a religious source, and more specifically, it has to do with religious law, how ritual conduct should be maintained, which often involves digressions into historical data, scientific data, and so on. So the rabbis nevertheless offer, obviously, a very compelling position from which to analyze the events of the first century, and it's especially encapsulated in just a few pages in Tractate Gitin. As I mentioned in the introductory comments, they sort of boil down the causes of the destruction of the temples, both the temple that was destroyed in the 6th century by the Babylonians, and then the temple destroyed in the 1st century by the Romans. They sort of boil it down into like really simple, basic ideas that can be carried forward. The first temple was destroyed because 3 particular sins were violated, and these are, I know the term cardinal sin is really not appropriate for Judaism, but these are the so-called Yehareg ve'al Ya'avor, meaning a person should rather give up their life than transgress these 3 sins, which are idolatry, adultery, and murder. A lot more to say about that, but it's beyond the scope of our discussion. And then they said that the second temple was not destroyed for these very serious transgressions, but rather for the idea of sinat chinam, baseless hatred, meaning hating people for no good reason. That level of general hatred is really what brought down the temple, say the rabbis. Now, they don't break it out into the specifics of this person and that person, which I hope to do a little bit today, but they offer an example of a story of 2 people with very similar names, one named Kamsa and the other one named son of Kamsa, or Bar Kamsa. And I can't go further in this lecture without quickly relating the story, although I'm sure that many of you already heard it. One of them makes a wedding, makes a family simple or celebration, and by accident, the other is invited to that simcha. Now it happens that they are lifelong enemies, and this invitation was a mistake. But the recipient says, oh my gosh, this is so nice, I got an invitation. Maybe they need to make it up, and he decides to go to the wedding. He shows up at the wedding, and the host sees him there and says, what are you doing here? And he says, what are you talking about? I got an invitation. He says, it's a mistake. I want you to leave right now. And the invitee says, well, wait, don't embarrass me, please. Don't kick me out in front of everyone. Please let me stay. He says, no, not at all. He says, okay, really, I don't want to be embarrassed. Allow me to pay for half the wedding. And he says, I don't care. I need you gone. He says, I'll pay for the entire wedding. And Kamsa says, no, that's it. Please leave. And so he ends up leaving, but the key point in the story, which is often overlooked, is that the rabbis were all present, and they said nothing. They didn't step in. They didn't suggest that perhaps they should allow him to stay. That it was a mistake, but perhaps it's all for the best. Their lack of moral leadership at this particular moment was considered a defining failure that ultimately resulted in the spread of baseless hatred and the destruction of the temple. There are more specifics with regards how the humiliated Bar Kamsa followed up by offering an animal to be sacrificed to the temple and connecting it to Rome. And the rabbis, when confronted with this, I won't go into the technical details, but they failed to find an adequate response to it. And there was one particular individual, Rabbi ben Avtolos, who decided that the rabbis had to be really tied into his specific vision of how the law should be expressed, and rather than make an adaptation because of the unique moment, this ultimately brought about the destruction of the temple by angering Rome. Now, the historicity of all these events is really based totally in the Talmud, but I think we can see that they're definitely echoing things that are marked in other sources. Our major source for today, of course, is going to be none other than Titus Flavius Josephus, known in his day as Yosef ben Matityahu, who is actually a rather brilliant historian. He's a complicated figure. He, as his book called The Jewish War relates, he was a Pharisee who had in his youth experimented with a lot of different religious orientations within Judaism. As we shall see, there are many different expressions of how one might have been a Jew in the first century. He ultimately was assigned the role of being the leader of the rebel forces in the Galilee, where he acquitted himself, at least according to his own count, tremendously well. However, he was captured by Vespasian, a fascinating story about how that happened, the Roman emperor, or the soon-to-be Roman emperor, and he was able to kind of, through his wits, preserve his life and actually attach himself to the Roman forces as a kind of aide-de-camp, kind of advisor, interpreter of sorts, and most famously, after the war, he retired to Rome, where he wrote his phenomenal history of the war and many other books besides. He is, without a doubt, our most detailed source that we will have, but he's a problematic source in many ways. First and foremost, because after all, he was a rebel who then ended up joining the Roman side. And what does that say about his motivation? He was writing under official Roman sponsorship, so would his narrative not be skewed towards his sponsors? We know that he wrote an earlier version of this history, which he wrote in Aramaic, but that version unfortunately is lost to history, and so we only have the version that he wrote in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean. And we have, reading Josephus is like a puzzle into itself. But nevertheless, he is actually quite a brilliant historian, compares very favorably with the other great Roman historians of his era. A very compelling writer, fantastic narrative, a sense for the dramatic, as well as a sense for detail, although sometimes his numbers and things like that are put into question. But that's the primary source that we will be relying on, as any historian would, for a study of this period. Finally, we do have several other accounts that are worthy of note. The great historian Tacitus, who tends to have a rather nasty anti-Jewish position. Cassius Dio, also very important historian, and Eusebius, an early church historian. You can see, however, though, that with the exception of Tacitus, Cassius Dio and Eusebius are writing quite a bit after the event. Josephus was a participant observer himself, so he was deeply involved in all the events described. Let's start with the war beginning. Now, I really want to focus on the years 69 and 70 in particular, although the genesis of the war can really be traced back much earlier, depending on where you want to start, but I think it's more reasonable to start with the year 66, which is when you begin to have really open hostility that sharply focuses the conflict between Rome and Judea. The local procurator is a name named Gessius Florus, who is widely regarded as being incredibly culturally insensitive to the specifics of the Jewish population. He had a base on the coast. There was a much more Roman-flavored city called Caesarea, or Caesarea in Hebrew, that was actually built by Herod or significantly renovated by Herod. And from there, he would issue various proclamations and decrees that deeply offended the Jewish sensibilities, particularly in Jerusalem, where they were, for example, very much opposed to the setting up of images like Roman standards and things like that. But Gessius Florus really could not care less. And several other incidents where the Jews felt that Gessius Florus really did not have their best interests at heart. There were numerous armed conflicts, especially between the region of Galilee in the north, and then increasingly in Jerusalem, where there's conflict with Gessius Florus's actual soldiers in the streets. The way things worked out over the year 66, the Romans decided to send in a legion of soldiers from the north under the rule of Cestius Gallus, and he marched down. He actually set up shop outside Jerusalem, and he could have put it under siege or attacked it for reasons which seem unclear. He decided that perhaps his presence there had made a statement that Rome always had legions nearby, and he decided to retreat. Which really I don't think was seen as a retreat, really were troop movements at the time. But on the way back, he was ambushed very cleverly by the zealots, led by Elazar ben Shimon and Shimon bar Giora in particular, who attacked his baggage train and actually destroyed it. And Cestius Gallus, although he survived and managed to make his way back to Rome very briefly before he passed away, it was a humiliating defeat that these ragtag bands of zealots, of rebels, who were not representing any official faction other than, kind of like being hooligans at the time, they nevertheless were able to defeat a Roman legion at this pass shown in the image, the Pass of Beit Horon. This obviously got Rome's attention, and they decided to take still more stringent measures, and they would ultimately send in Vespasian. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, as the conflict with Gessius Florus is escalating and Cestius Gallus is sent packing, there's more radical activity. An individual named Menachem attacked the Roman base at Masada, and he seizes all of their weaponry, which is a really amazing thing as well. And then he went to Jerusalem, and there he actually murdered Ananias, a high priest, which was a tremendously scandalous thing to do. And there were some significant uprisings between the general population, who, although they may not have agreed with what the high priest had to say and his policies in general, they certainly weren't in favor of having these outsiders come in from the Judean desert and take over the city. One of the things that happened early on is that they burned down the place where all the local records for debts were held, and this indicates to some analysts that there were strong socioeconomic elements to the early conflict, that they wanted to remove all of the records of who owed money to whom so that they could be, they received large debt amnesty. Ananias' son, named Elazar, goes and murders Menachem who had murdered Elazar's father. And with the end of Ananias, there was basically an end to the pro-Roman posture in Jerusalem, and things just spiraled further and further out of control, as we shall see. Rome sends in a great general, Vespasian, one of the most talented generals, to essentially restore the honor of Rome after Cestius Gallus had lost it when he was attacked by Shimon Bar Giora and Eleazar. And he comes in from the north, and he takes his time. He arrives in the year 68, if I remember correctly, and he spends 2 years just essentially engaged in much smaller mop-up activities in the north, wandering down to the center of the country. He has plenty of time to besiege Jerusalem, but he ultimately decides not to do it for reasons that we shall discuss shortly. But more significantly, when the Emperor Nero takes his own life, Vespasian is shortly called back to Rome, where he ultimately becomes the emperor. And the person who takes over after him is his son, Titus, who is shown here in his battle garb. I believe the individual at the bottom is Vespasian. I'm not sure, but the larger image shows that in this particular triumph, he is celebrating the destruction of Jerusalem. You can see at the top the menorah is proudly displayed there as well. This may be the triumph in Rome that occurred after the battle was over. Now, looking at the main point that we want to get to today is to understand who is fighting whom. We've already seen some of the zealots, but let's go through the many different groups. This is going to be a bit of a blur, and it is rather confusing to try to keep track of them, but I'll try and keep us focused on the main groups. The first and the dominant group were the so-called Herodians. So-called because they were descended from King Herod, who had passed away at the end of the first century before the Common Era. His great-grandson was king at the time. He's shown on the left here, King Agrippas II, also pronounced Agrippa. He's an unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no real power, and Roman authorities, immediately after the death of Herod, had simply kept on the Jews as kind of puppets or as client kings from time to time, actually not even giving them control of Judea itself, or giving them very limited control. Agrippas was in this family. He was not considered a great leader at all, and he had very little authority vis-a-vis the Romans, but he did believe that the ongoing alliance with Rome was appropriate for Judea. Rome was such an overwhelming world power, and Judea was this tiny little nation. The concept of rebelling against overpowering Rome was anathema to Agrippa, and he made some strong speeches recorded in Josephus, I'm sure, embellished with his creative artistry. But he made some strong speeches for a kind of pro-Roman orientation. Let's stop all of this rebellious activity. It's getting out of hand. Attacking a Roman legion like that, how are we going to patch this together? This particular image shows some of the key players at the time. Besides Agrippas II, who's shown on the left, looking kind of like an Oriental king, you have Festus, who is the Roman proconsul. His name means like happy, but he certainly doesn't look so happy. And Agrippas' sister Berenice, who had actually a romantic relationship with Titus that was quite celebrated in the ancient world. And this is a moment which is recorded in the Gospels where Paul presents some small version of his views of Christianity and Judaism to Agrippa, simply because Agrippa is curious and he wants to know more about Christianity, which is emerging at this time and really attention. So you have this party of, we can call them Herodians, who are essentially the old aristocracy, who have connections to Rome and want to see that connection maintained and preserved. Not necessarily because they totally capitulate to everything that Rome wants, Berenice in particular was frequently trying to hold off some of the more negative aspects of Roman policy in Judea, but nevertheless they want to maintain at least the traditional alliance that they've had for nearly 200 years now. Then you have the so-called Sadducees, in Hebrew the Saducees. The Sadducees are especially associated with the temple cult, and at this point, just like the kings of Judea were essentially puppets to Rome, the high priest was also a formality that was assigned by Roman sponsorship, and the high priesthood simply was a churning kind of revolving door occupation where you would have them replace sometimes several in 1 year. Tremendous turnover of these high priests. It was a very high status position, obviously, but was one that was essentially corrupted by the Herodians and by Roman influence. They often engaged in high levels of ideological conflict with the Pharisees. In the Talmud, they have lots of debates in which the Sadducees are invariably portrayed in a very negative light. But like the Herodians, they want to go back to the status quo ante. They want to go back to the idea of Rome in control and Judea being, loyal subjects of the empire. They will have an especially difficult time with the so-called sicarii, or the short knives, daggers. That's what they were known for. These were the individuals who carried these short knives while wearing regular plain clothes, as Josephus describes it, and they will infiltrate crowds and actually assassinate people that they view as their opponents, as people who are associated with the regime. Menachem, who we saw earlier, he murdered Ananias, the high priest of the time, and Elazar ben Shimon is another of these zealot forces who are especially feared by the Sadducees because they're in there and they're trying to take over the old aristocracy, perhaps for many of the socioeconomic reasons that we described earlier. On the other side of the ideological coin from the Sadducees is, of course, the Pharisees. And I use this particular 19th century image to illustrate them because the Pharisees are generally regarded as the progenitors of the later rabbis. The rabbinic movement comes from the Pharisees. The term Pharisee is sometimes mentioned in a derogatory sense, perhaps derived from particular readings of the Gospels in which Pharisees are often in dispute or in debate with Jesus. But it is basically a translation of the Hebrew term Perushim, meaning those who separate. Separating in the sense that they separated from official authority, from the Herodian aristocracy, from the Romans, and so on. Josephus takes pains to note that the Pharisees are, by and large, the most popular party, that they have the support of most of the countryside, who are alienated by the violence of the zealots and the despair of any effective leadership from the Herodians. So the Pharisees are kind of like the natural leadership of the broader masses, but they have no other official power base other than their sort of charismatic spiritual leadership. They are, at this time, in an uneasy alliance, however, with what some scholars call the Peace Party, and the Peace Party basically includes the Herodians and the Sadducees. The Sadducees are, the ideological enemies of the Pharisees. The Sadducees, for example, deny the existence of an afterlife, something which is very core to Pharisaic theology. The Pharisees and the Sadducees are unhappy about how the Pharisees have popular power, but the Sadducees control the temple cult, and so on. So it's surprising to see them in an alliance, but what they all agree on is that the level of communal violence that has penetrated Jerusalem is getting out of hand, and they have to find a way to scale it back, even if that means putting up with Roman domination. The most important leader of the Pharisees for our purposes is undoubtedly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who in a very dramatic passage, which is echoed in Josephus, but with different players. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai manages to fool the zealots, who are called Biryonim in the text of the Talmud that describes this passage. He manages to fool them into allowing him to leave Jerusalem and actually speak and negotiate with the Roman authorities, and he does so by faking his own death and pretending to be a coffin and a corpse. The zealots actually don't believe it at first, and they ram iron rods through the coffin to be sure that he is in fact dead. He miraculously survives that. He's taken outside of the walls of Jerusalem, where he meets with Vespasian and tells him that he will one day be emperor. And Vespasian, impressed with this prophetic statement. Again, this passage is mentioned in Josephus' and it happens in the north, not in the south. But Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, okay, I want three things. The one that's especially important for us is he says, give me Yavne and its sages. Meaning, let me have the city of Yavne, which is, at the time it was called Yamnia. You can see it here in this map. It's a short distance from Jerusalem on the coast, and allow the rabbinic tradition to continue there by allowing safe passage of rabbis to Yamnia, or allow them to collect there and not be massacred by the Romans. And that, in fact, is the decision that allows space in Yamnia. In this context, I want to take us to another group that's very significant that also adopts a similar posture, and that is the Christians. Now, the Christian movement at this point is still very, very young. We're talking about 30 years after the crucifixion. And so it's who knows how many hundreds of people, perhaps thousands, but that seems like a stretch. But it's definitely a small number, primarily Jews who are impressed with the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and believe that a version of Judaism that is described by Paul in particular is really the route to future salvation. It's kind of at this time very much an amalgam of Judaism and what will become Christianity, because the two movements have not formally separated at this point. They definitely are up until this point they have been praying in the same spaces, observing the same ritual calendar, regarding as holy many of the same teachings, but over the century after the crucifixion in particular, there will be a widening gap that separates the early Jewish Christian movement from the original Jewish movement. It will be exacerbated by the large inclusion of non-ethnic Jews in early Christianity. As Christianity becomes much more Gentile in ethnic composition, there's much more of a reduced tendency to view the Jewish origins of the movement with the same level of charity, and that's more for another discussion than today. What happened to those Jewish Christians during the time of the revolt? The truth is, Josephus tells us nothing about them, probably because they are really small in size. He will have some passing comments on Christianity in another book that he would write later called The Antiquities, but he doesn't really tell us much about what was going on with the Christians at this time. A much more significant passage occurs in Eusebius's massive church history, which was written about 200 years later, and he writes in his introduction, for example, that his book is going to be a history book that focuses primarily on things that immediately overtook the whole ethnos because of their plot against our Savior. Now, it's clear from that passage that Eusebius has a particular theological interpretation of the destruction of the Second Temple that is essentially blaming the Jews and their downfall because of how they treated Jesus. This is not an argument that appears in Josephus, but it will appear significantly over many other theological approaches in coming centuries. At any rate, let's answer the simple question, where were the Christians? According to Eusebius, he writes that the people of the church in Jerusalem had received some kind of a prophecy given by an oracle before the war, saying that you should all leave, that it's going to be dangerous and they should flee. The oracle revealed that they should flee to a place called Pella, which was either in the Perea, that's the phrase that Eusebius believes, and I'll show you a map in just a second, but according to other historians, it was in the Decapolis, just on the other side of the Jordan River. And they believe that this is where Christianity would be preserved during the war. Here's the map. It shows you Jerusalem in the south, and here is Pella, which is clearly in the Decapolis, so there are some questions about the text itself, but nevertheless, that's what's happened to the Christians. They apparently have no role in the story that we are going to describe. Okay, now we should turn to some of the named zealots who are very active and fighting, as we shall see, with the Herodians, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and most significantly, with each other. John of Giscala is one of the most significant figures. Giscala is an interesting place. It's in Hebrew Gush Chalad, which means very productive milk, which is a place in the Galilee region. He was originally a moderate who was apparently alienated by the Romans and their cruel policies, but he was a longtime enemy of Josephus. Josephus has nothing nice to say about John of Giscala. In fact, views him as a prime instigator of some of the worst violence, both in the north and especially in Jerusalem. So, again, Josephus is such a tremendous treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened when you're trying to filter it by what we know about Josephus's personal attitudes. At any rate, he escapes Vespasian when Vespasian is still in the north, and he enters Jerusalem in 68. And it's at this time then that John of Giscala would portray himself as an ally to the high priest Ananus, not the same person that was murdered earlier, Ananias, but he would ultimately also be murdered by the Zealots. Josephus portrays John of Giscala as kind of like pretending to be allied with the Herodians and the Pharisees and Sadducees, the peace party, but in reality feeding information to the Zealots so that they can be more effective in their attempt to take over the city. He ultimately is successful in taking over a large band of followers of Elazar ben Shimon, so his forces are very large. And also, we should remember at this time that there's different populations entering Jerusalem. Not only do pilgrims arrive in Jerusalem in large numbers for the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot. Josephus describes this in some detail. But also there are war refugees because there's the Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there. And in the south, you have these zealots wandering around and people are fleeing their homes looking to the big cities hoping to find some safety. But John of Giscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the Herodian aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard. And he will invite Yochanan ben Tzvi, who's just another one of these bandit leaders, who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians that he comes across. And these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. This is entirely Jewish infighting that we're discussing at this point. And now, to understand how this unfolds, we really have to see a little bit of the map of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as it appeared in the 1st century. And you can see the kind of wavy, squiggly lines are topographic in nature, meaning when they are closer together, like in the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline. And when they are further apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built on several of these plateaus, and there are some significant geographic separations by the valleys that are in there.
So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower called the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the temple grounds itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which most of the military activity would ensue. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod had actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates the Upper City and the Lower City, but and so it's sort of like a larger expression of the Temple Mount wall itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. And finally, especially as the population of Jerusalem would grow, a third wall was built to the far outside. And in fact, that would be penetrated very early on by the Romans. And so now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, again, this is one of those, this is the peace party, this is the unusual, coming together of ideological enemies saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to repudiate the zealots who are actually engaged in wide-scale massacres at this point. The zealots end up taking over the temple ground, where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is their only base for self-defense. They do manage to sneak out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans, which is an interesting population, and asks the Idumeans for support, claiming that they have been oppressed, like the Idumeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in any form of forced conversion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided to never again engage in forced conversion. This is something that occurred under one of the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans, and among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was an Idumean. And so it's widely regarded in rabbinic thought that the whole idea of forcibly converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod was in many ways the punishment that the Jews received for it. At any rate, you have this population in the south that identifies as Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans per se. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent and matrilineal descent in this context, but again, not for this short presentation. And the Idumeans find themselves taken in by the argument that the Zealots offer that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. The Idumeans also have a kind of a feeling that they're all looked down upon and persecuted. So they send 20,000 soldiers to rescue the zealots in Jerusalem. These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged, and we have to take them with a grain of salt. But even if it's a significant fraction of 20,000, it's still going to be a lot of people. When they get to Jerusalem, they are held off out and says, "Hey,
We are not, oppressing the zealots. If the Romans see us all fighting with each other, it's just going to weaken our movement. And he tries with tremendous effort to keep the Idumeans out of the city. He is unfortunately unsuccessful because one of the zealots slips out of the city once again and actually opens up the city gates for the Idumeans. And this is when the violence just gets much, much worse. The Idumeans enter, and together with the zealots, they massacre the high priest Ananos, and this actually happened on the temple grounds. Josephus considers this the point of no return for Jerusalem, meaning before the Idumeans and the zealots murdered the Kohen Gadol, Josephus felt that maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans, saying sorry about those zealots, sorry that we couldn't, keep them from destroying Cestius Gallus's legion and things like that. Really, we didn't mean those things. But once the high priest Ananas was murdered, the population would descend into a whirlpool of violence, and there will be no one left to adequately defend the Jewish cause in front of the Romans. And he felt that at that point, really, Judea was doomed. The violence extended beyond the attacks on Herodians, but it went into the civilian areas as well. The local defenses of Jerusalem, the civilian militia was attacked by and overwhelmed by the Idumeans, and also door-to-door attacks on the general population happened at this point, where the Idumeans and the Zealots would simply run amok and raping and killing as they went. To give one example of the level of lawlessness, the Zealots wanted to put a particular prominent individual named Zacharias on trial, and they convened a Sanhedrin, a grand jury of 71 members, to convict him of the crimes they accused him of. But the Sanhedrin did not want to go along with this, and so instead the Zealots simply slit his throat and threw his body into the valley over the city wall. Just a kind of extreme lawlessness going on at this time. And then finally, it gets so bad that even the Idumeans regret their role, and they say, wait a minute, we came here because, we thought you were being oppressed, but now we see that you are the oppressors, and they decide to leave. They leave in disgust. Before they leave, they release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up going to join another one of the zealots, Shimon bar Yoria, who was also active at this time. This particular coin shows possibly Shimon ben Yoria led off in chains by Vespasian. You can see on the right there is a prisoner there, and some numismatic experts have associated with him. He plays a very important role in the eventual triumph in Rome. Up until this time, he has not been in Jerusalem. He has been ravaging the countryside, and there's general lawlessness that has spilled way beyond the city of Jerusalem, way beyond the Galilee region. There's this widespread hooliganism and highway robbery, literally, and people are being killed. Not only the regular Jews of Judea, but the Idumeans as well. Incredible savagery associated with Shimon bar Yoria, regularly amputating limbs from his prisoners, and quite often just mutilating them and sending them back to send a message to prevent any further resistance to his movement. The Zealots are actually afraid of him. The Zealots in Jerusalem, they actually try to threaten him into submission by kidnapping his wife. Remember, these are all, Jews fighting each other and criminal Jews fighting each other at this time. And the Herodians are largely displaced. The Pharisees have decamped. The Christians have decamped at this point. But when they kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the walls of the city of Jerusalem and puts on such a tantrum that the Zealots are actually afraid of him standing outside the walls, yelling at them, and they release his wife, hoping that perhaps he won't be mad after all. He ends up being part of the invasion of Jerusalem in the spring of 69, along with the Idumeans, and he ends up dominating the lower and the upper cities with them. Here is the map of Jerusalem again, and you can see that the forces are arrayed in three major areas. Elazar ben Shimon, one of the early
zealots we spoke about is actually in the temple itself. John of Giscala is controlling the temple courtyard, and there are like rings of walls that protect them from each other. And Shimon Bar Peoria is controlling most of the upper and lower cities where most of the people of Jerusalem live. And it's a three-way fight between these three zealot forces. The Herodians are sidelined at this point, and they're simply waiting for the Romans to come in. Let's understand what happens in the context of all of that. So the fight becomes so intense between these three zealot forces that they actually attack each other's stores of grain and burn them, hoping that they will weaken each other by preventing them access to foodstuffs. And this was such an incredibly stupid and short-sighted strategy, because the Romans are going to use hunger as their primary weapon. But by destroying the grain storage of each of their opponents, they have no way to withstand the ultimate attack of Vespasian, and especially Titus, who will be very much involved at this point. Vespasian has actually gone back to Rome by now, but Titus is following the same strategy, taking his time, making forays around the north-central part of Israel, down into the south of Israel, but he won't attack Jerusalem until he is completely ready. And that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 70. And this map illustrates what is going on. The famine has already been a serious problem when Titus approaches Jerusalem. And Titus thinks that he's going to have a fairly easy time attacking Jerusalem, but he's actually quite surprised because the rebels provide unusually stiff resistance. Even though they're busy fighting each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious fighters against the Romans at the same time. A couple of key examples include that the Romans settled in on one of the surrounding hills nearby, Mount Scopus and also the Mount of Olives, and they get themselves set because they're going to be building their siege engines and things like that. The rebels surprise them by pouring out of the city of Jerusalem and actually attacking uphill at tremendous disadvantage to themselves, and they actually manage to make tremendous progress. Titus himself is wounded in one of these attacks until they finally are able to push the rebels back into the city. And they very narrowly evade destruction by this bold and rather unusual attack. Another example, the Romans, their way of destroying the city is going to be with lots of people and technology, specifically the building of siege engines, which are these massive towers that they can wheel up to the walls, and then they can throw things over with catapults, and they can climb over the walls with them. But it takes time to build these things, and there are certain places where they are, most ideally situated. So while they're busy building these things, the rebels actually dig underneath the ramps that they intend to use for the siege engines, and they build a tunnel underneath. They fill it with wood, and when the Romans place their laborious product of their work, the siege engine in place, the rebels set fire to the wood in the tunnels, collapsing the tunnels and destroying the siege engine. And this is like hugely frustrating to Titus because this is schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be having such success. Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful. If cunning should always prevail over valor, desperation over weapons, mass over expertise, Judeans over Romans. And in fact, that's what is happening in the early months of Titus' siege, that they are able to hold them off with the combination of cunning, desperation, mass, and being Judean, I guess. The last decision that Titus makes, therefore, is he says, we're just going to use the old-fashioned route, and we are going to
starve them into submission. And he builds this massive siege dike, you can see, functionally the fourth wall around Jerusalem, and he mans it very carefully to make sure that no food can be smuggled into Jerusalem from the surrounding countryside. He shuts down any possibility for Jerusalem to get any provisions from the outside. When you combine that with the fact that the zealots have already destroyed their own grain stores, they descend into a horrible level of famine, which Josephus describes in very pathetic terms, involving human cannibalism and the same kind of terrible things that ironically are also described in the book of Jeremiah and in the book of Lamentations, the destruction of the first temple. In the end, Jerusalem is doomed, and it will fall to Titus's sieges. The story behind it, however, is somewhat complex. Josephus says that Titus holds a war council and says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and take care of the last rebels, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Titus in a very positive light here, because Josephus is, of course, sponsored by Titus. He, in fact, ends up being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman emperor family. But it's also possible that Titus wanted to preserve the temple because, after all, it was like one of the great wonders of the world. It was one of the most fascinating and well-known architectural feats, renovated significantly under Herod, and attracting thousands upon thousands of pilgrims from all around the Middle East, Jews and non-Jews as well. So we don't really know how true this is, but it's not impossible to imagine that Titus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy the rebellion, and he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did when the Greeks conquered the region. But this is at any rate the account that Josephus gives us. Now, the rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we discussed in a little bit more detail in the previous lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans, and in that context, according to Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood and threw it through a window into the inner sanctuary, and that was actually the spark that ignited the burning of the temple itself, which continued from the 9th of Av well into the 10th of Av, and is, of course, the reason for the commemoration on this day, the 9th of Av. So if we can conclude, let's just go back to Emil Schürrer for a minute. That we looked at him at the very beginning, and I remember reading. It was so fascinating to see his account of the destruction of Jerusalem, viewed from the lens of a Protestant theologian from Germany in the 19th century, and he concluded by saying this: a Jewish authority, in the earlier sense, no longer existed. Meaning, with the destruction of the temple, the ending of the sacrifice that actually occurred a few weeks earlier on the 17th of Tammuz, what the Jews knew about how they were to relate to God in a physical way no longer existed. Authority itself had disappeared. The only center left to the people was the Torah. They now rallied around it with anxious and scrupulous fidelity, in the unwavering hope that it might once again, in a political community, and indeed in the world itself, acquire practical validity and use. Fascinating way to conclude his discussion of the temple. And hopefully this will be the last 9th of Av that we have to commemorate together, and that the next time there will be a celebration in a rebuilt Jerusalem. Thank you very much for your attention. And, I hope that for those of you who are fasting, you conclude the fast well. And, thank you.
ACs be breaking. This is a real life show. Anything can happen. Happens everywhere. Doesn't matter how much money Spotify gives you. ACs be breaking in Texas. A good old stress test here today. You see people fanning themselves. There's a Latina woman with an actual portable fan. I don't know how she snuck that in here. They lock up phones, but I guess sure allowed to shove a portable fan up your puss.
Hello everyone, I hope you are well. Today is ROTHSCHILD, the first day of the Hebrew month of Elul. It traditionally occurs in the late summer or early fall, and it is an incredibly important month in Jewish calendar for reasons that I'll explain shortly. I'd like to take a moment as a kind of a departure from our traditional Jewish history lab format of going through more conventional social, political, and economic history and look at literary history. People have sometimes criticized the nature of Jewish history as being a combination of books and pogroms. That may have some value to it, but for today we're going to focus on books. We're going to look at these really amazing trend of literature which has become known the Musar tradition. So let's just take a step back though and talk about what exactly is Elul. So according to Jewish thought, the high holidays, which begin with Rosh Hashanah, the beginning of the year, this year falls in early September, is a period of judgment for all humanity. And this awesome day, and it's not just that day, it extends to Yom Kippur, and according to some of the more mystical Jews, much later than that as well. But we have to prepare ourselves for that judgment, in which the assessment of the prior year is made, and then the decision is made about what's going to happen in the future with the individual and the community and the nation, and so on. So the month of Elul is this penultimate month in the Jewish calendar, and it is set aside as a month of self-reflection, of self-analysis, of determination of how well one has done over the year, how close they are to the person they want to be, and it's an opportunity for us to look at our lives and look at how we treat the people around ourselves and try to make amends. Apologies is a very big part of that. Although this is considered the best time to kind of clear the accounts we have with other people, not only in terms of paying our financial debts, but also in terms of paying our emotional debts. Trying to wrap things up so we go into Rosh Hashanah with a clear as conscious and record as possible. So in this context, it has become a tradition for many centuries now that Jews read literature related to repentance during the month of Elul. And I'd like to give you, over the next few minutes, some of my favorite Elul reading texts, some of which I've loved so much that I ended up publishing something on them myself. But I hope that you will find this as meaningful and, in a kind of cathartic way, as enjoyable as I do. But it is really a good feeling to be able to reach deep and to think hard about how one behaves, and then make some resolutions about how one will try to improve the future. This sort of coalesced historically in something called the Musar movement. So the word Musar is kind of an unusual term. It literally means to hand over, kind of like in a relay race, hand over the baton. And so sometimes it's translated as tradition, in the sense of the Masorah, the tradition refers to the teachings that Jews have received from Mount Sinai over the generations. In the 19th century, it acquired a particular connotation, specifically relating to this body of ethical development. That there's a whole series of readings and exercises and kind of like a sub-discipline really focusing on how to improve one's character. It was pioneered in the 19th century by people like the Alter of Slobodka, Rabbi Salante, not only in which I wish we had a really good photograph of them just glow off the screen. And so we speak about Musar literature, even though the movement itself is really only a few hundred years old, the whole idea of it goes much further. Also, I should put in this context that colloquially, to give someone Musar means something else entirely. To give someone Musar means to rebuke them, to berate them. Now that's kind of like a negative sense of the word Musar, and that's not the sense in which I've taken it here. Musar is really quite a cleansing, beautiful thing and studied properly. Incidentally, it is best to study Musar alone or with a small group of trusted individuals, people who you can sort of reveal your thoughts to and get honest, constructive feedback. So there aren't many people like that in most people's circle of friends, but that's really the best way to learn Musar. We're going to be looking at the Musar canon, like a series of works that are the go-to texts adopted by the Muslim. I'm not at all going to be exhaustive. There are so many fantastic books, some of which are really classics, but I'm not going to talk about them very much because they haven't really resonated with me as more of a personal approach. For example, there's a very important medieval work called Shari Tshuva, The Gates of Repentance, which is good. I enjoyed it, and it is a classic, and many people derive tremendous benefit from it. But I find with the whole discussion of levels of regret, he identifies 20 different levels of regret. That just like puts me off, and I just can't stay with it very long. I'm going to look at books that I found very meaningful, and hopefully that will make it happen. The first book that I look at very quickly is something called Pirkei Avot, or the Chapters of the Fathers. This is not, strictly speaking, a narrow work in the Musar tradition, but it is central to the canon. It is an ancient book. It's this collection of statements of the rabbis from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about the year 200 of the Common Era. So about, close to 400 years of rabbinic wisdom, all boiled down to these little pithy comments, which are absolutely stellar. This and all the books I'm going to describe for you have been life-changing books for me. Pirkei Avot comes in so many different translations, I couldn't decide which one to provide for you, but I will give you this website, safaria.org. If you're not familiar with it, definitely check it out, because it has an incredible wealth of Judaic texts, often in translation, and Pirkei Avot appears there, of course. It also appears in your prayer book if you own one, that is in this particular section. There's 6 very short chapters. It comes to about maybe 25, 30 pages of English text without commentary. It's usually found in the section beside it. By the way, I should mention, these videos, I know they reach a very, very broad audience, so I'm trying to speak to people who have never heard of Pirkei Avot before, to people who have virtually memorized it, and I apologize if I'm being a little too redundant for those of you who are advanced, and for those of you who are new to the Musar tradition. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy these texts. One other text that I will not speak about too much, but I should mention at least here, is the famous Chovot HaLevavot, or Duties of the Heart, which was written around the year 1080 by Rabbi a very important Iberian thinker who produced a work in Judeo-Arabic that is widely studied. To my mind, even though it is generally considered the beginning of the Musar tradition, even though Pirkei Avot is 1,000 years earlier, that's more of a philosophical work, although it has a tremendous amount of ethical implications. I think the same thing in many ways applies to the computer's work, and it doesn't resonate with me as much as some of the later works yet. Let's go to the ones that I find really fantastic. So I've divided these books into 4 categories, and I know if you're familiar with some of the things I've published, I've sometimes divided Musar literature into different categories, but for this video, I've got the how-to books of Musar, like how does one actually review, what are the steps that are required to do this, and then what I'd like to call the psycho-emotional, in which we already know what we have to do. But please help us find some motivation to get there. Please convince us that we really should be sacrificing for the higher ethical good. And then there is the Kabbalistic literature, which also, all of these categories borrow from each other, but the Kabbalistic literature leans very heavily on some of the mystical teaching of Judaism, quite a functional way. And then finally, the last category that I like to go over with you is what I've called postmodern Musar. A difficult term in some ways, but let's get to it now. Let's start with the how-to part, the how to repent. So here's one of the books that's made such an impression on me that I wrote a commentary on it. And this is a shameless book plug because I feel really excited about this particular work, but I want to talk to you about it anyways. So Maimonides, who wrote this massive work called the Mishnah Torah, and if you poke around on my website, you'll find all kinds of videos in which I've discussed this with Ray about it. But basically, he was the first one in the entire Judaic tradition to kind of encapsulate in one word exactly how does one do tshuva, or repentance. How does one engage in repentance? The term repentance is not a really close translation for tshuva. Tshuva actually means more like return or respond in the sense of coming home or come back to center. But that's the best word we have, I think, in English. So this particular book, his laws of tshuva, actually explain in a step-by-step manner. First, you've got to identify the problem. Then you have to feel regret for the problem. Then remember, there's 20 levels from sorry, tshuva. We just went to 20 levels, and then you've got to confess it. Then you've got to make amends and apologize and things like that. And then he has a long discussion about related philosophical concepts, like, well, what's the point? What does it matter? Right? Is reward and punishment in Judaism, life after death, issues like that. And he goes into discussions of free will versus determinism. Absolutely amazing. And so, in my personal contribution, very small one, but I find it personally meaningful, I have written a translation of this particular section of the Mishnah Torah. And I have, and there's also good translations here with Safari and Esther, and I've written a commentary as well. And what I find really exciting about this is that I re-evaluate the commentary every year as part of my personal tshuva process, and also because I've dedicated the book to my late father. So the cover you're looking at right now is from the 9th edition, which includes 2 years of reflections that I've had reading Maimonides in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic that we are hopefully going to be past very soon. So this is a great how-to. If you want to start with what do I need to do to improve myself, this is a great place to start. Another great place to start, which is not really a Muslim book as well, it doesn't fit precisely into the categories, but it's a work by this individual, the Chafetz Chaim. Now that's actually not his real name, it was Yisrael Meir Cohen. But he wrote his first book anonymously under the title One Who Desires Life, Chafetz Chaim, with cover of it actually. And it's based on a verse that says, who is the one who desires life? It's in the book of Psalms, chapter 34. That, and the answer to that question is one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, right? Meaning no gossip. And this is like a mind-blowing book that totally changed my life. It's basically a book on the laws of proper communication. And so much of our challenges in life are associated with how we communicate with others. So this particular book is definitely an incredibly important contribution to the Mr. Canon because it really breaks down not why you should speak properly, it does have a section at the beginning about that, but it lays out in Judaism what does it mean to speak properly. And it is just a bare track of an argument that he presents. It is inevitable and it is overwhelming, and it will really change the way you speak. It's very hard to keep every single detail of the laws in this particular book. The founder of the Muslim movement, Yisrael Salanter, once said that it is sufficient for one to simply read this book and sigh an expression of, oh, I wish I could live up to this level of personal integrity, but it is fantastic. I will give away just a little bit of it. One of the huge, perhaps the greatest contribution of this book is pointing out that, according to Jewish thought, it is forbidden to relate any negative information about anyone. Full stop. That just eliminates every conversation I've ever had, or maybe like 90% of every conversation I've ever had. So there are 7 preconditions that, if one meets all 7 of these preconditions, one may in fact relate negative information. But otherwise, no, you can't speak ill about anyone. It's a really great book. Highly recommend it. If you are not familiar with rabbinic thought, it's hard to read it in translation because it will introduce you to so many other ideas, and it requires a pretty strong foundation to understand it properly. This is also because he wrote it not for regular people, but really for other rabbis. He wrote, you can tell from the initial chapters that it's really intended to convince the rabbinic elite that, hey, we're not speaking properly. We have to do a better job. Look at all these things. So it's a high-level work, and I would recommend if you would like to access this wisdom, I would start with something like this. This is sort of like an anthologized version of it, which is kind of like watered down for people who are not necessarily so overwhelmingly familiar with the rabbinic thought. And it's also laid out in a very manageable size so that you can study it over a period of time. There are like days in the shoulder notes, so you can say, okay, day 1, day 2, day 3, and so on. And I read this English translation over an adaptation, and I profited from it tremendously, as well, of course, reviewing the Hebrew several times. It actually informs not only my personal speech as best I can manage it, but also my writing as a historian is really affected by it. So those are two really good how-to texts. The first one on repentance in general, and another one on such an important element, which is specifically the laws of proper speech. And I really encourage you, if you are so motivated, have a look at one of these books during the month of August. Now, if we move to the psycho-emotional, I'd like to show you two books. One that I really enjoy is ROTHSCHILD, and this is a medieval work which is written in the 14th or 15th century in Germany. It was originally written in Yiddish, not in Hebrew, and it was written anonymously, just like the Chofetz Chaim, by the way. He wrote his first book anonymously, using that title, Chofetz Chaim, by which he has become known. But if I remember correctly, the reason why he eventually revealed that he was the author is because there were some people who were impersonating him. Imagine walking into a steps saying, I'm the Chofetz Chaim, pay me for a speaking engagement or whatever. So he had to put a stop to that. But ROTHSCHILD was written anonymously. It's not impossible. It would be unlikely, but not impossible that it was actually written by a woman, because it has all kinds of cooking metaphors, kitchen metaphors, and things that would be related to a woman's life, which is quite fascinating, kind of domestic issues. But it was definitely written by a very, very learned person, also relying quite heavily on Maimonides. And this is an edition that has a commentary by Rabbi Avraham Yachnis, a wonderful commentary that I profited from as well. I read it in his translation with his commentary as well. Now, what this particular book does is it goes through a series of gates, most of which are kind of emotional in nature, like the gate of anger, the gate of happiness, the gate of silence. And in each of these gates, it defines the topic, like let's say trust, it defines what is trust in God, and then it talks about how to develop trust in God, and it talks about the ways in which trust in God is beneficial, and then it talks also about ways in which trust in God may be detrimental, amazingly. And so I always found this especially good to learn with adolescents or people in emerging adulthood, like me, because it really sort of gives you an adult mature perspective on personality development. And it's a wonderful read. It's got excellent sourcing in traditional text, and it's a very creative way of looking at all human characteristics in a very comprehensive way. A second book, which I'd like to put in the same category, so ROTHSCHILD was written on the 14th, 15th century. This book, the Mesilat Yesharim, or the Paths of the Just, the Paths of the Straight, literally by the Ramachal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, a genius of the 18th century. This is a book that I personally have ambitions to complete, as apparently the Vilna Gaon did, 101 times. I'm up to about 27 now. There's lots of breaks in between to kind of let the information sink in. And I've been doing a class in this for a couple of years as well. And there's some videos on my channel as well.
Now, this is probably the king of all Musar texts. It has received an unusual level of popularity and acceptance across the breadth of the Jewish intellectual spectrum. Not only do the so-called yeshivish or the Misnagdim, the Iranian elites, accept this as a tremendous work of ethical thought, the Hasidim love it because he was a tremendous Kabbalist and had tremendous influence on Hasidic thought as well. Even the Enlightenment thinkers, Moshe Mendelssohn on, praise it because he also wrote some secular material, so it was more secular material, like he wrote plays, for example, and poetry, and things like that, which were not so common in 18th century Italy. There's a tremendous backstory to his life, in that he was a child prodigy who was then mercilessly attacked and pursued, literally with false accusations that he was a follower of Septem Tzvi, the disgraced false messiah, and so on. And this was the book of his maturity. He wrote in his late 30s, yet he died a very young man after he had moved to Israel. But this is an absolutely fantastic book. Now, I specifically recommend this edition, the complete Mesilat Yeshayahu, because for hundreds of years now, since it was published in the 1730s, we've been studying one particular version of Mesilat Yeshayahu, which is kind of like a straightforward text of ethics. In 1991, a new version was discovered, an autograph version, written in his own hand in an archive in Leningrad, and this new version is called Seder Vikuach, or a dialogue version. It's written as a kind of a play, as a kind of a dialogue between two figures, much like Platonic dialogues and things like that, between a so-called Chacham and a so-called Chassid. And it's hard to really parse exactly who these figures are, but the Chacham is kind of like first of all, the two of them were friends in their childhood, and then they separated sometime in their early adolescence, and they meet up with one another. You get the impression that they're probably around 25 years old or so when they meet each other again, and they change quite a bit since they were children. The Chacham has kind of become a well-rounded individual with higher education and appreciation of secular culture and curiosity about science and things like that. And on the other hand, the Chassid has become very, very pious. Dresses in black, spends a lot of time meditating, studying Psalms, and the Chassid is such an item of curiosity to the Chacham. That is the kind of well-rounded person. He's so curious. He says, what does my friend do all day? How can he spend so many hours investing in him? And so he goes up to him, and he's so happy to see him, and they start talking about their different approaches to life. And the Chassid ends up dominating the conversation. Pretty early on, the well-rounded person realizes that his well-roundedness is kind of like a lot of breath, that he has sacrificed so much depth for it, and he is just entranced by what the Chassid has to say about the internal spiritual world that he inhabits. It is so dramatic and so fantastic. I actually prefer the dialogue version because it has that tremendous level of additional excitement attached to it. But at any rate, what an amazing book. What does he especially say to the Chacham? He essentially says that there's a series of levels of personal development you have to go through based on teaching. You have to go first from watchfulness, which is kind of like protecting yourself from harm, to alacrity, which means like to seize opportunities, to move forward when you see an opening, and we go through all these levels that discuss how we can improve ourselves on a step-by-step basis. It's a little more complicated than that. One of the biggest challenges to understanding this is that sometimes Mesilat Yeshayahu seems very much like a ladder, that you can't get up to the higher levels until you finish the lower levels. And other places seems more like a garden, that you engage in some reading and purification over here in this area, and then you go to another area,
putting some fertilizer down, then you realize you need to go back and do some more weeding in the first area. Both of these things coexist in the Siddhartha Shara. Please poke around my website, you'll find some videos where I talk about it a little more detail. At any rate, I find this particular one just so amazing. So that's kind of the psycho-emotional type of Musar that reaches in and kind of like forces you to think about it in a different way and react to it in a different way. Let's go to the Kabbalistic spirit. So this really originates in the phenomenal explosion of thought that occurred in Sot, northern Israel, in the 16th century, largely fueled by refugees from the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions. There are a number of thinkers in this town, which is just phenomenal how many of them were concentrated in this little place for such a brief period of time for the middle of the 16th century that they wrote some amazing things. In particular, you have this book, which I always found so meaningful, the Palm Tree of Devorah. And the basic idea of this is that we have this concept in Judaism of imitating God. There's actually a Latin term for it in Christianity, called imitatio Dei, imitation of God. And in Hebrew, it's a different term. There's an idea of pleading to God. The Talmud asks, how can one plead to God? God is, by metaphor, an all-consuming fire. How are you supposed to, plead to fire? And it says, well, what you have to do is essentially do what God does. Now, in order to do what God does, it's important, essentially argues Rabbi Cordovero, that you have to understand who God is. You need a little bit of a biography of God. And in that regard, he turns to the Sfirot, which are these, essentially this, how can I describe it? A way of understanding God's interaction with the universe through a series of emanations. Sometimes it's really confusing. But, they correspond to words like kindness and severity and glory, beauty, grace, foundation. We don't know exactly what these terms mean. I certainly don't. But Kabbalists do. Anyway, what Rabbi Cordovero does is he tries to give us a little bit of a sense of how is God expressed in terms of, for example, Tiferet, the Lord. What does that look like? So we describe what is Tiferet? What do we mean by that? And then once we know who God is, then we understand a little more about how we should behave. And that's exactly what the Talmud Devorah does. The Talmud Devorah describes that this is who God is. This is what God does as a result of who God is. And then we can do these things in imitation of that. Just as God clothes the naked, so we keep the clothed. So God feeds the poor, so we can also feed the poor. So it's absolutely fascinating. The best part of it, without doubt, and I'm so excited thinking about it right now, is the first chapter, which is just overwhelming. There's a sphera called Keter, or crown, which refers, argues Rabbi Cordovero, to God's 13 levels of forgiveness. That God is able, 13 very different ways, 13 different strategies to forgive humanity on a daily basis. And as he goes to each of these 13 levels, he describes how, look, God forgives us in this way. We should also forgive others in this same way. It is an amazing book, so much so that I wrote a translation and commentary of that first chapter, which is huge. It's like 1/3 of the entire Palm Tree of Devorah, and I titled it The Kabbalah of Forgiveness, because, one of the biggest things about repentance and the month of Elul is being able to forgive those who have transgressed against us. It's like the Lord's Prayer that I say every day when I went to public school. That, we have to let go of the anger we feel at others who have legitimately wronged us. I mean, in the sense that we have a legitimate argument with them, but it's very difficult to progress until we can let go of that anger. So by reading the Talmud Devorah, one can get 13 strategies for forgiving people. I I myself have a favorite, level 6. That's almost always the one I use when I do forgive people. And some people make me so angry that I have to go all the way to level 13, which is like the nuclear strength way to forgive people. Then I get angry a bit again later, and so I have to, try again and again. This is forever. But nevertheless, this is a really transformational book. I encourage you to poke around my website. I actually have a series of lectures on each of those levels on my channel. Now, finally, let's go to the last stage, which I've called postmodern. And the truth is, the three books that I introduced here are not really directly addressing Musar in a postmodern sense throughout the entirety of their books, but they begin to touch on it. And we're still waiting for a really great postmodern reading of Musar. But anyway, here's one that I find just fantastic. I read it a couple of years ago. David Bashevkin's Synagogue, Sin and Failure in Jewish Thought. There are very few works that deal with clearly comprehensive political matter. This is one of them. I got so much out of this book. Now, Rabbi Bashevkin is an incredibly funny individual. Personal friends. You check on Twitter, you cannot type in Jewish without finding David Bashevkin somewhere. He was the king of Twitter, and he was incredibly funny. But don't mistake his humor for a lack of depth. He's written another Hebrew book called Beroge Zachim Tizkor, which is a really, really profound book, also in similar things. And Synagogue, I think, will give you hope for those failures in your own life that, it really makes a difference for you and helps you move forward. It certainly helps me move forward. Another book that really looks at postmodernism straight on is this collection of essays by the great ROTHSCHILD. Faith Shattered and Restored is the title of the overall collection. Now, ROTHSCHILD, who passed away a number of years ago, was one of the few thinkers who really understood the nature of postmodernism and struggled to articulate a Jewish response that could incorporate the challenge that postmodernism places on the system of thought that Judaism represents. It is, you feel it's a work in progress. You feel that there are, attempts to deal with it, but, kind of like this evocative photograph shows, it is a sincere grappling with some of the challenges of the age we live in, and I really felt like I gained quite a bit from this book. And finally, this amazing book, which does address postmodernism as in several chapters. It's a remarkable book written for a general audience, Morality, Restoring the Common Good in Divided Times by the late Jonathan Sachs. It just appeared this year, and it was very, very worthwhile reading by a broad swath of readers who are interested in ethics in general. Wow, okay. I gave you a very quick overview of some of my favorite Musar books. I hope that you will find some of them useful as well, and I wish you a tremendous amount of success in your personal development. The next video is going to be going back to regular history, in other words, more problems, less books, but thank you very much for your attention.
What did the J stand for? Jenkins? Jew. Oh, Jew. I love it, Michael. He was Jewish. What's it?
Were the other hamsters Jewish? This mass Jewish. They were in a guinea pig concentration camp.
They just would not survive the mama.
Rabbi Posey challenged me to speak speak specifically on something related to this particular season in Jewish thought, which is, of course, the month of Elul, the penultimate month of the year, at least if you go according to the calendar of Tshuva, of repentances. We use this month to prepare ourselves for the awesome high holy days, or the days of awe, as in the sense of really being awesome. And, it occurred to me that this is actually a very traditional, a hugely traditional way to look at Jewish history, not in terms of like a linear progress from the past to the present and onward into the future, but rather kind of like a gyre that history spins out like kind of one of those conical springs that if you remember the poem, speaks about the ever-widening gyre that spins around the same circumference every time. And we always come back to Elul. The reality is that the very, very first book of history in Jewish rabbinic culture, setting aside the Tanakh, which the Hebrew scriptures are definitely tremendously valuable as historical sources, but not necessarily written to provide historical data rather than religious data. One of the earliest source ever is a text called Megillat Ta'anit, the Scroll of Fasts. It's a small document that was written in the late Maccabean age, the period of the Hashmonaim, that is about the 1st century before the Common Era, and essentially it's a list of days in which it's forbidden to fast because good things happen to the Jews. It's a very small book, right? Not that many good things happen, so therefore there are only so many days that you have to fasting or not fasting. That's essentially what this text is. And it is really the first book of rabbinic thought that was ever actually set to text. And the funny thing about it, connecting to my opening comment, is that it is not organized in a chronological fashion with the past at the beginning, the early past at the beginning, and then moving through until the time of the author. It is rather arranged according to the months. So when you get to the month of Nisan, it describes all the important historical things that happened in every month of Nisan. And you get to the month of Teves, all the important historical things that happened in the month of Teves. And it is an incredibly difficult book to read because then you have, if you want to think chronologically, you have to rearrange them to fit a pattern that's much more linear. So it's very hard to speak about Elul as a historical phenomenon by picking apart months of Elul throughout Jewish history. That was a challenging part to it. So, but what inspired me was perhaps we should really focus in on what Jews are doing in the month of Elul, which is, of course, getting ready for the high holidays and taking up, self-assessment and the self-examination that is essential to the Teshuvah process. And when I thought of it in that way, this lecture came together, I think, in a very interesting fashion. So first of all, what is Elul? As I mentioned, of course, as you're all aware, Elul is the beginning of the season of repentance. Of course, repentance is something that you can do any time during the year, but this is the Ratzon. This is the time that is especially well organized, well laid out, and it's something that we do individually because repentance is, after all, very much a private affair. But knowing that everyone is doing it at the same time reinforces our resolve to complete this often very difficult process. The Hasidim, particularly the Alter Rebbe that influenced Chabad Hasidus, has a very wonderful way of expressing this. They like to say, the king is in the field. Meaning, normally, if you want to make an appointment with the king, if you want to, petition the king and apologize for the arrears and taxes or wherever it is that you didn't do right over the year, you've got to make appointments and you've got to wait and there's bureaucracy and there's uncertainty. But in the month of Elul, says the Alter Rebbe, the king, as it were, comes out into the fields to greet the common person working in agriculture.
It's probably derived from this verse here. Let the field exult and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy before Hashem, who has arrived. And this is the time of year, Elul, when the king will leave the palace, as it were, and come more than halfway to meet us. We don't even have to expend any effort in order to engage ourselves in the Teshuvah process. That's really what the month of Elul means. We hear the shofar blown every morning in synagogue to remind us of the upcoming blasts of the ram's horn on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and it's supposed to alert us to the fact that we have to take care of this. Life lived in a stagnant mode is entirely unsatisfying. We are creatures of change and development, and we need this time in order to develop ourselves and into the people that we really want to be for ourselves and for our children. So, in this context, what I would like to do is to develop a particular thesis that I think you may find appealing. I myself am enjoying it quite a bit. I tried to think of who are the great writers who have addressed Elul in very significant ways, and what do they have in common? What brings them together into this Elul movement? And as I chose some of my favorites, and I have to let you know up front that we're going to be studying 3 Moseses. Obviously we could have picked hundreds of literary figures who engage with Elul in this manner, but I tried to choose 3 that are highly representative of unique and lasting movements. They're all named Moses, ironically, but I found one common thread that went through all of them, and I think many of you may find it as meaningful as I do. They are all children of survivors. It's very unusual in that when you look at the lives of these 3 Moseses, their parents went through incredible trauma, and they are the next generation to look back at the experience of their parents and how their parents were scarred by that. And these 3 Moseses try to respond with literary efforts that have had an incredible impact on Jewish thought. Specifically, we're going to look at the Rambam, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, known also as Maimonides, who wrote in the 12th century. We'll look at a somewhat lesser-known figure, but well beloved to Kabbalists, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who lived in Sfat in Israel in the 16th century. And then finally, we'll look at the incredible Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, an Italian Jewish thinker who has had incredible reception among Jews around the world since he began his magnum opus, the Mesilat Yesharim. And I want to take a few moments at the end to contemplate what this means perhaps for our generation, because of course we are also a generation that inherits the experiences of the Holocaust, and either directly or communally we are all the children or grandchildren of survivors. What does that mean for our generation? I could not think of any specific Moshe who reached that level, but I do have one suggestion that perhaps you will find useful. So that's the goal. Over the course of the next 40 minutes or so, I'd like to introduce you to these 3 thinkers. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with them already, but I'm going to focus in on their contributions to the thought related to Elul specifically, illustrate how their thought evolved from the trauma that their parents experienced, and show how in their own unique ways each of them contributed to creating a phenomenal ladder for tshuva that all of us can find to this day. That is the goal. Okay, so with your permission, let's go first to and I had to say one last sort of like warning. I care deeply about all of these figures. I spent a lot of time, years in fact, studying all three of them, and on two of them I wrote and published books. So it's hard not to talk about people that I'm very, very enthusiastic about without at least mentioning my own contributions, small contributions to the scholarship on their topics, but caveat emptor. All right, here we go. So, Moses Maimonides. So, this is the great ego, of course, one of the most towering figures of Jewish intellectual history, who strides across the continent of Europe and North Africa with tremendous confidence, because he's a figure who had so much impact over the last millennium. As the statement goes, from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses, because he really was incredibly unique. This is the statue of him that is erected in his home region of Cordoba in Spain. It's rather ironic because he was, of course, expelled from Spain as a young boy, and his family had to flee the dramatic change in fortune that Jewish families endured with the advent of the Almohads, a rather radical Muslim group that were shifting the priorities of tolerance that Jews had enjoyed in Spain up until that time. You'll recall that Maimonides he was born right near the end of the famous golden age of Sephardic Jewry, sometimes called La Convivencia, the coexistence, which is a little bit of an exaggerated term, but not terribly exaggerated, because it describes about 2 centuries of phenomenal cultural effervescence and efflorescence, I think that's a word, when the Muslim rulers of Spain allowed tremendous freedoms to the Jews who were living in the region, giving them incredible privileges and possibilities of advancement. You have at this time, just a little bit earlier than most of Maimonides, for example, the famous Shmuel Hanagir, who was not only a great poet and a commentator on the Talmud, whose works are studied to this day, he was also the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And that's a very unusual thing. It's hard to find any time in history where you have figures who are incredibly capable and proficient in traditional Jewish thought, creatively adding to the body of Jewish literature, and at the same time they're excelling to the same degree in the secular world. I would challenge anyone on this call to go to Lakewood and find someone who is, the general of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for 16 years, especially of a Muslim country. It just doesn't happen like this very often, but it did happen in the Golden Age of Spain. However, part of the reason why that happened is because Spain was so far away from the center of Islamic activity, which is all the way over in Baghdad, and so the periphery can get away with a lot of things that the center might not tolerate to the same degree. They were famous or infamous, depending on perspective, for having very convivial kind of gatherings where alcohol would be served, which is of course forbidden to Muslims, but these kind of drinking parties would just be part of the thing that you did if you were an educated Jew or Muslim in southern Spain in, let's say, the 10th century. And you would have these poetry slams where people would compete to compose on the spot the most creative kinds of poetry and so on. This changed dramatically when North African Muslims invaded the territory of southern Spain and imposed much more strict interpretations of Muslim Sharia, which forced the Maimonides family, 10 generations of Dayanim, of judges, to flee the peninsula. They made their way across the coast of North Africa. Moses himself, on the way, living in Tunis, picked up his medical education, which at the time was more of a kind of intellectual pursuit because they were heavily reliant on his elder brother David, who was a very successful merchant,
But when they got to the region of Cairo, they lived actually in a small suburb called Fustat. David was tragically killed in a shipwreck that completely devastated the family's finances, and so Moses had to go to work as a doctor. He ended up becoming the official physician to the emir, which I'm not sure what the correct title for the head of government in Egypt was at that time, but he was essentially a family physician, and since they had harems with many wives and many children, he was, the chief medical officer of Egypt. And in that position, he actually composed many treatises in Arabic that are studied today for their historical value. In particular, works on things like asthma, depression and anxiety, and a whole host of medical issues. But it is really for other reasons that he is famous for Jews. He wrote two major kinds of Jewish works, which were incredibly influential, although equally controversial. The first type of writings is best exemplified by his famous Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially a book written in Judeo-Arabic, that is basically the Arabic language written in Hebrew characters, that is intended for the intellectual elite of the Jewish community. Young men, for the most part, who were quite tempted by the tremendous strength of Islamic culture, Islamic philosophy, Islamic sciences, and so on, because the Muslim regions were so far ahead of the rest of the world at this point. This was really the leading culture of the globe, and young intellectual Jews were drawn to it, and by extension to Islam itself. So the Guide for the Perplexed essentially is Maimonides' response to Islam, and it represents a certain amount of intellectual synthesis of absorbing those elements of Islamic culture that he feels of value, such as its sciences and so on, but at the same time staking out the ground for traditional Judaism and making an impassioned defense for the ancestral religion. He was, by the way, incredibly criticized for his work because his opponents, primarily in the south of France, argued that he was overly influenced by Greek philosophy, and his perspective on Judaism was thereby tainted. But what is more relevant for us, specifically for Elul, is his amazing magnum opus, a huge work called Mishnah Torah. And whereas the Guide for the Perplexed was written in Judeo-Arabic for a rather elite audience, the Mishnah Torah is written in really a very basic Hebrew. A middle school student in day school can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's written in unusually lucid, clear text. And basically what he did in this rather audacious project is he said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this Talmud, which is hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard to know when it's providing a halakhic answer to the question, and you have to know so much of it to make any sense of it. So instead of that confusing text, literally, he wrote an introduction. I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which means literally the repetition of the Torah, and this is everything you need for Judaism, period, full stop. Now, as long as you have a Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which has, of course, ritual significance for reading, and you have my Mishnah Torah, you will know everything you need to know about Judaism. A massive document that hosts 14 different books. He himself called it also the Yad Chazakah, the strong hand, because the word hand is Yud 14 for the 14 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halakhic work, telling Jews how to behave. But unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that were theoretical in nature if they had any halakhic implications. So, for example, he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future.
how are we supposed to behave in the time of the Messiah? And we spoke about the past, talking about how one is to bring the ritual sacrifices in the temple. And we also talked about the laws of repentance. This is what brings us to the Elo moment for Maimonides. Perhaps as a result of the tremendous displacement that his family endured from Spain. And here I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a psychologist, and applying psychohistory, especially to some incredibly towering figure like Maimonides, is very risky business. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy being forced from his home and then fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa and enduring tremendous uncertainty, going from place to place as refugees for many years, and then his older brother, who he loved dearly, dying early in a shipwreck and losing all of their money. These are tremendously traumatic things, and it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something as important as Cuba, what he wanted to do is he wanted to make sense of it. He wanted to organize it. He wanted to say the world seems so unpredictable and dangerous. Let me use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor, and let me apply it to things like Tshuva. In that regard, in his mission of Tshuva, he actually wrote a book on how to repent. This is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book for my own purposes, just as my own project of repentance. Translation is a way to really get to know a text. And I shared the translation with some friends, and then they liked it, so then I put it on the internet, and other people liked it. And now what I've done for the past 9 years, I've skipped a couple of years because I was not always up to it, but I have gone back to the commentary, and I've reread it, and I've refreshed it, and put it out on the internet again. So this is the version that speaks quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how that has impacted my own personal Tshuva. It has some really cool pictures in it too. Let me show you. These are some fun pictures. I'm holding the hardcover edition right now. So here, for example, I hope you can see that. This is at my synagogue in New York, where we're all praying outside. You can see the tent is collapsed and we're all full of snow there. There's us davening outside in February. It's freezing in February, unlike in Beverly Hills. It's really cold here. So what happens in this particular book, and what I find so fascinating, is that Maimonides, you think of repentance as kind of like a really squishy kind of idea, right? Like, change yourself, repent. What does that even mean? How does one repent? Maimonides, in 10 chapters, goes through the actual stages of repentance. He talks about feeling regret. He talks about confession, hugely important. He talks about resolve. He talks about what if your past has harmed others. How do you rectify that? How do you ask forgiveness? How do you ask forgiveness if someone you wronged has already passed on to the next world? Really concrete, important questions that give us a foothold to climb this incredible mountain of Tshuva. And since much of the material imposes philosophical questions, he has no compunction about saying fine. Like, for example, you want to know what happens, like, why should we repent? Well, we have this idea of reward and punishment. How does reward and punishment work in Judaism? So we'll have a whole discourses on how God, rewards or punishes. And of course that says, well, how come we see so many people who don't deserve punishment and they get punished anyways? What does that mean? So he has a discussion of this incredibly difficult concept. Tzaddik v'ralo, why do the righteous suffer? It is an incredibly important and beautiful document, and I encourage all of you to have a look at it. There are English translations available online through Chabad.org, for example. There's a very good translation available, and of course, lots of others that you can purchase. So that's Maimonides, and his Ella moment is trying to respond to the chaos that his family endured by creating a logical scientific framework for Ella. Maimonides himself, by the way, did endure tremendous controversy for a few hundred years. There are many groups that said, as I mentioned, that he was, too unduly influenced by Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There are others who said that his Mishnah Torah was, essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis out of business, saying, if it's all there in one book, well, what are we doing with all these other books and all these other specialists who are explaining it to us? And in a very, very sad moment in Jewish history, Jews in France actually denounced the Talmud to the Dominican friars, who then arranged to have Maimonides' incredibly valuable manuscripts burned in Paris in 1232. It was on the same site that 10 years later, having had a taste for burning Jewish manuscripts, the king actually ordered 24 wagon loads of Talmudic manuscripts to be similarly burned, a day which has been observed as a fast day ever since in French Jewry. So there was tremendous controversy around Maimonides' approach. When we move ahead 300 years, of course, the next great and phenomenal upheaval in Jewish life was the Spanish expulsion of 1492. Moses Cordovero was a child of survivors from that expulsion, although probably once removed through Portugal. Although I've rendered his name here in the traditional spelling of Cordovero, he was actually of Portuguese extraction, and he wrote his own name, Cordoero, which means rope maker. His family was probably involved in creating ropes, perhaps in the nautical trade, which was very important in Portugal. What basically happened to many Spanish refugees, perhaps somewhere in the neighborhood of 150,000 of them, made their way across the land border to Portugal, which is, of course, on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. And they received a certain amount of hesitant welcome at first. It was definitely qualified. Jews had to pay a very heavy tax to be allowed to live there, and the vast majority of Jews who crossed into Portugal were not able to pay that tax, and they lived there actually as illegal immigrants. But it was a short-lived respite, because 5 years after they arrived in 1492, as part of the proposed dynastic union between the Portuguese king and a princess of Castile, Spain, the Portuguese agreed to expel all of their Jews as well, which would make the Iberian Peninsula completely Jew-free, or Judenrein. Now, the Portuguese king at the time, Manuel I, realized that the Jews are highly valuable, and in fact, Portugal had been a place of refuge for Spanish Jews for over 100 years, and he always valued the fact that the Portuguese Jews were highly urbanized, very literate, very numerate, and incredibly capable of contributing to the Portuguese economy, so he really didn't want to let them go. Instead, what he did was he forcibly converted them to Christianity through a series of horrific measures, which included, among other things, the removal of children from their parents as a way of coercing them to convert, mass starvation, mass arrests, until finally in 1497 he baptized the entire refugee population of Jews in Portugal, which placed them in an unusual kind of circumstance because technically they were now Christians with the freedom of movement and ability to enter into any profession and things like that Christians enjoyed. But as I believe we spoke a little bit about this in our previous series, when they were able to finally leave Portugal, many of them, of course, making their way to the New World, to Brazil, they tried to adopt their Jewish identities once again. This happened a lot in places like Amsterdam and so on. And one of those key destinations for the Portuguese Jewish escapees was Sfat, a tremendously scenic town. You can see it in the photograph in the background here, in northern Israel, in the lower Galilee, with these beautiful vistas. In fact, the word Sfat is related to the word sofa, which means to look out over a wide area of territory. And for a very brief period of time, less than a century, Sfat became an incredible magnet for these luminary figures, many of whom had roots in the Spanish or the Portuguese diaspora, but also attracting Jews from all around, and it became an explosion of Kabbalistic creativity. Great figures there include the Alshif, include the Rabbi Yosef Caro, also of Spanish extraction, and in fact the incomparable Arizal, Rabbi Yitzhak Luria Ashkenazi, came from Egypt specifically in order to study at the feet of our Moshe Cordovero. He was the child of Portuguese refugees who had settled in Sfat, and in fact he died there, unfortunately, like many Kabbalists, at a very young age of plague. The entire experiment in Sfat ended with less than a century because of a cholera plague that wiped out much of the population, followed by a series of earthquakes as well. His writings were largely saved by his widow and his 8-year-old son, Gedalia, who became his literary executor, and he arranged through an Italian lover of books to make them available to the larger world, and that's what we have today. This is a photograph of his grave. You can see there's Tzion HaRamah, the grave of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and it's covered in that blue paint, which is distinctly associated with Kabbalistic Sfat. Now, so just like Maimonides witnessed what his parents went through and what he himself went through fleeing Spain a few centuries earlier, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was probably born in Sfat, certainly grew up in a household in which Portuguese was spoken, and his parents, remembered what it was like to have been displaced forcibly from Portugal. And his response with regards to Elul has been one of the most incredible works of spirituality, in my humble opinion, in any tradition, Eastern or Western. It is really a remarkable book. He's contributed quite a bit to the study of Kabbalah. Pardes Rimonim is one of his most famous books, but there's one particular book called Tomer Devorah, which knocked me over when I first read it. And so as a result, I also, like I did with Maimonides, I translated it and wrote my own commentary on it as a way of trying to assimilate its teachings. I think it was Rabbi Yisrael Salanter who said that this particular book, Tomer Devorah, the date palm or the palm tree of Devorah, is actually the Shulchan Aruch of ethics. This is where all behavior is codified into law. Now, it's very, very different from Maimonides' works. It is Kabbalistic and is deeply, deeply soaked with Kabbalistic wisdom. But let me tell you what exactly is going on in this book, and I hope it will inspire you to read it. I have quite a few videos on this particular book that so you can enjoy short lectures on it as well. Basically, Rabbi Cordovero starts with the premise that one of the most important things incumbent upon Jews is to imitate God. This is something which Christianity has also taken on. In the Christian discourse is known as imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. In Jewish thought, it's called v'halachta b'derachav, walk in His ways, walk in God's ways. Just as God clothes the naked, so we should clothe the naked, and so on. But Rabbi Moshe Cordovero takes it to another level altogether. He says, if we are actually supposed to imitate God, well, we should know something about God. We should know who God is. What is the biography of God if we are supposed to imitate God? And so, to understand that, he looks at the 13, the 10 sfirot, which is a way of Kabbalistically understanding the interface of God with the universe. I won't say more about that because it'll be a big trajectory. But he says this is the way we know God, through these 10 different sort of avenues of interaction with the divine. And so we should try to imitate each one of those 10 different sfirot. They have names like chesed, or kindness, gvura, or severity, tiferet, or glory. And the first of those is called keter. It is a little different, by the way, than the system that the Arizal promoted. But that first one, called keter, is all about God's first interaction with the world, which is forgiveness. That before anything else happens in terms of our relationship to God, God is forgiving. And He does this through the 13 levels of mercy, which of course we chant over and over and over again on the high holidays. And what the Ramak does, Rabbi Cordovero does, is he goes through each one of those 13 levels of mercy, and he describes exactly how does God forgive humanity. And that once we understand how God forgives humanity, we get an understanding of how we can forgive humanity as well. How we can forgive those who are in our immediate orbit, like our family and our spouses in particular, our children, our parents. How we can forgive the larger community, even the globe. And fascinatingly, how we can forgive even ourselves. It is a work of just wrenching spirituality that completely shifts the way we think about ourselves and our relationships to others. And I challenge anyone to read this book and not be changed by it. Let me just give you the first example. The very first level of mercy, the easiest level, the ground floor level, is one in which God is described as the insulted king, Melech Alud. And he brings sources from the Kabbalah and elsewhere that describe God in such a manner that the angels speak of God as the insulted king. What is that all about? So he explains that since God is the source of all life, we say that God not only created the world, and He didn't just walk away from it afterwards, He created it, and then He continues to infuse it with the energy that allows it to exist. So this means that God is continually pumping more and more energy into the world to allow human beings to continue breathing and functioning, our physiologies and so on. So how terrible is it if the very breath that I inhale, which is a gift from God, that God has given me this energy, and then I take that breath and I use it to speak forbidden gossip about other people, or speak hateful thoughts, or to yell at people. This is exactly the opposite of what God wants me to do, and I am doing it with the tools that He has given to me. And He continues to give them to me, even though He knows that that's what I'm going to do. And the level of chutzpah that we should take that energy from God and pervert it to things which God has specifically forbidden to us, and yet nevertheless He continues to give us the energy to keep living in the hopes that we will ultimately mature. It's an astounding level of forgiveness. And so what the Ramak does is he describes how God deals with it,
he illustrates how it works in our own lives, and then he makes some suggestions as to how we can forgive others, including, for example, our teenage children, who are notoriously difficult to forgive, especially when you give them their car keys and say, now, don't drive over the speed limit, and of course they come back with speeding tickets. That's a trivial example, and much more serious. But it's an amazing work because it goes through 13 different strategies that God uses to forgive us, and we can use these to forgive others. Now, the Elul moment is obvious because one of the most important things that we have to do during this month, according to the Jewish tradition, is we have to make everything right with our family and friends and neighbors. So we have to try and clean our slate so we go into the judgment day of Rosh Hashanah with no liens on our behavior. We have to ask for forgiveness from others during this month. This is a great way to actually create that feeling of forgiveness. I will mention to you that one of my favorites of the levels, one that I use regularly, is level 6. And in this 6th level, he describes, and I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just say the strategy that he describes is one in which God, as it were, creates certain markers that are reminders that he should not punish us too much. Like, for example, we remind God about the merits of our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rachel, and Leah. And that's kind of like a string around God's finger to remind him not to punish us too much. And so Rabbi Moshe Cordovero says, especially with spouses, try to remember what it is you love about that spouse. It could be something simple, like they're always punctual. In my wife's case, she always makes my lunch. She always prepares a nice little lunch for me. And so even when I get angry with my wife, which happens maybe once every decade or two, you can't help it, I try to remember that she makes my lunch, and that just cools my anger enough that I don't get out of control. And that's, I'm being flippant a little bit, but that's the idea of the 6th level. It's an incredibly practical book, very, very useful for the important work that has to be done in Elul. Now, I don't know what specifically motivated the Ramak to write about forgiveness when someone like Maimonides chose to impose order. But I think both of these works can be understood as responses to the historical environment in which they were raised. That the level of dislocation, the level of trauma that they must have seen in their homes, motivated them, each in their own very different way, to have and create these remarkable, phenomenal works of Jewish spirituality. Okay, let's go to the 3rd and final Moses, Rabbi Moshe Luzzatto. I did not write a book about Rabbi Luzzatto, although one day, God willing, I really would like to. So, Rabbi Moshe Luzzatto lived in Padua, Italy, northern part of Italy in the Po River Valley, and he was a child genius. At a remarkably young age, he was already writing and publishing books on things like public speaking. He wrote, I'm pretty sure, the very first Hebrew manual of public speaking. He also wrote plays heavily influenced by Italian forms, but in Hebrew. He is widely considered as the founder of modern Hebrew writing because he used Hebrew for a variety of different modalities. He's accepted unusually well across the Jewish spectrum by Hasidim for his deep Kabbalistic teachings, by Lithuanians for the Musar work that we're going to talk about in a moment, and by Maskilim, by the Enlightenment thinkers, following Mendelssohn, for his dramatic works written in fluid Hebrew. He was also a rather unusual figure in that he early on was deeply attracted to Kabbalah, and I believe it was when he was 22 years old,
he first reported having encounters with supernatural beings, specifically a Magi, who would visit him at night and explain great Kabbalistic teachings to him. This got him in an incredible amount of hot water. He had attracted a circle of students around him, very, very devoted students, who were primarily in Padua because it was one of the very few towns in Europe that had a medical school that accepted Jews. And so there were actually Jews at the University of Padua studying medicine. There were all kinds of humiliating things that they were forced to do, like, they had to pay higher tuition, and they had to literally give a pound of candy every semester to the non-Jewish students. It was a weird kind of situation, but at least they got to study medicine. But at night, they would come and gather around this young man in his early 20s who was teaching these great Kabbalistic secrets. Anyway, he attracted the unwanted attention of a prominent rabbi named Moshe Chagiz, who accused Rabbi Lutzato of being a secret follower of Shabtai Tzvi. This is the trauma that I believe affected, of course, Lutzato himself, but also is one that represents his parents' generation. The Shabtai Tzvi was a disturbed individual who also had very strong Kabbalistic leanings, and he became convinced, perhaps through the encouragement of a man named Nathan of Gaza, that he was in fact the Messiah. And this would in itself have been something of an eccentricity, except that he found a moment in Jewish history, in the middle of the 17th century, that was, particularly fertile for Jewish credulity. And he attracted a large following, thousands and thousands of Jews who believed that, in fact, Shabtai Tzvi was the Mashiach, he was the Messiah, and they sold their property at below market price and all went to follow him. And, this attracted tremendous attention among non-Jewish audiences, saying, what's going on? How come all these Jews are parading across the countryside? And is it true that their Messiah has come? What ended up happening with Shabtai Tzvi was a huge debacle. In the 1660s, he went to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and said, I'm the Messiah, and I have all my ministers here. This is going to be the new king of Africa. This is going to be the new king of Europe, and so on. And it's time for you to give the Holy Land to me so that I may initiate my messianic rule. And the Sultan said, here's a counter offer. How about I let you live if you become a Muslim? And then, to the great consternation of his tens of thousands of followers, Shabtai Tzvi accepted Islam. He became a Muslim. And the vast majority of Jews realized that they had been duped, and they went home penniless, tremendous displacement of the population. A small number actually opined that if their leader had become a Muslim, that perhaps that was the correct unfolding of Messianic history, and they should also become Muslims. And so a small group of them became Jewish converts to Islam. They're called the Dinne, and they exist right up into the 20th century in places like Turkey. And so the entire Jewish world was like turned upside down in the last quarter century. And this is what his parents lived through. And Rabbi Lutzato was born in an environment which did not have the same kind of displacement or trauma that Moshe Maimonides and Moshe Cordovero experienced, but nevertheless phenomenal upheaval that affected Jews and sent refugees all over the United States. So what happened, though, to this young Kabbalist being accused of being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi, which was not at all true, he was literally hounded across Europe himself. His family business collapsed, and so he decided to move to Amsterdam, where he had a brother working in a trade there. He took his young family, and on the way there, he was arrested in Frankfurt because the Venice Beis-Din was loath to punish him more than a kind of symbolic slap on the wrist.
And in Frankfurt, he was arrested and was grilled and interrogated. The Beit Din there could not find any explicit Kabbalistic Sabbatean influences. Also, they had to contend with the very spirited defense that was launched by his heroic teacher, Isaiah Bassano. But what they did do was, among other things, they seized all of his writings, and not being able to determine whether or not they were heretical, they couldn't burn them because they may have been holy, and they couldn't return them to him because they suspected his Sabbatean influences, so they buried them, and then they promptly lost the site of their burial. So somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, is a chest of Rabbi Luzzato's writings buried that are in inestimable value, but they are lost. We moved to Amsterdam exhausted and spiritually spent. He spent a few years there and then ultimately decided he would move to Israel and make Aliyah, where he died as well in a plague in cholera in the year 1746. Now, in terms of his other moments, without a doubt, the most incredible work he wrote of this type is this book called Mesilat Yesharim. I have here a Hebrew edition. And what it's been studied for hundreds of years as a phenomenal classic of Judaism. Basically, what he does is he takes a particular passage in the Talmud that describes personal development, tshuva, through a series of characters. Through the character or characteristic, perhaps I should say, first you begin with watchfulness or caution, and then you proceed to alacrity or speed. Then the third level is called cleanliness, and each of those levels refer to a certain kind of personality orientation and a concomitant decision in terms of how your behavior changes. It's a fascinating work, and it's tremendously exciting to read. But what made it especially amazing, and we live in such wonderful times, in 1991, an earlier version of Mesilat Yesharim was discovered in an autographed manuscript, meaning a manuscript written in the Ramchal's own hand in a library and an archive in the former Soviet Union. And it was released and ultimately published. That's why it's called in this cover here the complete Mesilat Yesharim, because it comes in two versions. The first version, the first edition, which he never published, and the second edition, which has become a classic. What's the big difference? Oh my gosh, it's a world of difference. Not in terms of the content, in the sense of like what are the levels, what happens in the levels, but there's a very dramatic opening that is so different in the first version that was discovered in the Russian archives. The version that most people have studied is essentially kind of like a didactic, long lecture, much longer than this one, in which the author explains to you what these levels are and how to get to them and so on. In the dialogue version, as it's called, the Seder Vikuach, that was discovered in 91, it's about two long-lost friends who meet each other after many years' separation. One of the friends is called the Chacham, and he's kind of like representing one aspect of Ramchal's own personality. He is like culturally well-grounded in secular thought and non-Jewish culture, music and so on. He is interested in the sciences. He's kind of like a Renaissance man who appreciates so much of the complexity and nuance of the human condition. And the other character, again, they were friends when they were younger in school and they hadn't seen each other for many years. The other one is called the Chassid, the pious one, who suddenly, to use a modern term, he's flipped out. He's a Haredi. Again, there's not an exact translation, but he's like, wears all black clothes, he reads Psalms at great length, he spends a lot of time contemplating things, he looks ultra-Orthodox. And so the first person, the Chacham, he says, I wonder what those people do all day. I mean, what do they think about? What motivates them? Don't they want
to like go to university and study the broader world and things like that. And then when he sees that his friend is among that group, he's so excited. He goes over and he says, "Hey, wow, I haven't seen you in so long. Tell me, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened to you and why you are the way you are? I mean, why aren't you more like me? We grew up, we were friends." It's very, very dramatic kind of thing. And in many ways, it speaks to the kind of dialectic tension that is present in American Orthodox Jewry as well. One pole really drawing to the more extreme kind of religious life, another pole trying to kind of keep a synthesis with modern secular life at the same time, and the clash or the coming together of both of these figures is described in the Messiah. And it is a work of phenomenal genius and tremendous relevance to us today. To bring it into my thesis, I think that the ROTHSCHILD's motivation for producing a work of this nature for Elul, and it is a phenomenal read for Elul, is in terms of the spiritual upheaval that his parents went through during the debacle of the Sabbatean era, needed some kind of structure like Maimonides, hence the kind of levels of development, but it also had to recognize that Jews were engagés with the larger culture as well, that there had to be some kind of meeting place where the real fire of Torah could burn, even in a modern, sophisticated spiritual economy like the Jews of Padua, Italy, and their strong connections to the University there. Those are our three Moseses. Let me conclude by asking about, well, who do we have today? It's a very, very hard question. Not only are we the orphan generation after the Holocaust, we also live in incredibly uncertain times as a result of the influence of postmodernism and postmodern thought. And we live in a world in which so many things which were thought as obvious to a previous generation suddenly become fluid. Everything from gender to objectified empirical truth it has become highly politicized, highly polemicized, and a very partisan issue. And, you look at the kind of things that are going on today in the context of disputes over how to manage the coronavirus epidemic that we're dealing. It's incredible. How are we supposed to navigate some of these impassable chasms? So I would like to suggest that perhaps one of the greatest things that I've read recently is this book here. Jonathan Sachs, the late Jonathan Sachs, who just passed away sadly last year, wrote a lot of notes in here, so I really enjoyed it. It is an unusually prescient work that especially deals with the problem of postmodernism. He speaks about the changes that post-Holocaust Jewry have endured intellectually within the context of larger Western European and North American societies, and he does not lay out a system nearly as sophisticated as the previous Moses that we have studied, but he does provide many approaches to the problems of our day, and I strongly urge anyone who is interested in these things to have a look at this phenomenon. With that, I realize I've spoken about 10 minutes longer than I originally budgeted, but I'm so enthusiastic and excited about these thinkers that I appreciate your endurance with me over this time. I'd like to close by thanking you and wishing you tremendous success in your own personal endeavors, and I can take
What's the craziest thing you've done at the Dollhouse ATX?
Dr. Edwardson, thank you so much. I'm sorry I think I'll leave you off but we really appreciate that absolutely masterful presentation. I did want to just share a couple of questions that have come in. The first actually is what I was thinking mentioned earlier about was the squirrel and Nagid. So the curiosity of exactly the nature of what a Nagid is. I'll just share one additional question, which is that we talk a lot about how the individual life experience of each of these authors so deeply and heavily influenced the lives and the books that they put together. Can you talk a little bit about how it transforms the Elul of the reader? People in their generation who would be influenced, whether especially like you talked about it on how there was really that sense of connection to like the personality, but really all of the different authors. How did it land when people inculcated the work that they put out into their own?
Those are two incredibly important questions. Let's do the easier one first. Shmuel HaNagid was the way he was known among the Jews. His Muslim name, his Arabic name was Ismail ibn Nasrallah, the Ishmael, although he goes by Shmuel in Hebrew, the son of the Dark One. And so Shmuel, we call him HaNagid, however, because of his tremendous authority in Granada in particular, and this was an honorific that was bestowed upon him by the Gaonim in Babylonia. At this point, I think they were actually coming from Baghdad specifically. Leaders of a very high rank, intellectually and spiritually, were given this particular title of HaNagid, the prince, roughly translated. And it meant that he was essentially the leader of the Jews of Granada as well, their representative when speaking to the Talmudic centers in Mesopotamia. But he is a truly fascinating character. I strongly encourage people to have a look at his diwan, his collection of poetry, which is published. It is available in Hebrew, very, very clever and tremendously wise poetry. And Peter Cole has translated selections into English, which is extremely well regarded. In my lecture on this topic on my website or on YouTube, I quote quite a few of the poems because I love them. Now, the second question. See, as I was tussling with this thesis, you've been all very kind to listen to me this long, because if this were a kind of like an ironclad historical argument, I'd have to point to specific references in the text and connect them to specific events that his parents went through, and it's not an easy thing to do because the authors are not writing memoirs of children of survivors. That's not their goal, and it doesn't appear in their text. Although I'm sure that if you really wanted to dedicate a dissertation level research to it, you would find it. What is interesting, however, is the second part of your question, what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, meaning the history not only of writing the book, but the history of how people received it. Like historians who work with this kind of information say, okay, how many printings did a book go through? And how close to the author's lifetime did it become, popular? Some books, are not popular at all in an author's lifetime, and then 40, 50 years later, all of a sudden they become like bestsellers. What happened? Well, something changed in society, and they found the book that they needed for those times. In all of these cases, the authors produced books that were just devoured by their generation because everybody said, oh my gosh, this is what we were waiting for. This is someone who is giving voice to the kind of concerns and fears and aspirations that we all have as a result of our collective experiences. Now, not everyone agreed. As I mentioned, Maimonides was excoriated immediately. Even towards the end of his lifetime, he experienced some of it, and then for the next 200 years afterwards, there was an ongoing, brutal debate over the appropriateness of his works. But nevertheless, even the debate indicates that people felt very strongly about it. So I would answer that all three of these major works, we'll have to see with Rabbi Sachs's work, but all three of these major works immediately found audiences, which indicated that they struck a nerve in the larger Jewish population. That was a sophisticated question. I hope the rest of the questions are easy.
So there is an additional question, which is, what is geographic to what we're seeing? Meaning, what are parts of the world that the work that you described, has particular resonance? or were particularly written for? Were they written for a particular population that is going through certain kinds of history or certain areas of geography?
Yes, absolutely. If we look at and we have to add to this, don't forget translation is extremely important. Like with Maimonides, when he wrote the Guide for the Perplexed in Arabic, the Islamic Jews living in Islamic lands were just overjoyed. This is great. We love this. But once the Ibn Tibbon family translated it into Hebrew, then there were scholars in Provence in particular who said, "Wait a second, are you quoting Plato and Aristotle like this? Oh my gosh!" So the translation into Hebrew in that case, and later would be translated into Latin as well, and the influence of Thomas Aquinas in a very important way. The translation has its own receptionship that builds on the earlier one. But in all three cases, they were definitely speaking to the generation in which they lived. It's hard to say if that's true in the same way, I think, maybe about the Ramak. So Ramak, this particular Tomer Devorim is somewhat inaccessible. His major work is a book called Pardes Ramonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which was essentially a kind of Mishnah Torah for Kabbalah. He was the first major systematizer of Kabbalah to say, hey, if you've ever read the Zohar, you know how confusing it is. I'm going to lay it out in a system. He puts chapters and he says, there's this concept you've got to get, now you've got this concept, go to the next concept. That was a really popular work that enshrined his reputation even during his lifetime. The Tomer Devorah, however, was among the many manuscripts that he left behind posthumously, and his 8-year-old son and his wife, about whom we know very little, had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out which was important and sometimes whether they really belong to each other. Like even the title, where does this title Palm Tree of Devorah come from? It's not mentioned anywhere in the text. Why he named this book the Palm Tree of Devorah. Devorah, the prophetess, we assume, who sat under a palm tree, but what for? Why name the book after this? He wrote another book called Elima Rabati, which has chapters called Palms, and there's 70 chapters. Each one is called Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm 3. Is this one of those palms? Was it supposed to be part of that book? There is one chapter, one palm chapter, that resembles it a little bit. So it's not clear if the Palm Tree of Devorah that we read today is even a finished product. It's also very lopsided. The first chapter is about 1/3 of the entire book, and the next 8 chapters take up the last 2/3. So it seems like it still needs editing, but he died a very young man, so we don't know how it's done. But if we set aside the Ramak, I would say for the Rambam and for the Ramchal, they wrote for their generation, intending wide distribution, and they received it.
Wonderful. We really appreciate so much learn and spend some time teaching us. It's very clear how passionate and excited you were about creating a topic that came through. And I will say on behalf of Jacob that joy and passion is contagious, and we enjoyed being able to partake in it as well. We wish you a wonderful and exciting Elul and the New season, and to our entire congregation as well. I did want to share that Dr. Abramson and I have been in discussion for yet additional opportunities over the next academic year. We are looking forward to a 3-part series, which will take place hopefully 2 lectures virtually, and then Dr. Abramson has agreed, and we'll have to find timing and dates to come to visit us here in person in that case over the coming year, and we're very excited about that opportunity as well. So, Bedrada said we should continue to learn from each other with good health, and with everyone a wonderful night. I feel that you like it.
And thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity and the privilege of speaking with you all. See you soon.
Have you ever gotten arrested? Never. Actually, you know what's funny? Is a lot of people get surprised that I've never been to jail. Yeah, when they meet me and talk to me longer, they're like, I can't even fucking believe it. But it's just because I've been lucky, to be honest. Yeah. You never heard of Sam the Bull?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This year, around Hanukkah time, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about an interesting notion of the Jewish rediscovery of Hanukkah. Obviously, I have to put the word or the prefix "re" in parentheses because Jews were always aware of Hanukkah. However, it's fascinating to note that actual history of Hanukkah took many centuries to kind of, uh, peel off like the skin of an onion. And we had a very basic kind of understanding what Hanukkah was from our most essential sources, but it is only with the passage of time that Jews have come back to the holiday of Hanukkah and really tried to understand much of its historical basis. This really gives me a lot of pride as a historian because I feel like I've somehow contributed to the understanding, or at least, within the context of all Jewish historians, I've somehow contributed on a professional level to helping us understand what actually happened back in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Let's have a look at the sources. So how do we know about Hanukkah? I mean, Jewishly. So the Talmud is perhaps the most important source that we have for the history of Hanukkah, at least for much of the medieval period. The Talmud, of course, was redacted to the form that we have today, although there's some dispute about this, but probably in the 5th century. And there is a section in the tractate Shabbat that talks about the miracle of Hanukkah, the rebellion of the Maccabees, and so on. It is not, however, really focused on the history, and it gives us very little detail as to why did the Jews rebel, who was Antiochus, what was going on there, and certainly doesn't give us any of the blow-by-blow events of this rebellion, which actually took several years to completely unfold. We have a little bit more detail in a document called the Megillus Tainus, the Scroll of Fasts, which is a 2nd century document, quite fascinating, that lists a whole bunch of days in the Jewish calendar upon which it is not permitted to fast because they are great celebrations, and other days which, of course, are fast days. There's also a later addition to the Scroll of Fast, which was probably written around the 5th century. It's called the Scholium, and it gives us just a little bit more detail about the entire Maccabean rebellion, but, not enough to really satisfy those of us that have a historical curiosity. There's one other really important document from late antiquity that is still studied today, the so-called Scroll of Antiochus, also known in the medieval period as the Scroll of the Sons of the Hashmonaim, the sons of the Hasmoneans. And it was probably written between the 2nd and the 5th century. It's first mentioned in another source in the year 615 and then discussed to a certain degree in the Gaonic period. But the problem with the Scroll of Antiochus is not quite the same kind of problem that we have with the Talmud and the Megillus Tainus, in that there's not a lot of detail. In the Scroll of Antiochus, there's lots of detail, but it's almost completely erroneous or fabricated. It does not seem to correspond to any of the material that we have from many other much more reliable contemporary sources. So in terms of understanding what exactly happened in the events of the Maccabean rebellion, it's not especially helpful. What is especially helpful is to go back to early sources that are contemporary to the account. Perhaps the most important of these is a book called the Book of the Maccabees. Now, there are actually several books of the Maccabees, and the first book in particular is especially valuable because it was likely written by a Jewish individual who was embedded in the actual revolt itself and was able to report on the unfolding of events from a first-person perspective. Incredibly valuable, very well written, actually, for an ancient document. It has a lot of drama to it and so on. So how come Jews aren't studying this? Well, this book of the Maccabees ended up in a collection which is later called the Apocrypha. These are books that the rabbis, for one reason or another, decided not to include in the Bible, in the Tanakh. There are lots of these works that are floating around the ancient world, written by different people with different perspectives, and the rabbis, as they are slowly developing the canon of what we would call the Jewish scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, they decided to pass on the Book of the Maccabees. There are several others that are discussed in the Talmud, for example, of references to Ben Sira and other important, fascinating works. So they were set aside, however, picked these books up in Greek translation and preserved them at the back of the Christian Bibles. So there's a whole section, for example, if you look at a Catholic Bible, that has all these really unusual works of historical significance, often wildly unreliable, with the exception for our purposes of the first book of Maccabees, which is very useful. And they tell us a lot about life in ancient Israel. So from a religious perspective, these are definitely not canonical, but from a historical perspective, they are fair game. And the book of the Maccabees gives us a lot more detail about what's going on in the Jews' life during the period of the Hashmonaim rebellion. Now, another very important source, also roughly contemporary, is of course Josephus. Very fascinating individual. We've spoken about him many times on my channel. He was a Jewish member of the rebellion against the Romans in the first century, in the disastrous First Roman-Jewish War, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. But Josephus, seeing that he was about to be conquered and killed, decided to switch sides. And he joined the Romans. He turned out to be a very valuable translator and culture broker for the Romans. And after the rebellion had ended with the defeat of the Jews in their native land, Josephus went on to a really illustrious career as essentially a court historian. He was extremely prolific, wrote a massive multi-volume Antiquities of the Jews, which is essentially a history of the Jews since Genesis. And he wrote a very important book on the war itself, our go-to source for the Roman-Jewish War. Now, he's a problematic figure in many ways. As I've just mentioned, he switched sides from the Jewish rebels to the Roman conquerors. And we don't know a lot about what he actually thought, what he would have said about the war to Jews, because the only works that have survived of Josephus are in Greek. That was like the language of the educated classes at the time. And the version, for example, of the Jewish war that he wrote in Aramaic has been lost. So we don't know how he would have explained his position to a Jewish audience. But to the broader audience, he essentially tells everything about Jewish history to Romans and Greeks and anyone else who is fascinated in knowing more about the Jewish people. And Josephus gives us a lot of history about the Maccabees, much of which, fits with the description in First Maccabees, and we learn a lot more about the war itself, why it happened, its unfolding, and its denouement, and so on. And we've talked about this in other videos. I'm not going to talk about them today. So what's going on here is that you have the inside Jewish account of Hanukkah, which is really focused on things like the menorah and the miracle of the 8 days, and has a very superficial historical account of why the Jews were rebelling in the first place, and how the war unfolded, and how it ended, and how we had, a Maccabean rebellion. Part of the reason why it seems the rabbis who were in charge of kind of collecting this for posterity and for Jewish memory is that they're not entirely enthusiastic about the kingdom that was formed after the Maccabean rebellion. The Hashmonaim were not always so when it came to their attention to rabbinic halakha. Also issues with regards the following Herodian dynasty, which was even more problematic. But at any rate, the rabbis elected to not put too much emphasis on history, but we do have the history preserved, ironically, in Christian and in Roman collections. So this begins to come together in the 10th century in southern Italy, where there was a large Jewish population. And here you have an author who puts together a book called Sefer Yosipon. Yosipon is clearly derived from Josephus, and although the author made some really egregious errors, like calling Josephus son of Gurion, when we know that his father's name was Matisyahu. I mean, it's unusual, but nevertheless, it's kind of like an adaptation of Josephus for a Jewish audience now. First time publicly talking about the kind of sources that that would have been much more popular among Christians and would have been much more available to professional historians. The only problem, one of the most important problems of Sefer Yosipon is that the author did not know any Greek, so he couldn't read Josephus in the original. He relied on a Latin translation, which was not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the entire corpus of Josephus's works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about the rebellion that we're discussing. But he also had the Apocrypha. He had the Latin translation of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only in the 10th century when we get to, Jews actually, historians looking back and saying, wow, it's such a fascinating story. Why don't we know more about it? And then going in and looking at these other sources and filling in, putting flesh on the bones of the story that we have in the Talmud and giving us a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors in Yosipon because of the fragmentary nature of the sources that he was working with, but nevertheless, a huge leap forward in Jewish self-understanding of the history of the Maccabees. So much so that Yosipon is still studied to this day, including this amazing Yiddish edition that came out in 2020. It's a multi-volume edition, so fascinating that all kinds of Jews are still studying Sefer Yosipon, this 10th century adaptation of a first century work written by Josephus. Now, I'd like to bring this together with a little bit of a Dvar Torah because this is for my community at Young Israel there in Cedarhurst, and it brings to mind something that Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory once wrote. He really emphasized the importance of creating a narrative or working with the narratives as a form of moral education, not only for Jews, but for the broader world as a whole. Rabbi Sachs really emphasized how as long as Jews are understanding of their own story and are able to communicate it to themselves, that story has tremendous implications for the entire world. So here's a citation. I'm going to read it to you from something he wrote in 2015. It's from Telling the Story, commentary on Parshas Bo. So this is Rabbi Sachs writing. God created man, Eliezer once wrote, because God loves stories. What other cultures have done through systems, Jews have done through stories. And in Judaism, the stories are not engraved in stone or memorials, magnificent though that is. They are told at home, around the table, from parents to children, as the gift of the past to the future. That is how storytelling in Judaism was devolved, domesticated, and democratized. And it goes on after a slight break. There are stories that ennoble and others that stultify, leaving us prisoners of ancient grievances or impossible ambitions. The Jewish story is in its way the oldest of all, yet ever young, and we are each a part of it. It tells us who we are and who our ancestors hoped we would be. Storytelling is the great vehicle of moral education. It was the Torah's insight that a people who told their children the story of freedom and its responsibilities would stay free for as long as humankind lives and breathes and hopes. In that regard, I hope you have a Freilichen and Lichtigen Hanukkah, a Hanukkah full of happiness and light, and I hope that we all merit to share the story and delve deeper into the story for the next generation and for humanity as a whole. Thank you very much for listening.
Let it flow. I'll take you to the fucking horrible person in Belch right there. We're talking about a friend of mine who's quite literally dying. I hear this monster word right there. What is you?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and happy Hanukkah. I have something really special to discuss with you today. I'd like to do a very quick book review of this remarkable book that just came my way recently. It is by Rabbi Reuven Melech ben Binyamin Yitzchak Schwartz, Reuven Schwartz, and it's called Emek HaSufkanim, Iyunim Ubirurim Be'inyan Minhag Achilat Sufkanim B'Yemei Chanukah. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, you will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it into English. It is the valley or the depth of the donut. Studies and clarifications of the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. Wow. Now, you will recall, if you're following the series, that a few weeks ago, I happened to give you a class on the Acharonim, and I happened to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I had never actually picked up. And I was fascinated that someone could write, as you see here, a whole book. It is 431 pages long, mainly double column pages like this, all on the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. And I was like amazed. And this is the double amazing thing. The one of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Reuven Schwartz. And she said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son's book." And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah. And then my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about what's in this book, and specifically that's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually part 3 of a series of books on the commandment and the minhag, or custom, of eating on Hanukkah. The other 2 volumes are also quite fascinating, but we're going to focus on the depth of the donut. Now, let me just also clarify for those of you who your mind may still be boggling about what is going on here with donuts. In Jewish law, there are basically 3 levels of obligatory activities. There are Torah laws, which are called deoraisa, which means that they are either explicitly stated in the Torah itself or in closely related rabbinic works like the Mishnah. And then there are rabbinic laws, which are laws which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of years later, in order to protect the Torah laws for the most part. Like, for example, if it is forbidden to write on the Sabbath, the rabbis may add a law saying it's forbidden to handle writing implements on the Sabbath, because if you're handling a pen or something, you may come to actually write, which would be a transgression of the Torah law. So these are like concentric circles. And then the outside circle is something which is called minhag, or custom. And these are things which, no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on. But there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowths of Jewish practice and maybe related to women's practice in particular when it comes to foods and things like that. But they become really closely enshrined to Jewish practice. And so you have these 3 concentric circles, and one should not disdain that outer level of minhag, which is in many ways an expression of the folk desires, the popular desires of the people. At any rate, the eating of donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah clearly falls within that outermost range of minhag, of custom, and it is associated specifically with oil, right? So a whole practice of the commemoration of the holiday of Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? We use candles as well, but the best way to do that particular commandment is to light with oil, specifically olive oil. And since donuts are made with oil, then they become a very appropriate food to eat on Hanukkah, just like latkes are, but we'll get to latkes in just a minute. One other quick note, for those of you who are following the Hebrew title, the title says Emek HaSufganim, and as one of my daughters pointed out, hey, that's in the masculine. It should be sufganiyot, right? That's the term we use in modern Hebrew. Sufganiyot means like little sufganim. But in fact, if you look in the rabbinic literature, there are references to donuts in the rabbinic literature, particularly in Masechta Chala, and there it is in the masculine. So the sufganiyot is kind of like an irregular feminine that has been added in modern times. The rabbis of the Talmud and the Mishnah would certainly refer to their donuts in the masculine. The word comes from the root safag, which means sponge, like in sea sponge. And in fact, the word sufganiyot and the word sponge in English all come from that same root. And obviously it's connected to the sea sponge because, it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut, and it has kind of like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut. So that's why the donuts were named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was a much more modern thing.
but it's a 12th century reference, and it comes from none other than Rabbi Maimon, the father of Maimonides, right? Maimonides means son of Maimon. His name was actually Moshe ben Maimon, so his father's name was Maimon. So that would mean it was referred to in Rabbi Maimon's writings, which are quoted elsewhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa where he lived. And that would be in the 12th century. And then in the following century, in the Provence region, which is south of France, and there was a very unusual mixed community of Ashkenazim and Sephardim living there, Rabbi Kalonymus ben Kalonymus, a very well-known poet, actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of eating donuts on Hanukkah. So clearly by the 12th and 13th century, this was a widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as a common practice, both in Sephardic lands and at least through the Ashkenazic portion of Provence in Ashkenazic lands. Now, this book is not specifically a history book. It is a halachic sefer. It's a book of Jewish law. So there's a lot of discussion here of like, how does one behave with regards to this custom? Who should eat donuts? How much donuts should eat? By the way, I tend to be very strict. I tend to eat lots of donuts because I want to be sure that I eat the minimum amount. When should one eat donuts? Does it count at night or at daytime as well? The blessing over donuts. This is actually not at all obvious because there's a lot of discussion of like whether or not, how do you relate donuts to bread, which is a different blessing than you would have on like a cracker, for example. So I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize 4 quick things because these are important for you to know if you want to observe this custom properly. First of all, what are the best kinds of donuts? Not dairy. Dairy donuts actually involve quite a few questions, and so, check with your local Orthodox rabbi before you decide whether or not to buy dairy donuts. This is the time when you should try to get parve donuts according to the author of the book. Secondly, they should be fluffy. Yes, those really hard, kind of like Montreal-style bagel donuts, they're not donuts in fulfilling the full sense of the word because the donuts also have a connection to particular sacrificial flour offerings brought in the temple, which were also made in a kind of a fluffy format. Third, and this is I think really important, and especially relevant for American audiences, no holes. That's right. The ideal donut for Hanukkah does not have a hole in the middle. That hole in the middle, it's like an American invention. It's like almost heresy. The donuts are supposed to be like a hole, like the manna that fell from heaven, the man that looked like a donut. Actually, when you think about it, it looked like a donut, right? And thirdly, if you are inclined to Kabbalistic sources, it should have a filling. It should have some kind of a surprise, which like custard or jelly or what have you, because like you have the Torah, which has the exterior obvious, Torah's Nigla, the revealed. You also have the interior, the secret, the Torah's Nistar, which is the Kabbalah. So there you go. One last thing. Another commonly eaten food on Hanukkah is, of course, latkes, which were also made with oil. But in this book, the author, Rabbi Schwartz, clearly demonstrates that eating donuts is vastly preferable and much more significant on a halakhic and philosophical level, and much more likely to fill the custom than eating latkes, which are an inferior choice overall. I hope you enjoyed this review as much as I enjoyed reading this book, and I wish you a freilichen and lichtigen Hanukkah, a happy and illuminating Hanukkah. Thanks very much for watching. The 10th of Tevet constitutes an important day in the Jewish historical calendar. It falls this year on the 14th of December, 2021, and in fact, it is marked with a fast. If you are in any doubt as to whether or not you're obligated to fast, don't ask me. Contrary to popular perception, I am not a rabbi.
please seek your spiritual guide. But why we're talking about the tent of David is specifically in its historical context. What exactly happened on this day, and why is it significant to Jews some 2,600 years later? Specifically, on this day in the year 588 before the Common Era, this is when the siege of Jerusalem begins. We have some textual evidence of this in the book of Kings, second book of Kings, in which it reads, in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, right, that's the 10th of Teves, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his entire army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around. This siege extended for over a year, and it was an incredibly brutal siege that was marked by extreme hunger and even horribly human cannibalism. Terrible events are described in the Book of Lamentations and elsewhere. And then finally, on the 9th day of the month of Av, Jerusalem was entirely sacked, the temple was burned, and we've spoken about that in other contexts. One of the most significant extra-biblical texts that refers to this is this document here, which is called the Babylonian Chronicles. This specifically is the Jerusalem Chronicle because it has a reference to Jerusalem in it, and it's describing the period before the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem, when Nebuchadnezzar actually made his way to Jerusalem. It says, in the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, which would have again been around this time of year, the king of Babylon assembled his army, and after he invaded the land of Hatti, which would have been Turkey or Syria region, he laid siege to the city of Judah. On the 2nd day of the month of Adar, he conquered the city, and he took the king prisoner and installed in place another king of his own choice. After he received a rich tribute, he sent forth to Babylon. Right? So Jerusalem was part of the massive Neo-Babylonian Empire at this point. It was not destroyed. As you can see here, this map shows just how tremendous an expanse was the extent of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. But a few years later, relations went even more sour, and that's when Nebuchadnezzar laid siege to Jerusalem on the 10th of Tevet and ultimately destroyed it. Fascinatingly, there's been some really interesting archaeological discoveries in recent years, including these remarkable arrowheads, which are Scythian arrowheads from the 7th and 6th century before the Common Era, and they were the ones commonly used by Nebuchadnezzar's army and can be dated with other examples of other campaigns. One of my favorite writers of popular archaeology for the Times of Israel is Amanda Borshel-Dunn, who, whenever I see her byline, I have to read what she wrote because it's usually quite fascinating. And this article certainly does not disappoint at all. There's a new PhD dissertation that just came out recently that looks at some of the remains from that early destruction. And as Ms. Dan points out, it may even hold the key to protecting the planet. Okay, so let's try and figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless, I'll try to explain it as best I can. So this PhD candidate, Yoav Vaknin, did an excavation in the City of David's Givati parking lot, right? Only in Israel can you find things like this in a parking lot. And he discovered that minerals embedded in the chunks of an ancient floor from a house in Jerusalem were heated beyond 932 degrees Fahrenheit, or 500 degrees Celsius. And apparently that's consistent, of course, with the idea of the destruction of the city. Now, Yoav Vaknin is an expert in this emerging science of archaeomagnetism, which is basically another way of dating things by looking at their magnetic field, which is really quite fascinating. Apparently, when things burn very intensely, and apparently the floor that he studied was burned at higher than 932 degrees Fahrenheit or 500 degrees Celsius, that kind of locks in the magnetic field of the object at that particular time, which corresponds to whatever the magnetic field of the Earth is at that time. And we should note that the magnetic field of Earth changes with some frequency over large periods of time. And so, therefore, by taking the tools of traditional archaeology, dating this area to the destruction of the first temple in 586, and by looking at the magnetic field, literally, of the bits of floor and the dust that's in there, they were able to determine what the Earth's magnetic field looked like 2,600 years ago. Now, this is really exciting to anyone who's fascinated with Jewish history and with archaeology, as I am. But it's really important for all of us because apparently the Earth's magnetic field has a tremendous role to play in protecting the Earth's climate from all kinds of, sun's radiation. And when the magnetic field declines, apparently that's not a healthy thing for our planet. So by getting a distinct measure of what the magnetic field was like back then, scientists are able to use this as an important data point in trying to figure out how to protect all of us from the devastating climatic change that we are experiencing all over the world. I think this is so fascinating. I hope you enjoyed it as well, and I hope that you, like I, perceive just the tiny seeds of redemption that can be discovered in the ashes, literally, of the destruction of the first temple. And this, to my mind, if we can return for a second to the biblical text, makes me think of a passage in Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 19. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, the fast of the 5th month, the fast of the 7th month, and the fast of the 10th month, that's this one, the 10th of Davis, shall become occasions for joy and gladness, happy festivals for the house of Judah, but you must love honesty and integrity. The words of Zechariah. I hope that for those of you who are fasting, the fast is an easy and a meaningful one, and thank you very much for watching.
Hell yeah. And then I'd have to get a Prius. And it would make sense. You're getting right. Very good. Yeah, smart. That would be implied.
This is truly an honor to be speaking to distinguished scholars, particularly in the Asian world. I have long, appreciated the tremendous contributions that your cultures have made to world civilization, and I have to say on a personal level to my own diet, because I am a very devoted fan of Asian food. As anyone who watches my lectures will know, I have to refer to that at least once every 3 or 4 hours. What my goal, the task that Professor Katz has given me is to speak within 20 minutes on Jewish religious practices, which is a task akin to Pharaoh's asking the Jews to make bricks without straw, because it is virtually impossible to say anything meaningful about the tremendous amount of detail involved in Jewish religious practices, but nevertheless, given the illustrious nature of the colleagues with whom I'm speaking today, Professor Brill, who I've long admired his work, and also Rabbi Greenberg, who wrote some really seminal works that contributed greatly to, in particular, the history of Jewish women, I decided to accept the task. So my goal for today is to try and say something meaningful about this complex set of ideas. I'm going to do it in such a way that I hope will be accessible both to people who have very little familiarity with Jewish practice, and at the same time will be moderately entertaining for those of us in this call, particularly those of us from the western region of this globe who have more familiarity. Let me begin, first of all, with a sense of mission. Here's another reference visually to Pharaoh and the making of bricks without straw. This is Charlton Heston in his magisterial representation of Moses, the lawgiver, just before he split the Red Sea. So to give us some context as to, who are the Jewish people, if you have a look at these 3 maps, which are to scale, the Jewish people, of course, owe their spiritual and historical origins to the land of Israel, which is outsized in much of the world media. If we had boundaries of Israel that corresponded to the amount of text we receive, for example, in the New York Times and the Washington Post, we would be probably the size of at least France. But in reality, it's just 22,000 square kilometers, about the same size as the New York State, the United States state of New Jersey, and about 1/3 the size of Sri Lanka, where most of you, I assume, are watching this from. The population of Jews in contemporary Israel is about 9.4 million, roughly the same as New Jersey as well. but less than half of the Sri Lankan population, roughly equal to just the Buddhist members of your country. In terms of the diaspora, meaning the number of expatriate Jews who, over 2,000 years of exile since the Roman destruction of the last Jewish state in the ancient world until the 20th century, there are about 17 million Jews worldwide, which is about the same number as all the Buddhists in Sri Lanka alone. So we're talking about a very small population, although not as small as the number of Jews in Sri Lanka today, which is about 50, as of the Hasidic movement that is active in Sri Lanka today, the Chabad movement. Now, I cannot resist, since I am the first Western speaker, and I realize that many of you on this call may never have heard this joke, I have to start with this joke, which I think is very illustrative, if not of the reality of Jewish-Buddhist relations, which certainly go back over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, it is representative of the contemporary Western Jewish understanding, flawed as it is, of Buddhism. The connections between Jews and Buddhists, of course, are quite rich, and I would love to have more opportunity to speak about that, but they were especially strengthened in the post-war period in the Americas, where during what we call the Age of Aquarius, the 1960s, 1970s, there was a huge surge of popularity of Buddhism, particularly among Jews, and as a result, many explored its thought. So the joke goes like this. There's a woman who is sitting in Boca Raton, Florida, sitting with her friends playing a game of mahjong, and she throws down her dials, and she says, "That's it, I'm going to Tibet." I'm sure my distinguished colleague Nathan Katz is familiar with many versions of this joke. But at any rate, her friends say, "You're going to Tibet? What are you talking about? It's so far away." So she says, "No, I've made up my mind, I'm going to Tibet." She goes to the travel agent. The travel agent tries to dissuade her. It's you don't know the language, and it's so far away, and you don't have enough points. And she says, "I'm going to Tibet." She gets on a plane. She lands in Tibet. She says, "I'm going to Lhasa." They say, "You know how difficult it is to get this? I'm going up the holy mountain." "You can't climb the holy mountain. I'll get a Sherpa. It doesn't matter." She goes up the holy mountain to the temple. She insists on entering the temple. They say, "You can't come into the temple. This is a holy day, and it's reserved only for Buddhist monks." She says, "It doesn't matter." She bursts into the temple. She says, "I want to see the holy man." And they say, "No, he's observed a vow of silence for a decade now. You can't burst." She bursts past the guards, goes into the inner sanctum of the temple, and she sees the holy man sitting there in the lotus position. And she says to him, "Howard, come home already." Right? Now, it's hard to tell on Zoom if you enjoyed that joke or not, but I certainly did. And the notion behind it is that there's such a close relationship in many ways between the ideas of Buddhism and certain ideas in Judaism that it illustrates the affinities that many Jews had for this Eastern body of thought. But let's get to our task at hand. So I've divided my talk into 4 basic points related to Jewish religious practice. The first of which is the idea of mission. Jews, from their earliest texts onward and reinforced through daily, weekly, and yearly practice through life cycle, have a very, very strong sense of mission. It is something that is really ingrained in us from literally the first days of our lives. What is that mission? So just encompassing this is something that would be certainly worthy of a much longer conference, and I suspect that Professor Burrell may have some very useful things to say, but I can certainly boil it down to this one statement, which is from one of our early sages from the period of the Mishnah. The great Hillel wrote or spoke, "That which is hateful to you, do not do to other people." That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and study. Now, this pithy but very sophisticated statement is really at the root of all Jewish religious practices. You might wonder, well, what does this have to do with the ritual calendar and the daily activities and prayers and things like that?
Well, that's where it gets a little more complicated. Jews traditionally recognize, and here I'm speaking, by the way, there is, of course, a huge spectrum of what Jews believe, but I'm speaking to kind of like the traditional, what would today be called Orthodox point of view. There are 613 commandments, not 10 as is mistakenly thought. There are a massive number of commandments that survey all aspects of the human condition, not just what one does in the synagogue during prayer, but what one does in the boardroom for business meetings, what one does in the bedroom with one's family, what one does at the table, every aspect of life, literally from how you tie your shoes in the morning to how you sleep at night. Every moment of a Jew's life is regulated by this massive body of commandments. This is not to say, however, that the mission is to convince everybody else to do so. One of the basic ideas of Judaism is that this set of commandments is specifically for Jews. For all other human beings who are considered the children of Noah, that is, Noah and the flood, I'm sure you're familiar with that famous biblical story, all other humans merely cover 7 basic commandments, most of which are really quite, obvious and understandable, like, for example, set up courts of law, maintain justice, avoid cruelty to animals, other living things, and so on. So the mission is not to convince the rest of the world to be Jewish, which is in contradistinction to other Western faiths. The mission is that Jews should hew, kill, sleep to these 613 commandments, and by some means of reflection, then they will, extend God's will to other humans. How that is expressed, I think, is in one basic notion, that is of holiness, which I simply do not know enough about Buddhism to understand if there is a similar concept. But if you were to try to understand how holiness actually works as a religious practice in Judaism, it is part of a massive nexus of separation. That is, moments and places of focus in which Jews say, what I am doing now, what I am thinking now, is separate and therefore holy. For example, the concept of time is very, very important in this sense. The 1 day a week of rest, which is called Shabbat, which begins Friday night and extends through Saturday night, this is a rest from any creative or manipulative activity. The religious practices codify 40 distinct types of activity which fall into these boundaries, and what it looks like in real practice is, for example, no use of electronic devices, no email, no Zoom, no Twitter. One disconnects from all these things and is forced to engage in human level, local level communication with one's family and one's community and things like that. No television, no artificial entertainment. It's all about simply connecting with other people. That's how it will be experienced. Of course, much more to say about this. But that's an idea of separating in terms of, unfortunately, at this point in my presentation, we were Zoom bombed. That is, some disruptive anti-Semitic elements came on and started, distracting us with nasty statements. It was childish and brutish and infantile, but, I was able, thankfully, to be able to get back to my presentation, and we had enough time before the end of summer to urge us to continue. But the rest of the conference was unfortunately ruined for today, and we will have to. But let me just give you a little bit of the context, and we'll get right back to my presentation. It's a very nice group. There are about 50 people on the call, I guess, and there were a few pretty distinguished scholars of Judaism from the West, including, I was really looking forward to hearing from Professor Alan Carroll and Rabbi Greenberg, and of course Professor Nathan Katz. And then everybody else, for the most part, there are lots of Buddhist monks on the call. And, they're wearing saffron robes and, one shoulder is uncovered, things like that. And they're leaning forward and listening very carefully. And it was like, they were really trying to learn something about Judaism, which was, was a fun kind of audience, I have to say. And then all of a sudden, some crazy people come in and they start saying Heil Hitler, and they took over the screen and started showing some pornography. And it was like, such a ridiculous waste of time. But it provided two valuable things. First of all, it provided a great learning lesson for our Buddhist colleagues to understand a little bit of the craziness of anti-Semitism. That, here's a bunch of scholars just having a nice conversation about their respective faiths, very respectable, very dignified, and everyone is getting along in a very nice way. And then these crazy people come in with, puerile nonsense. So the second thing, the first thing is they got a lesson in what anti-Semitism looks like. The second lesson is that there's this Kabbalistic idea of zelu maseh, that whenever you bring together people in holiness, there's also going to be a counter-reaction of unholiness. And for a moment here, those two groups, I think, really clashed with each other. And the third thing, by the way, that we learned is definitely don't hold these conferences unless you're going to have a really solid moderator on top of these kinds of things. We plan to regroup once we have those technical things in place, and I'm really looking forward to hearing my Jewish colleagues' presentations, and I'd like to hear what the rest of the Buddhist scholars have to say. So that'll have to wait for another time. But anyway, you signed on to watch my presentation, so let's get right back to it. But this is what we call anti-Semitism, by the way. That's another big part of Jewish reality, and we somehow learn to deal with it. But we hope that moderators can deal with it as well. Welcome to Judaism. And then you can go, oh, it looks like we've got rid of him. Okay. So we have a few minutes till the next one shows up. Thank you very much for moderating. Family. We are very big into fidelity, which for the most part involves monogamous relationships. Although there is, of course, in the biblical period, polygamous relationships as well. This idea of separation is in the sense of separating from the rest of the world sexually and focusing on one's spouse. Also a form, and we actually, in Hebrew, we use the term kiddushin, which is the same word as kodesh, which means holiness. And we can go on with many, many religious practices like this, such as, for example, our diets are regulated by a system called kashrut, which allows us only to eat certain foods prepared certain ways. With very minor adaptation, we are able to consume a large variety of Asian foods, thank God. And so all of these focusing activities, all of these things which say we can participate in these things and not others, we can participate in these things now, not other things now, these are not seen as restrictions. They are seen as opportunities for focus. If I can give you a contemporary example, on our computers today, they used to, in the 1990s and the 2000s, they used to have automatic reminders. You've got mail, right? Like a little disturbing thing that pops up and says, hey, attend to this extraneous task rather than the work that you were doing that was important. Now on my computer, what they have is a setting called focus, which allows me to shut off all other distractions. And that's really what most Jewish religious practice is about, whether we're separating from certain times, separating from certain activities, separating from certain foods. These are all designed to focus us on the larger mission. Now let's move on to the second noble truth. The only way to really appreciate this mission, of course, is through study. And this is something for which the Jews have developed a very, very extensive history and practice. Study in itself, study of the holy text, study of the sayings of our teachers and so on, as in many faiths,
is distinctly a religious act. One pronounces a blessing of gratitude to God before beginning study, all kinds of things that are associated specifically with study. What we're looking at, by the way, is a typical men's yeshiva, or literally sitting place, where the men will sit and typically engage with others. It's not a solitary activity in the study of the holy text. So one cannot really understand Jewish religious practice without understanding how the emphasis on child literacy, on familiarity with the text, is really crucial to fulfilling one's religious practices in Judaism. The third notable truth, however, is that while the mission requires study, it is deeply involved with action as well. And in fact, as the sages like to say, that study is not the essential thing, rather action is. This means that we have a dynamic tension in the core religious practices of Judaism between separation, which says, I will not become involved in the world. I will retreat from the world. I will not engage in business. I will not engage with others. But on the other hand, action requires actively being involved in various aspects of what we would call tikkun olam, or the repair of the world. That's an ancient term used in contemporary senses to reflect this kind of engagement in fixing world society. It's fascinating to me, at any rate, that even when Jews become, as they have been over the last couple centuries, alienated from some of the religious practices, such as the observance of Shabbat, Jews historically still remain very connected to this aspect of it, the idea of a role to act as a light to the nations and to act as some kind of moral conscience for the world, as Jews would see that. There is, I will remind you, no meaningful distinction in Judaism between the imperatives of ritual conduct and any business conduct, or even governmental conduct. Any activity one has in the world is regulated by this massive body of thought that dictates how one should behave in any given situation. So action clearly impacts all of our religious practices, from something as simple as, how one returns a lost object to its owner, to how one dresses, to how one speaks to people. Speech is very, very important in Jewish religious practice. All of these things are found within the tradition and are revealed through study. Finally, the last thing that I can say, speaking in broad generalities about Jewish religious practice, is that Judaism believes very deeply in a redemptive model of history. This image that we're looking at right now is a famous 13th century copy of a prayer book called the Haggadah, which is used on the holiday of Passover. And it recounts, of course, the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, which is not only a very important Jewish religious practice, but by enshrining it into the yearly calendar and specifically making it an aspect of study, parents are required to teach this to their children. One specifically reinforces the idea that there is an arc to history that begins with redemption and ends with an eventual redemption. The divine influence of history, the Jewish understanding of God is of a being that is directly physically involved in history, specifically intervenes in history rather than, like maybe a more deist model, walking away from history and allowing it to continue on its own. God deeply is invested in history, and this is reminded to Jews in their liturgy, in their practices, day in and day out, and especially, for example, on the holiday of Passover. But one sees the reminiscence of history and the conveying of the lessons of historical events as understood by the tradition as a deeply important aspect of Jewish religious practice. And of course, it ends with the notion of a final redemption, the arrival of a Messiah, which is a major distinguishing
concept between Judaism and our daughter religion, Christianity, which believes that the Messiah has already arrived and will come a second time. Jews historically do not believe that the Messiah has already arrived. We are still anticipating that future. This is something that deeply informs Jewish religious practices in every way. And with that, I think I am still on time, even with the small anti-Semitic interruption. Thank you for that demonstration of the realities of Jewish religious practice to this day. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all, and thank you very much for your attention.
What they said, right? Yeah. Did they kind of sound like that, or did they speak perfect American English like you? My mom, she sounds like me, just not. Perfect. Northern California blast.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're all doing well. I just want to take a minute to share with you something I've been studying recently, and it's very related to the upcoming holiday Passover. Just wanted to leave you with a quick, interesting historical observation. In 1907, a scholar named Otto Rubinson, here's a picture of him camped out in Egypt, made some remarkable discoveries in the interesting Jewish community of Elephantine, sometimes pronounced Elephantine. I'm not clear exactly on what's supposed to be the preferred pronunciation. It's this unusual community of Jewish military mercenaries who are located in southern Egypt, of all places. Here, have a look at this map here. You can see where it is. Jerusalem is way up in the north, and Elephantine is on the Nile River at the first cataract. And this is a really significant spot because it's called the Door to the South. It represents the borderland between the Egyptian kingdom proper and the kingdom of Nubia. And it was a way in which the Egyptians could protect themselves from marauders coming up from the south. And in particular, because there are rapids there, cataracts, it's like a choke point where you can have all kinds of highway robbery and things like that. So there was a military sort of a garrison set up there, and they populated it probably from the 8th or maybe 7th century with Jewish soldiers. How interesting. Now, we don't know anything about this unusual community except from the community itself. Otto Rubinson and others have excavated the region, and there's lots of fantastic documents that describe for about 100 years what they were doing there, including building their own temple, which is quite fascinating, that apparently had animal sacrifices, which seems to have attracted the ire of the nearby Egyptian temple of the priests of Khnum. That's an interesting word, isn't it? And they attacked the Jewish temple in the year 410 and destroyed it, and the Jews were able to request for permission from the Persian authorities to rebuild it. They were given permission, but they had to lay off the animal sacrifices. At any rate, it's a fascinating thing. But I want to point to one specific interesting document here. Dr. Rubinson, who, by the way, his career spanned about a century of really active research. He was still publishing, groundbreaking work in his 90s. He was a German scholar who was driven out of Germany in the 1930s by the Nazis. He ended up settling in Switzerland. But anyway, he found all these Aramaic documents that were primarily written on papyrus, which is kind of like a paper-like product made out of reeds, very easily available along the Nile River. And in the dry climate of Egypt, they tend to last a long time. And also ostraca, which is like documents written on pottery, which is usually broken pottery, and that's found all over the Middle East. Anyway, take a look at this interesting document here, which is a very fragmentary piece of a letter that was sent from one Hananiah in Jerusalem to a head of the Jewish garrison in Elephantine. And after there's kind of like a preliminary salutation, which has some interesting features in it. I'm not going to go into there right now. And then it says, it's a very brief letter, it says, in the month of Nisan, the Judahite soldiers should observe Passover, right? In the month of Nisan, the Judahite soldiers should observe Passover. Count 14 days of the month of Nisan and observe Passover from the 15th to the 21st. 7 days of unleavened bread. Be careful and do not work on day 15, on day 21.
So this is interesting because, I find it fascinating that they would have to actually tell people what to do on Passover, especially if they've already got their own temple developing there. But you get the impression that the Jews of Elephantine are really quite far away from many aspects of the kind of mainstream Jewish tradition. So they're giving them the bottom line. Alternatively, it could be they're saying what is obvious because it has to be said, but I'm not sure I buy that. At any rate, the second line is drink no beer. Right, soldiers and beer, Passover, don't mix. Drink no beer. This is especially relevant because Egyptians used to drink a kind of sort of watery beer as their a staple. It was like more popular and watery. Eat nothing, the letter continues, that contains 11 from day 15 through day 21 of Nisan. Also note fascinatingly, the Elephantine, even though it's in Egypt, is not subject to the second day of Yom Tov that would have been observed elsewhere in the diaspora, but not apparently in the year 418 or 419 before the Common Era when this letter was sent. You get the sense that the from the Mishnah and Rosh Hashanah appear to be something that was really developed in the 1st century before the Common Era, based on the reference to the Boeotians, who are like a Herodian sect, so they would be in the late 1st century before the Common Era. So this was before they had the Yom Tov Sheni Shel Galuyot, the second day of the holidays. It's only day 15 and day 21. The last part of the letter reads, for 7 days, don't let any leavened products be seen among you. Seal it up during these days. This is also interesting because if you are familiar with the details of what it actually says in the biblical text and what is preserved in the oral Torah, they're clearly giving them instructions that reflect the teachings of the oral Torah as well as the written Torah, which speaks to the currency of these texts and these ideas in Jerusalem at the time. The author, by the way, one Hananiah, may be possibly even the brother of Nehemiah, who was mentioned right in the very first chapter of the book of Nehemiah. Okay, fascinating little note about Passover, observed 400 years before the Common Era in Elephantine, Egypt. Instruction from Jerusalem, from which Torah flows. I hope you found this very brief video interesting. I hope that this Passover represents for you and your loved ones and for the entire globe a season of personal and collective redemption, and may we all have the opportunity to celebrate together in the future. Thank you very much for watching.
Gonzalez. Hell yeah, you are definitely a specific type. Is this a condition? Is there a label for this? Should we challenge? No, you look like a tall midget. You look like a... I don't know. I'm a shorty. They used to be short back in the day in the 60s.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. The month of May is especially important in the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz in particular, primarily because of its association with the horrific Crusades. A series of massacres happened in context of the Crusades in 1096, beginning in May, and this reverberates throughout the liturgy of the synagogue in Ashkenazic congregations. For example, the moving Aharachim in prayer is recited every Sabbath and evokes the memory of the martyrs associated with the Crusades. So in that context, as I was doing research for an upcoming trip with Kosher Riverboat Cruises on the Seine, I came across some research by Professor Norman Gold, and it led me to some fascinating information about one particular woman and her story associated with the Crusades. I'd like to take you through that right now. So here's a map that shows you the routes of the Crusades, in particular the First Crusade of 1096. And most of the violence occurred in the Rhineland, the traditional homeland of the Ashkenazic Jews. The pretext for the violence was that many of the Crusaders, especially the kind of rabble-rousing hooligans that were attached on to the more formal soldiers, said, why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to remove the infidel from their place and free up the region for Christian pilgrims, when we have infidels living right here in Europe? Of
course, speaking about